Good evening. My name is Scott Lee, and I am an alcoholic. And very honored and thrilled to be here. I want to thank Lee and John and everyone who was involved in putting this thing together. It's such a privilege for me to be doing anything with this wonderful fellowship. And I'd like to open with a quotation from Lois Wilson, co-founder of Al-Anon. Any Al-Anons here? Hands? Thank you for coming. Certainly honored by your presence. Thank you for coming. And your co-founder, Lois, was asked one time what she did in the moment of silence before the Serenity Prayer. And she said, I invite God to the meeting. And that was powerful for me. And it's not that I don't believe God's here. I do believe that. But something special happens for me when I stop and honor that presence. And that's what I do in that moment of silence. And so in a few minutes, I'm going to ask for another one. And I'm going to ask you, if you would, to invite your God to join us, to fill this room with love, and to bless us all with open hearts. Bob and I, hopefully, that he would speak through our hearts, or in worst case, that we would, and you that you might hear through yours. We use in recovery the language of the heart, which I find to be different from the language of the gutter, in my case. Yeah. And I can report progress, not perfection. But it might be that there's someone here who doesn't have a God, or you have one you're afraid of, or something's not working for you. And if that's your case, I'd like to invite you to borrow mine for this time we're together tonight. You can refer to him as the God of Scott's limited understanding. Get you off on the right foot. And there's a wonderful line on page 46 in the text. It says, it was impossible for any of us to fully define or comprehend that power which is God. So I'm comfortable not understanding. It's okay. So let's take a few moments, if you would, and acknowledge the presence of deity and ask for open hearts. Amen. Bob and I are going to take turns tonight. He's actually going to take the first session. He has a beautiful opening prayer, and he's going to do about half of the first session, then I'll be back. We're going to take fairly short breaks this evening, about 10 minutes, so that we can get our sessions in. There'll be longer breaks tomorrow, I promise. And what an honor it is to share a podium with one of the great storytellers and teachers, and a guy that's touched my life a lot of ways, and I won't go on about that, but my friend Bob.
My name is Bob Darrell, and I'm certainly alcoholic. It's good to be here. Would you join me in a prayer I'd like to use for these workshops? Lord, help me to set aside everything I think I know about you, everything I think I know about myself, everything I think I know about others, and everything I think I know about my own recovery, all for a new experience in you, Lord, a new experience in myself, a new experience in my fellows, and a much-needed new experience in my own recovery. Amen. One of the reasons I really like that prayer is that sometimes the things that are blocking me are the things from last week or last month or last year that worked, that keep me closed-minded to learning anything new. I want to welcome everybody here. I'm excited about being here. Scott and I did a workshop earlier the year here, and we were right in the eye of Charlie, the hurricane. We called it the Ain't It Grand, the Wind Stop Blowin' Workshop of Alcoholics Anonymous. And it was kind of frightening. It was and exciting at the same time. And I'm glad to be here, and nothing's rattling, and it's good. It's very, very good. What we're going to try to do this weekend is really the only thing any of us can do in Alcoholics Anonymous, is as honestly as we can share our experience with this process in this book. And that's always been the power of Alcoholics Anonymous, is one alcoholic honestly sharing what he has done and what happened to them and how they felt, so that another alcoholic can connect and secretly inside themselves say, I'm like that. I'm going to go that way. And maybe if something this weekend that comes from my experience or Scott's experience is beneficial to you, coupled with what we're going to go through in the book, that's good stuff for us. Then we get to feel useful. I'm going to talk a little bit about step one. The big book of Alcoholics Anonymous spends more time talking about step 1 in the working text than any other step. And Bill in the 12 by 12 says it's the only step that we ever have to take 100%. It's a difficult step for guys like me. It seems like there's everything in me is against the surrender to step 1, my absolute powerlessness and inability to manage my own life. It's such a difficult step for some of us. It kills some of us. We can't get it. We can't surrender. We can't really own the powerlessness. It doesn't matter what happens to us. We can't give up. And I'm going to start talking a little bit about some of the stuff that Silkworth talks about. In the big book on page XXVIII in the 4th edition, and the page numbers I'm going to quote are going to be page numbers out of the 4th edition. I know there are some discrepancies, and you'll have to fend for your own if you have a 3rd edition. I don't have one here to give you. It may be one number off in the 3rd edition. I'm not sure. But Silkworth, at the top of the page, starts to talk about some information that was crucial to Bill Wilson's ability to be effective. And as a matter of fact, until Bill started using some of the information that Silkworth talked about, he spent his first 6 months trying to help other alcoholics with no avail. It wasn't until he met Dr. Bob Smith and he started talking about some of the things that Silkworth talks about to Bob that he started to make a connection. And Silkworth talks about how we're powerless over alcohol in ways that it never would have occurred to me. And he talks about things that I didn't get. I didn't get for a long time. In this first paragraph, he says, we believe, and so suggested a few years ago, that the action of alcohol on these chronic alcoholics, that's me. I'm a chronic alcoholic. I don't have acute alcoholism. I have chronic alcoholism. And there's a big difference. Some people in Alcoholics Anonymous, I think, or from listening to them, have acute alcoholism. Their alcoholism exists only while they're drinking. And then once they put the plug in the jug, they're fine. And they don't really even need AA. They don't really need the steps, really. They're the person that it talks about on the bottom of page 20 and the top of 21, when it talks about the hard problem drinker. But I'm not that guy. I'm the guy that suffers and will always have this thing called alcoholism. It will always require treatment. It's a chronic illness just like diabetes. It's not like pneumonia where you load up on the antibiotics and you no longer have pneumonia. It's a chronic illness. And he says that the action of alcohol on these chronic alcoholics, guys like me, is the manifestation of an allergy. And then he starts to begin to get into the description of this manifestation of this allergy. He says that it's this phenomenon of craving is limited to this class and never occurs in the average temperate drinker. So what Silkworth is trying to say is something that I couldn't get. He's saying that I have an allergic reaction to alcohol. But unlike a lot of allergies, let's say if you're allergic to strawberries, and you eat strawberries, you break out in hives. I don't break out in hives. I break out in a phenomenon of craving. And it's an allergic reaction. It's a phenomenon because it doesn't occur in most people. It only occurs in these chronic alcoholics of my type. And I started coming to Alcoholics Anonymous in the early 70s as a young kid in institutions. And I remember hearing members of Alcoholics Anonymous talking about this phenomenon of craving. And sitting there, and I don't get it. I mean, I drink and get drunk, and I'm in a lot of trouble. Yeah, but it's not a craving. I saw Days of Wine and Roses in the Lost Weekend. I don't drink and claw the walls for a drink. I don't get it. It's not a craving. But I'll tell you, a funny thing about a craving is you don't realize you suffer from it until it's no longer satisfied or it's interrupted. Everyone in this room right this second is in the grip of a craving you don't know you have. Because it's satisfied, and that's the craving to breathe air. But if someone were to slip up behind you and put a plastic bag over your head, you would instantly realize I got this craving to breathe air because you can no longer satisfy it. And one of the difficult things for me was to see the phenomenon of craving because I was the kind of drunk that avoided situations intuitively. Not because I thought I had alcoholism, it was just an intuitive thing where I could only get 2 or 3 drinks and couldn't get any more. I ain't going there. Now, I wouldn't have thought, it wasn't because I thought I was an alcoholic. It was just an intuitive instinct. It was an instinct with me. I remember in junior high school being invited over to a guy's house to watch some games Saturday afternoon. His parents were gone. He had a 6-pack of beer for a couple of us. I passed. If he'd had 4 or 5 cases, I'm your man. I'm right there with you, right? And so I couldn't see the phenomenon of craving because 99% of my drinking life, I was able to satisfy it once I started. And then I'm sitting in a meeting back in the mid-'70s, and I'm listening to a woman share her experience that she had at a dinner party, and all of a sudden, I got it. And I remembered something that had happened to me when I was 18 years old. And what I remembered was an incident where I was dating this gal, and she invited me over to her parents' house for the evening to meet her family for a dinner. And I went over there trying to be a good guy. And I've never liked being under the microscope. I've always been overly self-conscious anyway, right? But I'm trying to be a good guy and go. And I walk in there and I sit down at the dinner table and, I'm trying to be polite and everything, feeling that awkward apartness that guys like me often feel. And they bring out a bottle of wine. Now, not a big bottle of wine like I would have bought. They brought out a little bottle of wine, right? And now, I'm 18 years old. I want you to understand something. At 18 years old, you could have put me on a lie detector and said, Bob, is there any way in the world you could possibly have alcoholism? I would have said absolutely not, and the lie detector would have said I was telling the truth. But I had alcoholism. And alcoholism doesn't care what you think. If you have it, you have it. And I had it. And I sat at that dinner table and they poured me a glass of wine. I drank that glass of wine rather quickly. I've always drank a little quickly. I think evaporation's a childhood issue with me or something. I don't know. But I've always drank quickly. That way I drink with a little bit of urgency. And I've gotten another glass of wine, killed the second glass of wine. They're still sipping on the first glass. The bottle's dead. I'm sitting there, I got 2 glasses of wine in me. I don't know nothing about alcoholism. I'm just sitting there, and I want another glass of wine. I said to them, boy, that was good wine. Do you have any more? And they said, no, Bob, we don't. And they went back to talking about Vietnam and sports and all this stuff. And I'm sitting there. You know how you talk to yourself in your head? It's getting a little panicky in there. And it's just the chatter's getting a little more hectic. And I finally blurted out. I said, I sure like beer. And they said, well, that's nice, Bob. We don't have any beer. Next time you come over, we'll get you a 6-pack of beer or something. They went back to talking. And I'm sitting there, and I'm spinning in my head. And I don't know what's wrong with me. And I'm antsy, and I finally can't take it. I excuse myself from the dinner table. I go off to their bathroom. I lock the door like a maniac. I go through the cabinets, found a bottle of cough medicine that was 35% alcohol with codeine and terpene hydrate, which is always a bonus. And sat there on that edge of that bathtub and chugged that bottle of cough medicine, and all the voices in my head went, and I could think straight. And I could sit there and I could come up with a reasonable story. And I went back out to that dinner table and I explained to them about something that I had forgotten about, that I had to take care of. And I was so polite and so sorry I had to leave. And I went and got in my car and drove down their street 20, 25 miles an hour like you're supposed to. And then I turned the corner and got out of sight and drove 70 miles an hour like a crazy person to get to my friend Brett's house, who I knew had an open bar in the basement, because I lit something inside of me that demanded attention. And I didn't know that it was the phenomenon of craving. I didn't know I had alcoholism. I wouldn't even suspect I have alcoholism for several years. But I was the only one at that dinner table that night with alcoholism. Those other people had alcoholism. We'd all been in that bathroom looking through those cabinets. But I had something that got touched, that needed attention. And I've had that all my life. I have never not had that allergic reaction to alcohol. Never once. I have never once been sitting in a bar and had the reaction to alcohol and drinking and the experience that a lot of non-alcoholics have. The Al-Anons in here have probably had this experience. I've watched my sister, who's not an alcoholic, have that experience. I've been drinking for an hour, starting to get pretty good buzz on. Have the bartender say, Bob, would you like another drink? Never once sat there in my whole life and thought to myself, honestly, nah, this is just right. Never once. It's always one more, one more, one more. I used to sit in meetings and listened to all the people in AA talk about the different things that alcohol made them feel like. Some people, it made them feel like Fred Astaire. Other guys made them feel like John Wayne. Some people made them feel like they fit. Some people made them feel funny or smart or invulnerable or bulletproof. And all of that stuff was true some of the time. But there was only one thing that was true all of the time. Every drink of alcohol I've ever had has made me feel like I'd like to have another drink of alcohol. And that is the phenomenon of craving. My sister doesn't get that. When she takes about 2 or 3 drinks and the buzz starts to hit her, you know that feeling, that warm glow that starts to come over you? In her chemistry, in her wiring, that feeling goes, whoa, this could get out of control here. And she shuts it down. I've watched her. Her eyes get that look and she's feeling that buzz and she feels like she's losing control. I get that exact same feeling and that thing lights me up, and in my wiring it goes, oh yeah, come on. I can't get enough. Because I get a feeling like I'm about to get control. This phenomenon of craving, I can't ever get enough of it. I used to think that it got me there. You know where there is? That place where you fit and the magic and you're a part of and you're funny and deep and brilliant and all. But it doesn't really get me there. What it does is it gets me right to the edge of there where I can almost touch it. With a sense and a belief that I'm about to be there, maybe on the next drink. So keep them coming. Keep them coming. And I never do really get there, but I get so close, it makes me crazy. I get so close, I can feel like I'm about to touch some kind of level of magnificence that'll blow the world's mind. You know, just almost there. And I never get there. And I can't drink enough. And I drink at that. And I drink away from me. And it's never enough. Silkworth goes on to say these allergic types can never safely use alcohol in any form at all. Now, this is a little controversial. And Alcoholics Anonymous has singleness of purpose. We are here for alcohol. But I'll tell you something that I've watched over the last 10 years. A lot of solid members of Alcoholics Anonymous who came here suffering from alcoholism, I've seen them die and relapse, and it started with other kinds of stuff, medications. And I think it's important for every guy like me to realize and own, what is this? What are the things that will do the same thing for me that alcohol does? What, as Silkworth says, what can I ever safely use in any form at all? What will also put me off run me out of control in a run I can't get off of? What will start me off? I can't safely use that stuff in any form at all. And once having formed the habit and found they cannot break it, once having lost their self-confidence, their reliance upon things human, their problems pile up on them and become astonishingly difficult to solve. And that's really true. It's true almost to the point where the wreckage I incur from trying to juggle this stuff and keep the party going just buries me alive, to the point where I would come as a perpetual newcomer through the early 70s. I would come to meetings and people would say, you know, your problem's alcohol and alcoholism. And I would think, yeah, but man, I got problems everywhere. I got police problems. I got family problems. I got emotional problems. I got mental problems. I got a head that won't leave me alone, that just is on me all the time. I got all kinds of problems, and to the point where I'm up to here with all this other stuff, and the alcohol and alcoholism almost seems insignificant. It's almost like if I could solve all of this stuff, the alcohol would probably go away. And so what happens is I start attacking all this stuff, and I never touch the alcoholism. I never work the steps. I never access a power greater than myself. I never help others. I never make amends. I never clear any of the wreckage out of my life. I never do anything except try to make myself better. And I relapse continually because I'm treating everything else other than my alcoholism. I think to go on a run, if you're in the later days of alcoholism, for guys like me, it's almost like living in a station wagon 24/7. And you're partying and problems come up, family engagements, birthdays, funerals, court dates, too busy, throw it in the back. IRS, too busy partying, throw it in the back of the station wagon. A death, I should go to that funeral with the family, too busy, throw it in the back. Christmas, I should get some presents, throw it in the back. And what happens is when I get finally forced into abstinence and I get sober, it's like running that station wagon into a brick wall, and in slow motion out of the back comes all this stuff. And I'm 30 days sober, my mind's starting to clear up, and it's like buried alive. Barely, and at least you talk to these old timers, they'll just say, get a shovel. And you start working the steps and start to pick away at the wreckage that I've been incurred out of my effort to live on self-will and run the show myself. Bottom of page XXVII, Silkworth touches on some very important things. See, if it was just the phenomenon of craving that was the beast here, then detoxes would turn out winners, because they would educate a guy like me that I shouldn't pick up the first drink. I would get it and never pick up the first drink. That Nancy Reagan just say no program would work for me if that was all there was. But I suffer from a spiritual malady. And what that really means is that when I stop drinking, I ain't right. Now, I don't know why I ain't right, but I ain't right. And Silkworth starts to talk about this at the bottom of the page. He says, men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol. I drink because I need the effect produced by alcohol, because without it, I'm a bump on a log. That's my big secret. No matter, in the face of all the damage I've done, I still have always liked myself half lit up than I ever liked myself sober. I need the effect. And this sensation is so elusive that while they admit it is injurious, as we sit in bar rooms for years going, I really got to quit this stuff. While they admit it is injurious, they cannot after a time differentiate the true from the false. And then he says something that is carried through my sobriety and is always true for me. He says, to them, their alcoholic life seems the only normal one. I always just adjust to wherever I am and think that this is status quo, like this is right. As if I'm as screwed up as I am is normal, right? And my big secret is that the only time I ever really felt normal was in the early days of my drinking, when I was drinking. I never felt normal sober. I always felt like I was doing time. I always felt like I was out of place. I always felt that there was something wrong with me that I just can't seem to put my finger on. And none of the psychiatrists could put their finger on it really. They could dance around it, but nobody could ever really put their finger on what was really wrong with me. And so I drank. And then this is where he hits me. He says they are restless, they are irritable, and they are discontented unless they can again experience the sense of ease and comfort which comes at once by taking a few drinks. Drinks they see others taking with impunity, which means without punishment, without consequences. So for all practical purposes, my alcoholism begins where the bottle ends. I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous because of the membership requirement in the third tradition in the long form. Because it says in the long form, membership should include all who suffer from alcoholism. The short form, it says, the only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. I didn't come here because I had a desire to stop drinking. I had a desire to stay out of jail. I had a desire to not be sick. But not drink. You know what I really wanted more than anything? If God would have come to me at 30 days sober and said, Bob, I'll give you anything you want, I think I would have said, God, could you give me 2 years of drinking like I had when I was 18 years old? Give me that. You can kill me at the end of that. But give me those 2 years. Give me those 2 years. And the problem is I needed that so desperately because when I quit drinking, I was restless, I was irritable, and I was discontent. And I suffered from alcoholism. My spirit got sick. And I thirsted for the effects I'd once found in 4 or 5 shots of Jack Daniels, where my spirit would come alive. Scott?
Thank you. I thought it might be fun to move on from where he was. We don't seem to have a definition of alcoholism, but we do have some descriptions of the alcoholic and of alcoholism. And I'm not going to try to get them all, but just to touch on a couple more that are particularly poignant for me. And again, I am also in a fourth edition. Doctor's Opinion, Roman numeral 30, 3 X's. Toward about 2/3 of the way down the page, all these and many others have one symptom in common. Count them, one. Cannot start drinking without developing the phenomenon of craving. That just really wraps it up for me. Page 21. And what a friend of mine calls the American numerals. First full paragraph. What about the real alcoholic? He may start off as a moderate drinker. He may or may not become a continuous hard drinker, but at some stage of his drinking career, he begins to lose all control of his liquor consumption once he starts to drink. This is one that's powerful for me. Page 24 in italics. Squiggly writing in my home group, the back room in Nashville. Fact is that for most alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, we have lost the power of choice in drink. So I don't choose not to drink. Apparently, I've lost the power to choose. It says our so-called willpower becomes practically non-existent. We are unable at certain times to bring into our consciousness with sufficient force the memory of the suffering and humiliation of even a week or a month ago. We are without defense against the first drink. Yeah. And the one they got me with, I was captured and put into treatment against my will through a series of misunderstandings and bad luck in summer of 1984 by a business partner who was a great communicator. He said, "You're going to treatment right now or we're done." And I was sure I wasn't an alcoholic. Absolutely sure. I've never had a blackout. I have never been arrested. I have no DUIs. I never drank in the morning. I didn't get drunk every time I drank. I've never wrecked an automobile. Hadn't been fired from a job. Been married to the same woman for over 20 years. I was living in a 4,000 square foot house in a real nice part of town. I was making a lot of money. Had a boat on the lake. I was driving a flashy car. Pretty hard to find alcoholism in there. I could define myself out of it very, very easily, but they nailed my shorts to the outhouse door on page 44 on the 4th line. If, when you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely, or if, when drinking, you have little control over the amount you take, you are probably alcoholic. I am probably alcoholic because that's my story right there. I lost count of the number of times I quit forever. I think it ran several thousand. As a matter of fact, I'm sure it did. And interestingly enough, who quit forever? Can I see the hands of those who ever quit forever? Okay. Didn't you mean it every time? Think about it. Didn't you actually mean it every time? I meant it every time. Meant it every time. Especially as we were talking at dinner when the heat was on. Who, by the way, quit forever a solemn oath on the Bible in front of witnesses more than once? Yeah, these are my people right here, Bob. I'll tell you. Yeah, just for fun, who peed in the closet? Did you really? I never did that. I'm really embarrassed for you. That's. I'll tell you what. There's a difference between a fifth step and sharing in a meeting. You might want to consult your sponsor before you start admitting to that kind of stuff again. I never did that. I will admit that my first wife is still unhappy about that coffee table that used to be in the living room. Okay, I'll give you that. And I did that gag in a jail one night a couple of years ago, about 25 inmates, and one guy put up his hand, and I did that to him, and they laughed. They don't laugh in the jail much. They laughed that night. And when it finally calmed down, he looked up at me and he said, "Man, it wasn't a big deal, you know. It wasn't my closet." It's a perspective thing. I tell a little piece of my story. I got out of treatment in the summer of '84, and within 2 months, I'd done everything on my aftercare list except get a sponsor. Let's see if you can fill this in. 2-word fill in the blank. I was so insane, I was looking for a sponsor I could relate to. Yeah, woo, wow. I'm so grateful that I did not find that. Because I had a terminal case of newcomer thinking. And I couldn't have related to anybody except somebody else with a terminal case of newcomer thinking, and we probably would have both died. And I was fortunate to have found a sponsor that I would obey, which is what I actually needed. Although I didn't realize it at the time. But I asked this guy because I wanted to feel like he looked. And he gave me an assignment which surprised me. because I thought a sponsor is kind of like a big brother is going to show you the ropes and maybe fix your wife, loan you some money, that sort of thing. And we're going to talk about some of the things I was wrong about this weekend. That was one of them. And he told me I was going to have to do the 12 steps. And I said, Jerry, I don't want to do the 12 steps. I'd like to recommend you be honest with your sponsor. And I said, I don't want to do the 12 steps. And he said, that's okay. I said, good. He said, as long as you do them. Jerry, I don't think we're communicating. We are communicating too. That's the definition. That was Jerry's definition of willingness. Willingness is when I do what my sponsor says whether I want to or not. Definition, I haven't found a better one. And he said, "Do you ever try to get sober on your own?" I said, "Yeah, well, a couple thousand times." He said, "That was doing what you thought you should do and not doing what you didn't want to do." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, that didn't work. So maybe to get sober, you'll have to not do some things you'd like to do and do some things you'd rather not do." Man was dadgum hard to argue with. And he told me I was going to have to do the 12. He said, "I'm going to give you the definition of the program." To the end of his life, he said it was the best kept secret we had. And the way we keep it secret, of course, we read it at almost every meeting. It's on page 59. Immediately before step 1, it says, "Here are the steps we took." Y'all fill in the blank for me, which are suggested as a program of recovery. Yeah, no steps, no program. Period. The steps are not part of the program. Steps are the program. The forward to the third edition, Roman numeral 22, XXII, in whatever edition you've got. Actually, if it's the third or fourth, this one's not in the second. Just before the forward of the fourth, just before the doctor's opinion. A little past halfway down the page, the basic principles of the AA program, it appears, hold good for individuals with many different lifestyles, just as the program has brought recovery to those of many different nationalities. Here, may be the most, for me, important phrase in the book. The 12 steps that summarize the program. I think that says that the 12 steps I see on the wall are a summary. That's what we called in school the Cliff Notes. Right? That's for the guys trying to slide with a C- and just get out of here. I'm afraid to do that. I must win now. I've got to win this time. I cannot afford to not win now. And I think what that's telling me, that the 12 steps I see in the wall are a summary, is that the balance of this book, the rest of this is the full shot. And that's what I need. I've got to strive to get an A+ in AA. I have to do that because I must win now. If I shoot for an A+ and get a C, I'm going to be okay. If I shoot for a C and fall short, I could die. I could go to prison for a long time. So that was important to me. Definition of the program. And then this was explained to me by another one of my mentors. I think it was kind of interesting. He said the book mentions 2 fellowships, and they're quite different. The first one is mentioned at the bottom of this same page in the last paragraph. It says, "In spite of the great increase in the size and the span of this fellowship, at its core it remains simple and personal. Each day somewhere in the world, recovery begins when one alcoholic talks with another alcoholic, sharing experience, strength, and hope." That's what we're doing here tonight. This is the fellowship. And you are in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous when you say you're in it. Nobody can throw you out. There is a second fellowship, and it's described on page 164. And it has entrance requirements a good bit more strict. Toward the bottom of the page, abandon yourself to God as you understand God. Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows. Clear away the wreckage of your past. Give freely of what you find and join us. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit. The fellowship of the Spirit has different entrance requirements. I'm going to read them again and see if they don't sound to you, because they do to me, like the steps in narrative form. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God. Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows. Clear away the wreckage of your past. Give freely of what you find and join us. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit. They rewrite this book all the time. Do you notice that? There's stuff in there that wasn't there last time you wrote it. Yeah, last time you read it? Yeah. Sorry, yeah, wrote it too. This is one they added last summer, by the way, if you haven't caught it. It's also on page 164. Paragraph at the top. "Still you may say, but I will not have the benefit of contact with you who write this book. We cannot be sure. God will determine that, so you must remember that your real reliance is always upon Him." Here's the one they just added. "He will show you how to create the fellowship you crave." Crave is a powerful word. Bob described it beautifully. I have craved fellowship all of my life, and I've never been able to have it because I don't know how, but as a small boy, I was convinced I was defective. There are things wrong with me that can't be repaired. I don't measure up, and I never will. And if y'all ever find out who I really am, you'll run me off. That's the only thing I knew for sure when I got here. And so I became an actor, and I pretended to be whoever I thought the people right in front of me right now wanted me to be, which means I'm a different guy to everybody. And the biggest fear in my life is that people from different parts of my life, because I had some parts that were very different, people from different parts of my life be at the same place, same time, how would I act? Right? Because I'm acting all the time. And it's because I know that if you ever get up close and really get a look at me, you'll run me off. Because a bunch of people like you who've got it together wouldn't hang out with a defective model like me if you knew. So I'm doing this act right here. Here's my act right here. I'm doing the act. I get to hang out with you. But I don't participate in fellowship because the act can't. Because this part doesn't get to play. I flew a very highly classified mission during Vietnam for the Air Force. I was a pilot. And I had a volunteer crew. I had a co-pilot, a navigator, and a flight engineer that rode with me. There were 10 crews on that base. All volunteers. Any one of the guys on my crew could have gone to the colonel and said, I want to ride with somebody else. They would have changed him that day. And there were men at all 3 of those crew positions bugging the guys on my crew to change so they could ride with me. And I never felt like I belonged. I never had fellowship there because I was doing the act. I was doing the act. The actors won't get sober. And I think that's what it says down there. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God. Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows. It means I got to come out and be real. And it's only the real me that can participate in the fellowship that I crave. Because if I don't get real with you, I don't get to participate in the fellowship. And that's in part, I think, what the 12 steps are about. So anyway, my sponsor told me I was going to have to do the 12 steps, and I told him I didn't want to. And by the way, he gave me the definition of sponsorship. I'd like to give it to you. The first 164 pages don't seem to carry the word sponsorship, or I haven't found it. But I did find the description on page 96. Been talking for several pages about a 12-step call where you've talked about your drinking, somebody's talked about theirs. You laughed a little, you cried a little, you left them a book. Middle of page 96, suppose you're now making your second visit to a man. That was the first. Then it says, he has read this volume and says he is prepared to go through with the 12 steps of the program of recovery. I love the language. Take a look at it. I'll go through with the 12 steps. Okay, we'll settle for that. We don't have a lot of people coming through eager. You know, my life's running pretty good, but I heard you guys really had some great stuff over here, so I've come to A for a little growth and development. Would somebody coach me through the steps? Y'all getting those at your home group? We're not seeing them in mine. He'll go through the. So for me, someone who is sponsorable has made an attempt to read this book and understands that the 12 steps are the program of recovery, and he's prepared to go through with them. And then I think it defines sponsor. It says, having had the experience yourself, you can give him much practical advice. What experience? The experience of going through the 12 steps. What advice? Advice on how to go through the 12 steps. Step 1, section B says, my life's unmanageable. If I can't manage mine, I sure can't manage his. I don't know if he needs to buy a dog, get divorced, move to San Diego, quit his job. How would I know? I can't run my life. I sure can't run his. I do know that if he'll allow me to coach him through these 12 steps, he'll have a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. I know that. And I know that that will render him sober. I know that. I have personally not yet seen anybody in and out of the program. And I don't mean to be controversial, but I think it's maybe the most important thing you'll hear from me this weekend. I've seen him in and out of the fellowship a lot. But I haven't seen anybody actually do the steps out of this book. Now, I use all the action words interchangeably. Do the steps, work the steps, take the steps, go through the steps. I really don't care. It's not learn the steps, understand the steps, interpret the steps, believe the steps. Not that. I haven't seen anybody actually do the steps out of this book while being coached by a sponsor who has already done them. And then stay active, carrying our message, as step 12 says, and drink again. Has anybody here seen that? No hands. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. Our path is the 12 steps. I didn't read it, but on Roman numeral 22 is going to tell you that a little bit further down. One of the difficulties that I had was releasing my grip on what I knew when I got here. Old ideas is the category. We'll go backwards from 143. They just added something on 143, by the way, about 2 weeks ago. I'll show you that too. And be careful with 143. You can smudge that ink. May be wet if they just got to yours. And by the way, if you're anybody here sober less than a year, see hands. Wow. Thank you for coming. Is that fantastic? And congratulations to those of you who are involved in helping us folks get here. Good job, somebody. Wow. Anyway, if you're new and you haven't read the chapter to wives because you're not a wife, and you haven't read the chapter to employers because you're not an employer, do yourself a favor. Well, ask your sponsor what they think about that. I guess that's a good idea. And by the way, if your sponsor disagrees with something I say here, your sponsor's right and I'm wrong. And I mean that. God bless his sponsorship. Don't you ever doubt it. Yeah. Page 143. Middle. If your man accepts your offer, it should be pointed out that physical treatment is but a small part of the picture. Though you are providing him with the best possible medical attention, he should understand that he must, there are no musts in the program, and this is one of them, that he must undergo a change of heart. To get over drinking will require, wonder how important that is, require a transformation, that's a total change, of thought and attitude. Here's the thing they just added. We all had to place recovery above everything. They just added that. I swear that wasn't there. Okay. Page 58. 4 lines from the bottom. "58, 4 lines from the bottom. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil till we let go absolutely. Page 42, 8 lines from the bottom. It meant I would have to throw several lifelong conceptions out of the window. Page 27. Just about the dead center of the page. You just kind of put your finger right down the middle of the page. Ideas. It says, ideas, emotions, and attitudes which were once the guiding forces of the lives of these men are suddenly cast to one side, and a completely new set of conceptions and motives begin to dominate them. I think those pages all said the same thing. And what they said was, some of what I know for sure ain't so. And what I'm going to have to do is to release my grip on what I think I know for sure if I'm going to have a shot at this thing. Page 61. We'll have some fun with this one. This is one of my favorites. Slightly below halfway down the page, in the middle, is he not a victim? See it? A delusion, by the way, is a false psychotic belief. Is he not a victim of the delusion that he can wrest satisfaction and happiness out of this world if he only manages well? See, I got here confused about the difference between pleasure and happiness. Pleasure is on the physical plane, and there's something out there that I can achieve or acquire or attain that will bring it to me for a limited duration. Happiness is on the spiritual plane. Happiness is in here, and it's a side effect of having a healthy relationship with God and with all of you. And that's in part what the 12 steps are about. I'm going to give you a couple examples. Play with me. Who, when you were a child, wanted a bicycle? You're sure if you got a bicycle, you'd be happy, and you got the bike. Where are you? Are you happy? No? Well, let's try another one. Which of you guys wanted her, your girls wanted him, and you were sure if you got him, you'd be happy, and you got him? Okay, I'm going to do you a favor. You could be sitting next to him, so I'm not going to ask. But I think I made my point, don't you? Who was sure if you could get rid of them, you'd be happy, all right? Got one? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah. Uh-huh. Roman numeral 30. That's probably close. No, 29. XXIX in the doctor's opinion. Make one little point, then we're going to take a break. When I started drinking at age 18, I got out with fraternity boys, and they started drinking beer, and I started drinking beer. When the second beer hit bottom, I got taller. Who got taller? Taller. Better looking. Yes. Expert on many subjects. Yes. Fantastic dancer. Yes. Able to talk to the opposite sex. Yes. Okay. And the biggest one, of course, is that I felt like I was as good as everybody else. Never have it. Yeah, and better than most. Thank you for the truth. Yes. And I'd never had that experience before. I'd always felt like I was defective. And something inside me, as Bob said, went, ah. And all of a sudden I went from there, I'm afraid they'll find out who I am and run me off to, these turkeys are pretty lucky I'm here. And that is an entire psychic change. Think about it. That's precisely what that is. Page Roman numeral 29, XXIX. about 6 lines down. This is repeated over and over. And unless this person can experience an entire psychic change, there's very little hope of his recovery. That's because what alcohol did for me was a badly needed entire psychic change. I needed one. And I still need one. So if I'm going to stay sober, I'm going to have another one. I could quit, as I told you, forever, which, as you well know, is somewhere between 20 minutes and about 8 weeks. That's forever, right? Okay. The earth people are very confused about this forever thing. That goes for a long time for them. And so I could quit, but I couldn't get unthirsty. The day was coming when I was going to get thirsty. I'm going to get fired. I'm going to get her. The Redskins are going to play the Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Something is going to happen, and I'm going to get thirsty again. And so if I'm going to stay, they're saying one day at a time, and I've been listening to that for 20 years, and I believe them. But what they really mean is one day at a time in a row. That's what they mean. All right, they're leaving that out, but that's what they mean. So I see that now. If I'm going to do one day at a time in a row, they're going to have to render me unthirsty. Page 60. For me, the most powerful promise in the text. 12. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. Doesn't say a result, it says the. That means one. My experience is that spiritually awakened people do not drink beverage alcohol, and they don't ever get thirsty. They don't ever get thirsty. Alcohol was my answer. It wasn't my problem. If I'm going to lay down that answer, I need a new answer. I need a new psychic change. And the 12th step tells me that the way I get it is by doing the other 11. That's what we're about. I've got 7:50 on my watch. I'm not kidding. We're going to take a 10-minute break and kick it back up again. Please. 7 straight up. Yeah, we're going to.
Bob, I'm still an alcoholic. I had a couple comments about the prayer at the beginning of the meeting. Help me to set aside everything I think I know. There's an old Buddhist proverb about the wisdom of knowing the most important thing you'll ever know is that you don't know. And it's a story about this little old Chinese farmer who is very poor, and he lives on this meager piece of land that is not even his. It's owned by a lord, and he's allowed to live there and grow crops, but he has to tithe a large portion of his crops to this lord in order to live there. And he lives there with his only son, and he only owns one thing in the whole world, one possession. It's a horse. And one day that horse runs off, and his friends and neighbors and family come over to console him, to tell him how horrible it is that his estate ran off. And he just shrugs his shoulders and says, I don't know if it's horrible. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. And they look at him like he's crazy. A couple days later, the horse returns, and it's leading a whole herd of wild horses. Now they come running over to congratulate him. He's the richest man in the valley. This is great. This is wonderful. And he shrugs his shoulders and says, I don't know if it's great. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. They look at him like, what a nutcase. You're now the richest. You don't even think that's good. A couple days later, his only son is trying to break one of the wild horses, and he's thrown, and he's crippled, and he can't walk, and he can't work. And his neighbors and friends come rushing over to console him, to tell him how awful this is. And he shrugs his shoulders and says, I don't know if it's awful. Maybe it is, and maybe it isn't. And they think, how cold, it's your only son. And he just keeps saying, I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. And a few days later, the Chinese army comes through the valley to force all the young men to go and fight in a battle where none of them would survive, and they couldn't take the son. See, the little old man knew the most important thing he'd ever know is that he doesn't know. How many times do I prevent myself from moving on to something new because of the stuff I think I already know? It sometimes is the worst baggage in my life. I'm the kind of guy that I'll grab something that works and I'll beat it to death. And I can't learn anything new. And my big prayer is that God keeps me open. And I'm able to set aside everything that, and for any new experience that He would put down the pike for me. Because it's all good in the realm of the Spirit, really. Scott touched on a page that I think is very important in this dynamic of powerlessness that we're talking about. On page 24, he talked about the paragraph that's in italics. And it says something very interesting here. It's a dynamic that really is what makes me a guy who relapses continually. I'm the guy that when I honestly want to, I can't quit entirely. And I mean entirely. I can't quit entirely. I can quit alcohol for periods of time if you keep me properly and deeply medicated, but I can't quit entirely. I can't. And once I start, I can't stop. And this dynamic is part of the thing of relapse. It says the fact is that most alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, have lost the power of choice in drink. Our so-called willpower becomes practically non-existent. And then check this out. It says that we are unable at certain times to bring into our consciousness with sufficient force the memory of the suffering and humiliation of even a week or a month ago. We were without defense against the first drink. If I can't bring it into my mind as a deterrent with any force of the suffering of a week or a month ago, how am I going to do it for 25 years? I can't. And I think what this is, it's a dynamic that's very similar to what women go through with childbirth. I think if experientially, if you could bring back the pain of the childbirth and really relive it, you'd never do that again. You'd never do that. But what happens is it's the same thing with drinking. I can remember the pain intellectually, but the intellectual memory has no force. It has no depth and weight. And as time goes on, it seems vaguer and hazier. And the further I get away from the last drink, the more like smoke the memory is. I can remember the incidences intellectually, but I can't. There's no emotional impact behind them after a while. Now, at the same time that's going on, as the memory becomes vaguer and hazier, what Silkworth talks about is becoming more and more pronounced within me. I put down the last drink and I enter into a state of abstinence, and the further I am away from the last drink, the more restless, the more irritable, the more discontented I become. And if you don't know what that means, restless means I have an inability to feel settled anywhere. Do you ever watch a dog circling a room trying to find a spot to lay down? I'm a dog that can't find its spot. Just an aim, like it's over here and I go over there and that ain't it. And then I go over here and that ain't it either. I don't know where it is, but it ain't here. You know what I mean? It's just a restlessness, irritable. I'm the kind of guy, I quit drinking and I just notice acutely what's wrong with everybody. And I want to tell them because they need to know. And if you're like that for a while, it's a lonely business being sober. Because people irritate me. They rub me the wrong way. I just become painfully aware of how you're not doing it right. And I'm chronically malcontent. He says discontented. No matter what I bring into my life, the shine of it wears off so quickly. Scott was going through the thing about the questions about the bicycle and all. Did it make you happy? And I'm the case of the when I's. I'm not happy, but when I get the promotion, when I get married, when I have kids, when I buy a house, when I get divorced, when I get rid of the kids, it's always something that ain't now, right? It's always when I will be happy. And then when I get to the thing for some reason, I have an inability to have any substance with that experience. The shine of stuff wears off so quickly for me. And it doesn't seem to be that way for other people. My parents lived in a house. They bought a house and they lived in that house for almost 35, 40 years. And they were just as grateful for that house 30 years later as the day they bought it. I'd have been 2 weeks, it would have been the wrong house for me. You know what I mean? I just that way. It's just something about me. Stuff doesn't continue to ring my bell. Because I think what happens to me, and I didn't get this until I was talking to a guy that I was sponsoring. He said something and all of a sudden the light went on. I think without ever realizing it, whatever I bring to me to make me whole, to make me satisfied and happy, on some subconscious level, I will compare what it feels like to have this job, this relationship, this house to what it felt like to have 5 shots of tequila. Now I don't want the job no more. Now everything lets me down against that. It doesn't really do for me what that had done for me at one time. So what happens is I enter into a state of abstinence because I've been pummeled by alcoholism and I've been broken by this disease and I get it and I got to quit and I'm determined not to drink. Every time I came back into Alcoholics Anonymous, for years I thought the problem was I hadn't made up my mind enough. I hadn't made up my mind enough. I wasn't that just don't drink no matter what thing. I didn't have that going on strong enough. And the truth is that I don't have the power to just, I always drink no matter what. I don't have the power. Lack of power is my dilemma. And what happens is I put down the last drink and I come into a state of abstinence and I'm licking my wounds. And because it's fresh, the memory of the suffering, humiliation has a lot of depth and weight in the beginning. Because the memory hasn't, the emotions behind the memory haven't become vague yet. So it has a lot of impact. We all know what it's like to be 2 days sober and, I'll never do this again. We all get that. We all been there. And if my abstinence hung on a balanced scale, when I first get sober, the memory of the pain and humiliation has a lot of depth and weight. And it would weigh that balanced scale down. Now, on the other side are some feelings of restless, irritable, discontent, low-level depression, but really nothing as yet compared to this, man. I don't know if I'm homeless. I don't know what's going to happen. It's awful, awful. But as time goes on, one of the 2 things start to happen is the further I get away from the last drink, the vaguer and the hazier the memory of the pain is. And this gets lighter and lighter. And the more pronounced the feelings of restless, irritable, and discontent. Because I'm sober now. And I'm working hard. And nobody gets the sacrifices I make. And nobody realizes how they're not doing it right. And am I the only one here that does it right? And can't people understand? And it's like a pressure cooker building up. The more restless, irritable, and then the scales start to tip. And when you get a guy right about here, hasn't completely tipped yet, but it's going. You can put that guy on a lie detector and say to him, as I've seen guys right before they drink again, and say to them, do you know you're an alcoholic? You ever think you're going to drink again? And they will swear, I'm never going to touch that stuff again. And they won't. According to them at that moment, it'll say they're telling the truth. And then 3 days later, it tipped a little bit more. And the insanity of the first drink comes into play when all of a sudden, the emptiness and vacancy in here much outweighs the knowledge of how I shouldn't do this. And all of a sudden, it seems like a good idea again. And at that time, guys like me drink again. And that is a dynamic that I experienced for 7.5 years as a relapser around Alcoholics Anonymous from 1971 to 1978 when I finally got sober. I did that over and over and over again. Over and over again to the point of trying to commit suicide at the very end because I couldn't take it no more. That brings us to page 30, the beginning of More About Alcoholism. And some of you are probably sitting here and thinking, no more about alcoholism. Enough. All right. You've bludgeoned me into admitting I'm an alcoholic. Well, the book spends a lot of time on this. It says most of us have been unwilling to admit we were real alcoholics. Isn't that weird? That's really so true. If you were to poll 1,000 members of Alcoholics Anonymous sober over 5 years, they would unanimously agree on 3 propositions. One is that they would be able to look back in their life to a time now that they can see, man, when I was 22 years old, I was definitely an alcoholic. And yet, when I was 22 years old, I would have sworn to you I wasn't and believed it. The second thing they would unanimously agree on is that for some reason they've gone to great lengths to keep from getting to that admission and keep from coming to AA. I mean, look at the stuff we try instead of coming to AA. I mean, we are the backbone of the self-help industry. I mean, we're the guys that buy the books, that go to the seminars, that sit in the sweat lodges, that Just we do it all. We're the backbone of that. We frantically, obsessively trying to fix ourselves so we don't have to go to AA. And the third thing that we would unanimously agree on is that this is the best thing that ever happened to us. Isn't that crazy? That most of us don't want to admit the thing that will change our life the most, and we don't want to come to the place that will change our life for the best. And then every one of us, after you're here for a few years and you work the steps, you always say this. We all say the same thing. God, I wish I'd have done this years ago. But if you'd have watched my feet years ago, I was digging in. You can't get me to do it. Because I don't know what's good for me. I can't manage my own life. No person likes to think he is bodily and mentally different from his fellows. I am bodily and mentally different. We talked about the phenomenon of craving. I will always have that. I spend a lot of time in the trenches. I have a lot of commitments in institutions on Skid Row, in the Mission and in the detox in the county jail. And I see on a regular basis guys sober. There's not a week that goes by I don't see somebody over 10 years sobriety that drank again. Not a week. And I'll tell you, that phenomenon of craving doesn't matter if you're 50 years sober, it waits for you. You can't get spiritual enough to not have that. You can't. It's just but yet the funny thing about AA is we don't spend any time directly assaulting the drink. What we do is, Scott talked about it a little bit, we treat the spiritual malady, and as we become more whole, it never occurs to us to drink. Right? We attacked alcoholism from the flank. One of my favorite speakers used to say, I just kept quitting drinking, and every time I quit drinking, I would end up going on the worst drunk I was ever on. And he said, this quitting drinking is killing me. Right? And that's how successful we are quitting drinking. We're bodily different, and we're mentally different. And I know that in step 10 it says that sanity will have returned and all that stuff. But I'll tell you something. I'm sober almost just about 26 and a half years. And I am suspect of my own perception and my own thinking. That's why I got a sponsor. You get me afraid or anxious. My view of reality is not to be trusted. Really. And I think it's the greatest thing I know is that I'm like that. Because then I can protect me from me. Right? We all know about people like Jim Jones and people who grow away, that think they're unto themselves the answer, with them and God alone. I know that I'm suspect of my own perception and I can't trust it. And I don't think like normal people, really. You get me afraid. I make leaps in logic normal people never make. I don't get headaches. I get brain tumors. I go, right? How many people in this room have ever been convinced over more than 5 times they had cancer that they didn't have? Anybody want to? Yeah, right. I used to have this going joke with my doctor. I had this doctor that was in AA for a number of years, and he used to come in. I'd come in for a physical, or I'd have the flu or something. He'd say, "What's wrong?" Well, it looks like the flu, but I think it's a brain tumor making me imagine I have the flu. And he'd laugh about that. And then one time I went in for a physical, and he wasn't there, and his partner was there. And his partner said, "What do you think's wrong with you?" I think it's a brain tumor again. And he says, "Really?" He got all excited. I said, No, I'm just kidding. Well, why would you say that? Well, I couldn't explain it to him. He didn't see the humor in it. And I just wanted to say, where's that other doctor? I'm bodily and mentally different from my fellows. And I'm glad to know that. I'm glad to know what I got. That this spiritual malady, when I get a little out of sorts, I'm having a spiritual bad hair day, I can't trust my perception. I call my sponsor. I talk to people in Alcoholics Anonymous. I try certain spiritual disciplines because I'm that way. Therefore, it is not surprising that our drinking careers have been characterized by countless vain attempts to prove we could drink like other people. The idea that somehow, someday, he will control and enjoy his drinking is the great obsession of every abnormal drinker. The persistence of this illusion is astonishing. Many of us pursue it to the gates of insanity or death. The idea that under the right set of circumstances, if I was ever in enough emotional pain, if I ever really got my life to, if under the right set of circumstances that I once again could enjoy, could reap the ease and comfort, the sense of, the feeling of connectedness to people, everything that I once reaped in alcohol, I could jumpstart the party, and I can do it with enough control to keep the damage down to something I can live with. And I'll tell you, as long as I was a victim of that illusion, I never could get all the way in here because I didn't have to. I had a back door out of Alcoholics Anonymous that if abstinence ever got uncomfortable enough, I can go drink something or take something, or I can go scratch that itch and get away with it. And as long as I had that back door, I'm not a tough guy. I don't tough it out. When my emotions start putting the screws to me, I take the back door, right? And I always take the back door. I'm not a tough guy. I'll put it off for a while. I'll get like a mule in a hailstorm, and I'll hunker down and take it for a little bit. But eventually, I'm going for the relief. Because that's what self-obsessed, self-centered, self-focused people do that are always taking their emotional pulse and obsessed with how they feel. So I always do that. And I drink again. And I drink again because I have a back door out of Alcoholics Anonymous. And then it goes on to say, we learned that we had to fully concede to our innermost selves that we were real alcoholics. That we were alcoholics. This is the first step in recovery. I like that better than chapter 5, where it says we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, separate thought that our lives had become unmanageable. Fully concede to my innermost self. There's a big difference between fully conceding to my innermost self, that place right in here where there's no chatter, that's not cognizant, where you just know, you accept. There's a big difference between that and admitting. You put me in a treatment center, in a group setting where there's counselors looking at me, I'll admit just about anything for your approval. It doesn't mean I fully conceded to my innermost self. And I can even sell myself the own bill of goods that it's probably true on some intellectual level. But that is a big difference between that and fully conceding to my innermost self. And you know how you can tell the difference? Watch my feet. When I got out of the treatment center, I didn't act like someone who really bought that I was powerless and couldn't manage my own life. I started attacking life like a guy who could. So my feet made a liar out of me every time. I could say the words, oh yeah, I'm powerless over alcohol, my life's unmanageable, and then I would proceed to live like I didn't believe any of that. And then this next delusion is really what takes a lot of guys out that have long-term sobriety. It says the delusion that we are like other people. People who don't have alcoholism. I think that's what they mean. The delusion that we are like other people, or presently maybe like other people, has to be smashed. And I don't know what it is about us, this obsession to not have what we have. This idea that it's like it's alcoholism, not alcoholism, as if I can outgrow this, as if I can hone myself into such a state of spiritual perfection. I'm no longer alcoholic. I no longer need a sponsor. I no longer need to help newcomers. I no longer need commitments and meetings. I no longer need God's grace. I no longer need to clean house, to be transparent. As if after a period of time, none of that applies to me like it did when I was new. And I watch this dance of death, this walk of death. I've watched it for over 20. I watched it in myself for several years, and then over 26 years since I've been sober. Guys that come out of detox, and I've sponsored some of them. And on a scale of 1 to 10 of willing and acting like they were really powerless, they would get a 10. And then 3 years later, they got a job and a relationship, and they're feeling really good. And their life is shoring up a little bit. And it's easy to start to get a feeling like there really isn't as much of a problem here as there was in the beginning. And then at 7 or 8 years, maybe they're down to never calling their sponsor, or calling occasionally and going to 1 or 2 meetings a week. And they don't have time to work with newcomers. And God has become, their conscious relationship with God has become an unconscious relationship. It's theoretical, it's hypothetical now. It's there, but there's no presence in their life. And there's no relationship with their sponsor. And then it's maybe 8 or 10 years or 15 years, they eventually pick up a drink again. And you hear them in detox, and they say the most bizarre things you've ever heard. There was a guy, one of the funniest ones was a guy who's 17 years sober, and he drank again, and he's in detox, and he wants to share. Because the disease progresses while you're sober, and the thing that progresses the most is the ego. So he's in detox, and he wants to straighten out the people from the outside that came in, right? He wants to explain it to them and everything, right? He's become the I know guy. So he wants to share, and he says it. He goes on with all this nonsense, and then he says the funniest thing he's ever said. He said, and I don't know why I drank again. I had a house that was worth $200,000. I had 2 new cars in the garage that were paid for, a wife and kids that adored me, and a great job. I don't know why I drink again. As if all of that crap was a treatment for alcoholism. I wanted to smack him, right? If you had a diabetic that went into a diabetic coma and came out of it and said, I don't know why I went into a diabetic coma. I had a new car. I mean, right? You'd go, what? What are you, a nutcase? And this guy was serious. As if he shouldn't have drank again because he had everything he wanted in life. Right? That's crazy. If that were the case, then rich people would never have a problem with alcoholism. They'd never, right? That's nuts. The delusion that we are like other people, or presently maybe, has to be smashed. It has to be smashed. The only way I thank God for I have a hard sponsor. And I have guys that I sponsor, and I have accountability to both of them. And if I start acting like a guy who doesn't think he has as much alcoholism as I used to, man, I got it coming at me from both directions. I got the guys I sponsor and say, what's with you? Why weren't you at your commitment down in Skid Row? Why aren't you over here? Why aren't you doing? And then I got my sponsor that I have to hide it from because he'll do the same thing to me, right? The delusion that we're like other people has to be smashed. We alcoholics are men and women who have lost the ability to control our drinking. We know that no real alcoholic ever recovers control. All of us felt at times we're regaining control, but such intervals, usually brief, were inevitably followed by still less control, which led in time to pitiful and incomprehensible demoralization. We are convinced to a man that alcoholics of our type, and Bill uses this phrase throughout the whole book, alcoholics of our type. This book was written for chronic alcoholism. It's written for the people who relapse again. It's not written for the problem drinkers who, when you quit drinking, your problem's over. It's written for the chronic alcoholics. Alcoholics of our type are in the grip. Quit drinking, your problem's over. It's written for the chronic alcoholics. Alcoholics of our type are in the grip of a progressive illness. Over any considerable period, we get worse, never better. Any considerable period, drunk or sober. We are like men who have lost their legs. They never grow new ones. Neither does there appear to be any kind of treatment which will make alcoholics of our kind like other men. We have tried every imaginable remedy. Boy, we have too. I mean, we have tried some stuff. It's just bizarre stuff. I was a couple of years ago. This guy was in a meeting. People were talking about different ways to get over hangovers and not to straighten their life out. This guy was talking about coffee enemas. I thought, jeez. I mean, who thinks this stuff up? I mean, it didn't work. He's a newcomer. I mean, you know. And then it's the last sentence in this paragraph says something in it. It says, science may one day accomplish this, but it hasn't done so yet. And you know something? I wish they would stop trying. I've been around. I remember the Rand report. I've been through probably 50 things over the years that have come out that were going to fix us, that didn't fix us. The Rand report, the Rand Corporation spent millions of dollars on this project to prove they could turn alcoholics into social drinkers. And it worked while they were in a controlled situation. A couple of years later, they had to go back and publish this thing that really didn't work. Those guys, a lot of those guys were dead or in institutions, or a couple of them were in AA. Then there's the Raleigh Hills and the Keeley Cure. We went through that. We're as if throwing up's going to make me quit drinking. I mean, I can walk down the street, throw up, and never hit my shoes, and just that's just something you adjust to. I remember the 70s when this will sound bizarre in today's light, but I tell you, it wasn't so bizarre. When if you took a physician's desk reference from the early 70s and you looked up Valium or Librium, it would say things like they're non-addictive. The doctors recommended them uniformly across the country for people who had alcoholism that were trying to quit drinking, as if alcoholism's a Valium deficiency or something, right? We've tried everything, and they're never going to come out with a pill. Let's indulge them. Let's have a little fantasy. Okay, let's say science comes out with a pill that's going to take a guy like me and make me into a social drinker. The first thing I'm going to think about was, well, how social could I get? I mean, if one pill would do that, God, what would happen if I took 3 or 4? I mean, there'd be guys in this room that'd be snorting them and smoking them and shooting them, and because the people who think that don't get it. We don't want to be like social drinkers. We would like to have the consequences of social drinkers. But I don't really and never would want to be the guy who works hard all day, goes to a bar, has just 2 beers and goes home and cuts the grass. I don't want to be that guy. I'm the guy who has 2 beers, gets a gallon of tequila and heads for Tijuana. I mean, that's my nature. Scott?
Oh, yeah, isn't that great? Whew. I am so glad this isn't a contest. I'll tell you right now. He reminded me, a lady friend in my home group says, one of these days some idiot's going to invent a pill that'll make you normal. And I'm going to take a whole bottle of them. I'm going to be extremely normal. He also reminded me of a couple other cute things I've heard here and there. The first rule of holes: when you're in one, stop digging. And the first rule of cavalry: when the horse is dead, dismount. These are hard concepts for us. I try to give it, take them in small bites. I was talking about the things that I got here knowing for sure that turned out to be incorrect. And I was suffering from what I like to call the John Wayne syndrome. And it was at about age 11, I got this mental image of what a man was. And I pretended to be that for the next 30 years. And I'll encapsulate it for you. It was big boys don't cry, never apologize. It's a sign of weakness. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Never let them see your weaknesses. Never ask a stupid question. Get what you want. It'll make you happy. Never give up. Never surrender, no matter what. Sound familiar? That's the act I was doing when I got here. Thinking that's what a man was. And knowing that I was insufficient. So I was pretending to be that. And it has been my experience that stuff was the exact opposite of what real men are. Real men say they don't know. They're not afraid of what they don't know. They're not afraid to ask for help. I've learned to cry since I've been here. I had to be coached. There was a fellow in my home group that was crying at almost every meeting. And at a year sober, I asked him about it. I said, tell me about the tears. And he said, oh, somebody says something beautiful and it touches my heart in a wonderful way, and I just weep and it feels so good. And I said, Tony, I can't cry. And he said, I will teach you. And he did. It took a year. And it is one of my great pleasures to teach people to cry. If you would like to learn, I typed it up. I brought them. And because it's my belief, now this is the red flags warnings, all right? This is not in the text. This is my belief. It's my belief that I'm mind, body, and spirit. We've had the experience of the mind and the body running the show. Qualified me to sit in closed meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous and most of the other 12-step fellowships you've ever heard of. Can't afford the price of the mind and body running the show anymore. And I believe my spirit communicates with my body and my mind through my emotions. So I can't afford to block the channel. That's how it is for me. And so if you'd like to learn to cry, see me later. I'll be glad to show you. So I had to learn to lay down the act. That's very difficult to do when the only thing I know is that I'm no good. Well, here's a piece of the great truth if you happen to be new and you haven't touched this one yet. The God of forever, the one that invented the galaxies and the stars and the duck-billed platypus, okay, was not in the middle of a long losing streak having a real bad day. When he came up with me or any of you, it did not happen that way. I like to talk about the things I was wrong about. And the idea that I was defective and not as good as everyone else was wrong. And if you've been believing that, you're wrong. It's just not so. It's just not so. There are things about me that needed some work. The fact that I'm working on them makes me healthy. I've got my own definition of healthy. It's somebody who's on the path, facing forward, moving at any speed. Don't care where on the path, doesn't matter. Love to hang out with them. The earth people bore me to death. I mean, they really do. I have no interest. I heard a speaker one time say he'd been picked up at the airport by a total stranger in the 20-minute ride to the Holiday Inn. They were talking about things most people wouldn't tell their priest. And that's who we are. Anyway, I asked, when my sponsor told me I was going to have to do this 12 steps, I wasn't even sure he was serious about that, and especially about 9. And they can't possibly mean that. And so I asked him why I had to do the 12 steps. Now, let me tell you about myself. When I ask why, I'm not actually looking for an answer. What I'm looking for is a fight. I'm hunting for something I can argue with. Give me a why answer, and I'll explain to you where you're confused, you don't have all the pieces, there's something wrong with your argument. And my sponsor did not answer why questions for the men that he sponsored, except for this one, and I don't either. And he said the reason was that Step 1, Section B says you're not in management. Why is a management question. Consequently, all the why questions have the same answer, and the answer is you don't need to know. And I did not like that when I first heard it. And today I just love it. It's one of my cornerstones. Because I always thought it was not knowing that made me crazy. And I was wrong about that. It was needing to know that was making me crazy. It wasn't not knowing. And when I've released my grip on needing to know, I can not know and be okay. And that was kind of, anyway, I asked him why I had to do the 12 steps. I said, it's the only one he ever answered for me. And he said, think of yourself as a garbage can. It's the only easy assignment I guess the man ever gave me. And he said, what we're going to do with these steps is dump you out. Scrub the can and stand it back upright. We're going to fish through your life. Most of it's trash. We're going to throw it away. But portions of it are good, and we'll keep those portions. And he gave 2 examples. And he said, do you love your children? I said, I love my children a lot. He said, great. We'll keep that. And then he got smart. Excuse me. He said, when you go to work, you do a good job? I said, well, yeah. He said, well, we'll keep some of that. When we get finished with these steps, you'll be a large, clean can with just a little good stuff in the bottom. See, our program's kind of like going to the dentist. We've got to drill before we can fill. If we just fill with the good stuff, the poison's still in there. It'll rot. And eventually it'll detonate. And he said the good news is like the dentist, we got Novocaine. We call it home group. We call it fellowship. We call it sponsorship. We call it love. It's not that hard. It's really not. If you're new to Alcoholics Anonymous and the steps look like they're designed to punish you, welcome. That's how they look to us. And we were wrong about that, and you are too. Just not that hard. But and I just, every time he took a breath, I said, why? I won't replay my part, but that's what it was each time. And he said the reason is because eventually that stuff's going to detonate. And he says, really what you are is an escape artist. See, alcohol is not your problem. And it wasn't. Alcohol was my answer. And I told you before, if I'm going to lay down that answer, I need a new answer. I have to be turned into the kind of guy who never gets thirsty. And this story has a very happy ending. My precious daughter, about 10 years ago, fired a pistol into her mouth. And she survived it. And we did too. She's doing fine. Everything is good. You guys were wonderful. If I had not allowed him to coach me through those 12 steps, good chance I would have committed murder within 24 hours of that. And this story wouldn't have the happy ending that it does. But you see, I never got thirsty during that. Never did. I sponsor now 2 men who've had their sons killed. Teenage sons in recovery. Neither one of them ever got thirsty. And One of them says it better than I could, and I have permission to tell any story I tell up here, by the way. And Bob does too. He said it this way. He said, one of these days you'll have to go to the mountain all by yourself. If you haven't done the work out of this book and you can't reach up and take the Master's hand, you won't be able to go. And I believe that. This is page 14. I didn't know I was going to cover this here. We read a lot of promises in the book. Here's one. Last line, page 14. For if an alcoholic failed to perfect and enlarge his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he could not survive the certain trials and low spots ahead. We're here to promise you trials and low spots. Guaranteed right there. It says certain. Hope you get the work done for the next one. Because my sponsor said that's what you need that empty space in that can for, is to store that pain in. The example he gave to me, he said tough stuff happens. He says one of the days something is just going to slam your heart. And when it does, he said, your father's going to die. And on that day, if you don't have that big, clean, empty can, just a little good stuff in the bottom, if you don't have that empty, clean space to store that pain in, while we love you back to spiritual health, you'll escape. That's what you are. You're an escape artist. And the only escapes you know are killing you, and they're devastating everyone around you. And I ran out of why and allowed him to coach me through the 12 steps. I learned later what I was escaping from. It's kind of an interesting observation. On pages 8 and 25, we're not going to them. Bill says that he's catapulted into the fourth dimension, and he says rocketed into the fourth dimension. Albert Einstein said the fourth dimension is time. The dimensions are width, height, depth, and time. And the time I'm rocketed into is right now. I can be present now. That's what I used to escape. I used to escape the right now. I couldn't stand to be here. Couldn't stand to be here. I think one of the most difficult things for me to learn in recovery is not to borrow pain from the past or the future. I think the first 10 steps are about cleaning up my past so there's nothing gaining on me. The last 2 are about embracing the great truth that this loving God holds my future. It is those 2 facts that free me to live one day at a time in this day. If I don't have both of those in place, I can't be here. That's what that's about. And so the time I'm rocketed into is the right now. I can be present, and I've been here all night. I haven't gone anywhere else. You understand what I'm talking about? Yeah. I'll tell you something else I was told early on, just in case you're new and it might be worth something to you. Have you ever had the experience of your eyes are moving across the page and your mind is moving across the universe? I was told if I would read out loud, it would stop that. And it does. And I just pass it on in case you can use it. It's been important to me. We talk a lot about acceptance, too, and this was a beautiful gift for me, and I'm just going to share it for no reason at all, except I thought of it. Wow. Acceptance doesn't have to include approval. Acceptance is when I quit on a gut level, on a heart level, fighting something over which I have no power. I only get a certain amount of spiritual energy on any given day. And if I'm squandering it on things that I have no power over, I probably won't have sufficient quantities left to handle what is truly my assignment for this day. So I have to be careful that I have acceptance where I need it. Let's go to page 52. I love to do this one in the jail because we do this one as a audience response one in the jail. Paragraph begins, we had to ask ourselves why we shouldn't apply to our human problems the same readiness to change our point of view. It says we were having trouble with personal relationships. Anybody get that? Couldn't control our emotional natures? Yeah. Prey to misery and depression? Had some of that? Couldn't make a living? That's fun with the guys in the jail. They get that one. We had a feeling of uselessness. We're full of fear. We were unhappy. Couldn't seem to be a real help to other people. You had some of that? Okay. Keep your hand on page 52. Don't lose this one. And let's skip to 83. At my home group, we do this as a choral reading. It actually, in my part of the world, the 9-step promises are read in most meetings as part of the opening. And one day, nobody had a book and nobody had a copy. And somebody said, I bet we can do them together. And we knew them, and we still do it that way, although most of us bring our books to class now. That might be kind of fun. Let's try that. I'm going to ask you to, and we do them with enthusiasm because we believe this. All right? Let's do them together. Bottom of page 83 begins with, if we are painstaking about this phase of our development, we will be amazed before we are halfway through. Lightly now. We are going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. We will not regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it. We will comprehend the word serenity, and we will know peace. No matter how far down the scale we have gone, we will see how our experience can benefit others. That feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. We will lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in our fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. Our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave us. We will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. We will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we could not do for ourselves. Are these extravagant promises? We think not. They are being fulfilled among us, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. They will always materialize if we work for them. Okay, you still got page 52? Yeah. And live some of that. Like to live what's on 83 and 84? Then do this. What lies between not learn it, not understand it, not believe it, not interpret it, but do it. What my sponsor said is meet the conditions. It's not all of the program, but that's the heart. That's how I got from living the description on page 52 to living what's on 83 and 84. Powerful stuff. Powerful. See, I got here wanting to work the promises and hope the steps came true. Did you do that when you were new? Kind of pretend you were living that because you thought that was what you're supposed to do? That's not it. I really forgive the soapbox. This fake it till you make it thing makes me want to throw up. I've faked it long enough. We're going to talk about a different concept later, and that's act as if. It's a whole different thing. This is one I love a lot, too. Page 35. Can you do this one with me, Bob? You know what I'm going to do here? Great question, top of page 35. What sort of thinking dominates an alcoholic who repeats time after time the desperate experiment of the first drink? So that's the question. All right? The answer is at the top of page 36, where it says, we ask him to tell us exactly how it happened. This is his story. That would be different from this is what happened. Right? Remember that? What your story was wasn't maybe always exactly what happened. Okay. He says, I came to work on Tuesday morning.
Or was he Monday?
Well, now, wait a minute. Monday, well, I had the flu on Monday. Okay. I remember I felt irritated I had to be a salesman for a concern I once owned.
I bet. That sounds like a resentment to me.
You don't think irritated strong enough on that? How about twisted out of shape, bent over? Okay. I had a few words with the boss, nothing serious.
Yeah, well.
Are you inferring that words with the boss are always serious? Huh? You see the thinking we're dealing with here? I think that's fantastic. And then, down in squiggly writing further down the page, suddenly the thought crossed my mind that if I were to put an ounce of whiskey in my milk, it couldn't hurt me on a full stomach. That is the exact same thinking as words with the boss, nothing serious. All right? That's why I need a sponsor. Because I need somebody to hear what's going on in here so that I don't do it. Somebody at my home group told me one time, I think it's really important. I've been reading 2 pages a day in the big book for a lot of years. I haven't tried to memorize the book, but I just know where a lot of stuff is now. That's the 1 day at a time concept applied to reading the big book. 2 pages a day, that's all. I read the book 4 times a year like that. And but somebody at my home group said, do you know the difference between a good habit and a bad habit? I said, no. They said, good habits are easy to break. I think that might be right. Yeah. We've been talking a lot about step 1, and I'm going to wrap up a little something on that. Step 1, here we go, page 59, I think. We admitted we were powerless over alcohol, therefore our lives had become unmanageable, is what I saw for the first pretty good while that I was in here. On close examination, I have discovered that the word therefore does not appear in the first step. The reason I was confused about that is on June 27th, 1984, which is the day of my most recent drink, the fact that I was powerless over alcohol and the fact that my life was a disaster were related. January 21st, 2005, the fact that I am powerless over alcohol, my life is unmanageable, are unrelated. The dash is English punctuation, which separates two separate thoughts, which Bob mentioned earlier. This may not mean anything to you. For me, it's one of the most important concepts I ever got. I don't find a place in this book after that page that says, congratulations, now having achieved this high spiritual plane, your life is now manageable. The tank's full, the keys are in it, go get... Somebody shout out the page number. Where is that? I can't find it. I do find several places that promise sanity. And part of my sanity is that I have fired me as general manager of my own life based on my performance. And a good manager would have fired me decades ago. Yeah. And this morning, I invited God in to run my life. Not as the 12 and 12 says, as a Bush League pitch hitter to give me a little help and get me out of this and I'll never do it again. I used to pray, I call them the pre-AA prayers. They were, help me pass this test I didn't study for. Don't let her be pregnant. Well, they recognized that one, didn't they? And get me out of this and I'll never do it again, and I really mean it this time. Right. And what I was doing in those days, if you'll think about it, is I was trying to make Him my God. What you're teaching me here is how to make me His man. I had it backwards. I had so many things backwards. I treat my God like He's a gentleman. A gentleman won't go where he's not invited. He won't stay where he's not made welcome. And each morning I invite him into my life as God to run this life. I learned this from a guy I sponsor about 3 months ago. And I say, God, you've given me another day. I'd like to give it back to you. And anything you want today suits me fine. Let's do it your way today. Help me just be of service. And I always ask him to help me treasure my wife. And that's about it. And then I lay out my plans for the day. Let me tell you something. Let me give you the warning that comes with that. If you've got things you really want to do that day, don't pray that prayer. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to start at 9 o'clock straight up. Bob Darrell, I'm an alcoholic. Okay. We're powerless. We're dying. What brings a self-willed, opinionated guy like me to my knees that I would come into Alcoholics Anonymous and be able to listen to you? Because I fit the old adage, you can always tell an alcoholic, but you can't tell him much. You know, I'm that guy. I'm the guy who I come into your meetings forced to come here and I can't shut this off. I can't stop picking you apart and you can't tell me nothing, and I'm that guy. How does a guy like me surrender, get broken enough that I can actually come here and do what you do and listen to you and what has to happen to me to put myself aside long enough to get a foothold in here? 1977, I ended up in a county jail. And I was facing a couple years in a state penitentiary for a hit-and-run DUI and a stolen car. They gave me a phone call, and there wasn't a person on the face of the earth to call. I was totally alone. I can't even put into words what that feels like to know that your life, you've destroyed your life and there's no one to turn to. And I went to a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous in that county jail, as I'd gone to meetings and institutions for years. And I'm sitting there, and I'm not there for recovery, really. Honestly, I'm there for tailor-made cigarettes. Because all they gave me was a thing of Bull Durham and some paper, right? And also, I knew people in AA had some influence, and some of them had a lot of money. Maybe I could shoot a little angle. You always got angles if you're like me. You know, get some guy to get a judge or put the bail or something, you know. And I'm sitting there, and here comes this guy, Woody. And I knew Woody. Woody used to bring the meetings into the detox I was in. Woody brought meetings into the halfway house I was in. Woody was one of those kind of members of AA that I judged harshly. Woody was one of those kind of guys that even on a good day, when things are kind of clicking a little bit, I can kind of tolerate Woody. This is not a good day. This is a bad day for me. And here comes Woody. He's one of those do-gooders in AA. The thing that I think bothered me the most about Woody is Woody was happy and sober. I know happy, I know sober, I don't know, and I don't get happy and sober. My Alcoholics Anonymous for years as a slipper had good news and bad news. The good news that maybe if I
went to thousands of these stupid meetings. I'll stay sober the rest of my life. And the bad news is I'm going to live a long time. Because I can't imagine life without alcohol. And here comes Woody, and I have started apologizing to him for letting all the people in AA down. And I asked him if he could help me, do you have a judge or help me get out on bail? And I told him about my little plans. I'm going to get out of here and I'll get in a good halfway house, not like that one that took advantage of me. I'll get in a good one, and I'm going to get some of that government voc rehab money that I heard about that's good for alcoholics. And I'm going to go to college, and maybe I'll be a doctor or a lawyer, or I'll be something. And Woody's looking at me, and then it's like I'm missing something. And I'm going to go to your meetings and work your stairs too. I'll do all that stuff. And Woody looks me right in the eye in my broken state and says, "Kid, who are you trying to kid? You're not going to stay sober. You haven't hit a bottom. You haven't surrendered, kid. Who are you kidding?" Now, I didn't say nothing to him because I don't do well with confrontation sober. But I'm screaming. Do you ever just sit and think at people? And I'm thinking at him, and I'm thinking, like, who are you to tell me that? That's the most negative thing I've ever heard. I don't need that. I need positive reinforcement here. I don't need this negativity. What do you mean haven't hit a bottom? You don't know nothing about me. You with your Cadillac and your big house and your wife and kids and fancy job. You don't know nothing about me living on the streets. You don't know nothing about me. Surrender. I sat there in that meeting and I was screaming at him in my head, surrender. What's he mean surrender? Surrender what? There's nothing left of me. 2 years ago, I had a relationship and a job, and I had a stuff going on. I could have had some stuff to give up. I don't got nothing left. What's he talking about? And I never did say nothing to him, and I sat there that whole night, and I couldn't sleep, and I sat in my bunk in my cell, and I just running the scenarios through my head of what I should have said to Woody, and then what he'd have said, and then what I'd have said, and then what he'd have said, and then I would have hit him with the big one, and he'd have been humbled at how wrong he was, And I didn't know that I was going to go on one more run after that, and I would come off that run, and I would know something at depth that Woody was right, that I hadn't surrendered. I hadn't surrendered the one thing that a guy like me has to give up, or I will die of alcoholism. And it's not the house, and it's not the job, and it's none of that stuff. I have to give up my self-reliance. See, I'm the guy who I go on a run, and alcoholism will strip me to the bone, and I'll just burn my life to the ground. And then I'll get back in Alcoholics Anonymous, and the first thing I get back is my opinion. And I start the judgments and the big I am that listens to nothing except myself. And Woody looked at me, and he knew I wasn't surrendered, because surrendered as I've looked at hundreds of guys over the years in institutions, and I know, because I listened to their little plans and designs, and I realized the same thing that Woody realized when he was looking at me. What Woody saw was a guy that was dying of alcoholism, insisting on being at the helm of his own ship, even though he kept burning it down over and over again, and I couldn't stop it. And he knew I didn't have a shot as long as I was in control of my life. And what brings a guy like me to this point of surrender? There's the big illusion that I function under is there's going to be some ultimate bottom. Like a bottom that'll be so horrendous and so horrible, it'll snap me into abstinence and I'll never drink again. And I don't think there is such a thing. Matter of fact, I see a lot of us go right past the worst bottoms you can think of. We die on the streets. We drink ourselves into oblivion and almost in a coma and throw up while we're passed out, and we drown in our own vomit, or we hang ourselves, or all that stuff. What brings a guy like me to a point of surrender? And it talks about this place on the bottom of page 151 and 152. This is really what brought me to AA and what got me in the door here. If this hadn't happened to me, I'd have never, ever been able to come to you. It says, now and then a serious drinker being dry at the moment says, I don't miss it at all, feel better, work better, having a better time. As ex-problem drinkers, we smile at such a sally. We know our friend is like a boy whistling in the dark to keep up his spirits. He fools himself. Inwardly, secretly, I would give anything to take a half dozen drinks and get that ease and comfort and get away with it. I'd have given anything to get away with it. And it says, I will presently try the old game again. Why? Because I'm not happy about my sobriety, really. I can give you all the work better, feel better, having a better time. I can go to meetings and recite a litany of things I'm grateful for. I'm grateful I don't have leprosy. I'm grateful I'm not in jail. And it means nothing to me, really. It's just the running of my mouth that I do when I want your approval. Secretly inside myself, I got a hole you could drive a Mack truck through. And I don't know what's wrong with me. And I sit in meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous dying of that loneliness, that feeling it's all of you and then there's me. And I don't know what's wrong with me. And I would give anything to take a half dozen drinks and get away with it, because it's the only thing I ever knew that when I felt like this would give me some relief. It's the only thing I ever knew. And it says, I'll presently try the old game again, and I did, because I'm not happy about my sobriety. And then it says, I cannot picture life without alcohol. I really can't, because abstinence feels like I'm doing time. And I drink again so I can come out and play. I drink again so I can be a part of. Alcohol integrates me at one time. Now, it doesn't do that the last couple years. But at one time it did, and it was the only thing I ever knew that ever did that, really. That ever did what I scratched the itch that I needed to have scratched. It was the only thing that ever really did for me the thing I hungered to have done. It was the only thing that at one time really was an effective treatment for the real secret spiritual malady of alcoholism. It was the only thing that at one time ever really rang my bell. And now I can't imagine life without it. And then here's exactly what happened to me. This is what brought me into Alcoholics Anonymous, or to a place that I think is the vestibule of AA. It's the entrance. It says, someday he will be unable to imagine life either with alcohol or without it. Then he will know loneliness such as few do. He will be at the jumping off place. If you're brand new and your life is demoralized, and you can't imagine life with it anymore, and you can't imagine life without it, and you kind of wish you were dead, welcome to Alcoholics Anonymous. You have walked into the vestibule of spiritual change. You are stuck. You are without options. When you get to a place where drinking is awful and not drinking is awful, and if you're lucky like I am, and you didn't have enough courage at the end, even though you tried to commit suicide, when you can't drink, and you can't not drink, and you can't kill yourself, I mean, what the hell's left except AA, really? I mean, we are the last house on the block. We'll wish for the end. And that's what brought me to a bridge in 1978. That's on my last drunk. That's what took me out there with a bottle of Richard's Wild Irish Rose, just because I want to stop this. I've entered into a phase of alcoholism that I had been in for a couple years, but was delusional about it. You know what delusion is? Scott talked about it. It's psychotic, wishful thinking. All the evidence is the last many times I've drank, it's been awful. But I don't want it to be awful, so I start to imagine that it's going to be like it was when I was 20 years old, even though it hasn't been that way for a long time. And I imagine it so vividly that I am absolutely convinced it's going to be like that, even though when I start drinking, it ain't like that no more. And I've entered into a state of alcoholism, and I got it, where the party's over, and I knew it. And now I'm not the guy that's drinking and shooting pool and laughing and talking to the girls and having a good time. I've become the guy who sits all by himself if I'm in a bar or if I'm on a park bench with a bottle of wine. And I sit in those bars and those gin joints and I throw down those shots and I feel sorry for myself. And sometimes I grow and crying jags. And I feel so alone and full of self-pity. And I look at the people that are having fun drinking and I resent them and I hate them and I want what they have. And I don't know why I can't be like that, because I was all about that at one time. What happened to the glory days? What happened to the magnificence of the effect I'd once found in alcohol? I can't imagine life without it, and I can't imagine life with it, and I'm stuck. The party's over, and abstinence just doesn't, I can't do this. I can't do abstinence. I can do it for a while. 10 months, a year, maybe. I'm the kind of guy, if I would have had enough money and I was rich enough, maybe I could have maybe abstinence for long term, the rest of my life would have been possible if I would have been rich enough, maybe, to create a non-stop series of self-gratifying events that never stopped. Like a new $80,000 car every 3 days, a new motorcycle every 2 days, a new girlfriend every 4 days, a new house, new vacation. If I could have created a non-stop series of gratification events, maybe I wouldn't have to return to drinking. But I can't do that, and I always get to the point where there's nothing left to throw at the vacancy. There's nothing left to put between me, and there I am. And I drink, because I don't know what else to do, really. And people in AA say, well, do AA. Well, what do you got here for fun? Well, we got these meetings. Got anything else? Well, every once in a while we have an AA dance. You ever been to an AA dance with untreated alcoholism? Oh man, you'll remember right away why you used to drink. I'll tell you, you're standing up against the wall like this. Oh, it's all of them and then there's me. Oh, this is great. Having fun yet? So it was the absolute lack of alternatives and the smashing of the first illusion that someday I'll control and enjoy it, that I'll ever beat this thing, and a lack of alternatives that really brought me here. If I could have killed myself, somebody else would be up here. If I could have learned to beat this thing and not keep relapsing, somebody else would be up here. Or if I could have controlled my drinking and got back to the good old days. But I was absolutely, truthfully, on the square, out of options. And that was what brought me here. When I was new in sobriety, the last couple of years I was a homeless guy, which isn't a prerequisite for alcoholism. There's a lot of homeless guys that are just nuts. I mean, they're an alcoholic. But I was there because I didn't care anymore. At one time I had great stuff, and when it doesn't ring your bell and you know that doesn't help, you get to a point where I don't even care. So you let it all go. And I went down, and you think, the big illusion is you think homelessness is terrible. I'm telling you, there's an amount of relief in it. You know what's really hard? It's when you're trying to still maintain the relationships and the job and put up the front and juggling your alcoholism. That's hell. When you give it all up and you go live in an abandoned building and you're getting free meals on the street, now you can drink the way you've always wanted to drink. It's almost a relief. I'm telling you. It really is almost a relief. And a guy and people in Alcoholics Anonymous gave me clothes when I was new because I had nothing. They gave me cigarettes. They gave me rides to meetings. And a guy one day gave me a box of books. And I wasn't sober very long. And they weren't recovery books. They were just like airplane books. Books you read to kill time. Novels and things like that. And this one book, I started to read it. And there was a part in there that just blew my mind. And it wasn't about alcoholism, but I'll tell you, it gave me more insight into what had happened to me than anything I'd ever heard in AA. And it was a story of these scientists that were doing experiments on the human brain. And they discovered that in the human brain was a part that had a big, long Latin name, but in the book they referred to it as the pleasure center of the brain. It was the part of the brain that allowed you to experience the euphoria from alcohol and also other drugs. It's part of the brain that lets you get high, that the alcohol stimulated. And they discovered this part, and they were going to do some experiments. So they got these laboratory rats, and they would put 2 tiny wire filaments into the pleasure center of the rat's brain, and they would pass a mild, barely detectable electric charge through those wires, just enough to stimulate that pleasure center of the rat's brain, and the rat would get loaded. So what they did is they hooked up the juice to a pedal in the rat's cage, and the rat would learn he could hit that pedal and get high. So the rat would just go over and lay on the pedal. I mean, he doesn't drink water, he doesn't eat, he doesn't nothing. You can parade rats of the opposite sex by him. He says, "Not now, baby, I'm partying." He's just hitting that thing, hit that pedal until he dies, usually of dehydration, because he's not drinking water. So what these scientists did, that part didn't really get me that much, because we all get that. I mean, as I'm telling the story, I can see by some of the glazed eyes in the room, there's some rats here tonight. I mean, we all get that. I mean, hitting the pedal till we die. We all get that. But what really got me is that these rats, or that these scientists would wait till a rat was just about dead, and then they'd turn the juice off. Now the rat would go back and he'd hit the pedal and nothing happens, and he'd hit it again and nothing happens, and again and again and again. Countless vain attempts to recapture the juice, and he'd finally get it once and for all that the party was over. And instead of being able to go back to being a rat, he would curl up in a ball and lay on the floor of the cage to die. Because without the juice, there's nothing to live for. And I'm reading that and I'm weeping, because I know that that's me. That's exactly what happened to me. I didn't come here into Alcoholics Anonymous because I wanted sobriety or spiritual growth. I don't even get that. I don't even understand that. It all sounds like some kind of Hallmark card in a recovery bookstore to me. I don't get it. I came here because I'm that rat. If God would have said to me, "Bob, what do you want?" I'd say, give me the juice. Turn the juice back on. Turn the juice back on for 2 years, you can kill me. But turn the juice back on for 2 years. And I'll tell you, as a lack of alternatives, I came here and I surrendered to this simple program. I got out of a group that had been dying since the beginning days of Alcoholics Anonymous. There may be some in that group in this room today. And maybe you don't even know. I was part of a group of people it talks about in chapter 5. It says those who cannot recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. And I'd been part of that group for 7.5 years and didn't even know it. I wouldn't have thought I was part of that group because I went to a lot of meetings. But I did nothing as a program of recovery. I had no steps in my life, no sponsor, no God's grace, nothing. And in 1978, I got a sponsor and I got a home group, and I started through this process in this book. And to my amazement, I've discovered something that I bet my life on it. I think it is the essence of Alcoholics Anonymous. It's why I have a sponsor, why I go to Skid Row, why I sponsor people, why I try to do step 10, 11, and 12, why I do everything I do here. Is for one reason. It's not to quit drinking, really. You want to quit drinking, punch a cop. You'll quit drinking for a while. Alcoholics Anonymous in my book is designed to do one thing, and it's designed to turn the juice back on. So that I can get in that zone again that I once found in the early days of my drinking, where I was a part of and I was integrated and I came out of myself and I was relieved of the bondage of self, and I could talk to people and I could care about people, and I was concerned and I was funny and I was me. I was me. That's what Alcoholics Anonymous is designed to do, is to put the juice back on so I can be part of that flow in the universe. Did you ever see, what's that great basketball player, Jordan, I think his name is, he'd make those half-court shots and swish in the basket, and the crowd would go crazy, and he'd just go. And one time in an interview, he said, I just get in that zone. He said, that ain't me. Alcohol at one time put me in that zone. Alcoholics Anonymous, when I'm relieved of the bondage of self, and I'm other-centered, and I'm free from the fears and the resentments and the judgments that have driven me, I get in that zone also. That's why I come here. As a friend of mine says, that's the good dope here. Scott.
Page 16. I was thinking about this as Bob was talking. Second paragraph, if you're new, here's a piece of truth you probably haven't suspected yet. There is, however, a vast amount of fun about it all. I am convinced that laughter is the sound effect of recovery. I'm convinced of that. Once we get you laughing, we got you. I mean, when they captured me and put me in treatment, I thought the party was over and I was never going to have any more fun. I was wrong about that. It didn't occur to me I hadn't had any fun yet. I had it wrong. I want to share something with you. A fellow sponsor called me a few weeks ago, and he said I've been obsessing a little bit about this particular situation. He went on for a little while. I think it's kind of interesting, as I note, is when I like to do this for us, we're the only people in the world that will accept the concept obsessing a little bit. So I blew that right by you. That made perfect sense to you. The earthlings go up like rockets when you say stuff like that around them. What? It means nothing to them. And also, if you're new, my sponsor probably saved my life with this one, because I was in the process of removing my own character defects. And that would give you a brain hernia. And I was, what he said was, I'm not responsible for what I think. I am responsible for how long I think it. I can't keep trash from showing up here. But when it gets dirty, I can sweep. Wow. It gave me permission to be human. And it helped me tremendously, and that's why I share it. I missed, when I was doing the descriptions of the alcoholic, I missed one of my favorites on page 23. Thought I might pick it up right now, because I think this one just really rocks it for me. It may not touch you at all. First sentence, paragraph, middle of the page. Once in a while, he may tell the truth. I don't spread it around too thick myself, right? I'm saving it for emergencies. There's a line in a country song I heard one time, said, "You'll never catch me in a lie, but I'll tell you the truth at my own pace." Boy, there it is. That's one of the big changes for me, is actually getting out there and trying to tell the truth. And I want to quote a friend of mine from my home group who reduced what we do here to what she called the 4 ups. Get up, give up, show up, fess up. Isn't that beautiful? Neat stuff. Neat stuff. And I heard this the other day, too, and I loved it. It said, don't let the things that AA brings you take you away from AA. And one more before I get into the sermon. Love this one. For those who may be hiding behind the fact that our steps are just suggested, we have good news and bad news. The good news is you're right, they're only suggested. The bad news is they're the only suggestions we got. Page 45. Lack of power. That was our dilemma. Not lack of management, not lack of getting what I wanted, not lack of figuring it. There's not a chapter figuring it all out. That was pointed out to me. So we had to, I wonder how important that is, we had to find a power by which we could live, and it had to be a power greater than ourselves. Here's the shortest sentence in the book, obviously. Whole sentence right there, one word. Did you get it? Hope that's obvious for you. Where and how are we to find this power? That's exactly what this book is about. Its main object is to enable you to find a power greater than yourself, which will solve your problem. I'd like to make an observation here. I want to observe, I can read that sentence 2 different ways. I happen to think both meanings are correct. Main object to enable me to find a power greater than myself, which will solve my problem. All right. It either says that the finding of that power solves my problem, or it says I find the power and the power solves my problem. It does not say I find the power and then I solve my problem. I like to observe a lot of times what it doesn't say, because sometimes that carries power, because I get confused about that kind of thing. Page 20, another one of those, isn't it important what it doesn't say? About 8 lines down on page 20. If you are an alcoholic who wants to get over it, that's a pretty interesting caveat. Do you want to be over it? Have you had enough? Are you done? You may already be asking, what do I have to do? It is the purpose of this book to answer such questions specifically. We should tell you what we've done. I'd like to observe what it does not say. It does not say, what do I have to know? We'll teach you what we've learned. What I know isn't worth anything. I believe there are people who know this better than I do that are drunk tonight. It doesn't say, what do I have to believe? We'll give you a new religion. If you're new, I don't much care what you believe. If what you believed worked, you probably wouldn't be here. Yeah, not asking you to believe it. It doesn't say, what do I have to understand? Will help you interpret. I don't care if you ever understand this. I had a fellow stop me after me. I knew he'd been watching me. If you're new and you don't have a sponsor and you're looking at somebody in particular thinking about asking them to sponsor you, they know that. This guy had been watching me for a while, and I talked about one of the steps in a meeting. He stopped me after the meeting. He said, this great, profound question. He said, would you help me understand the steps better? And I said, no, absolutely not. I'll help you do them. I don't care if you ever understand them. Because this is not about what I understand. What it says is, what do I have to do? We shall tell you what we've done. And what we have done is surrendered to sponsors who have already done these 12 steps and allowed those sponsors to coach us through the 12 steps and stayed active carrying this message. That's what we've done. And it's been the experience of this group, because I asked the question earlier, nobody here had ever seen anybody in and out of the program. In and out of the fellowship? Every day. In and out of the program? No. There, page intentional misread, page 58. We are going to do how it works sometime tomorrow, by the way. But I love this one. This one's on purpose, all right? Rarely have we seen a person in jail who has thoroughly followed our path. Okay, so page 45 talks about me finding a power. Let's take a look at page 63 for a second. About 8 lines down. As we felt new power flow in. There's power. Page 132 has power again. Kind of interesting. There's a great quote that you see a lot on that one, the one here in the middle of the page. Just for fun. It's 17 lines from the top and bottom and 2 words in from both margins. The center of the page, it says, we absolutely insist on enjoying life. I hope you insist on enjoying life. But here's the power one down 4 lines from the bottom. We have recovered and have been given the power to help others. A friend of mine who's been around for a long time said, be careful. That's not your power. Well, that's power that's been given to you, and you know whose power it is. You better make doggone sure you're using it in ways that you think the giver of that power would approve of. Thought that was a pretty good piece of information. Bob talked a little bit about bottom, and I want to talk about it too. I haven't found the definition in my literature, and this is my experience. Bottom for me was not on the physical plane. I'm a puker. Are there any pukers here? You pukers? Yes. All right. Ever come out your nose and nose pukers? Yeah. The nose pukers will quit forever every time they do that. And isn't that right, nose pukers? Yeah, you bet. You betcha. Yeah, quitting forever. Yeah, that's really important stuff. And I've thrown up blood on several occasions. I've been in lots of kinds of trouble. I know men serving long prison sentences that aren't bottom. Bottom for me wasn't on the physical plane. Bottom is in here. Bottom was of the spirit. When I hated my guts and was so repulsed by the things that I'd done that I would have paid any price and done anything not to be me. That was bottom. That for me was the one that counted. That was where I was willing to pay the price. Page 53. Here's my story right here in the middle paragraph. When we became alcoholics, crushed by a self-imposed crisis. Oh, I'm the problem? Self-imposed crisis? See, I thought that life was a series of I build things up and then it all comes crashing down. And then I build things up and it all comes crashing down. And I build things up and it all comes crashing down. I get sober and took a look at it. And what was really going on is I build things up and then I kick out the supports and it all comes crashing down. You know, that's the difference between my story and the truth. When we became alcoholics, crushed by a self-imposed crisis, we could not postpone or evade. Those are my tools. Postpone or evade. We had to fearlessly face the proposition that either God is everything or else He is nothing. God either is or He isn't. What was our choice to be? I'm asked to make a choice here. Time to make a choice. Talking here about step 2. Time to make a choice. That's simple, really. I talked earlier, let's take a look at 57. Talked a little bit earlier about sanity. This is some very powerful stuff for me at the top of page 57. where it promises me sanity in a couple of places. It says, save for a few brief moments of temptation, the thought of drink has never returned, and at such times a great revulsion has risen up in him. Seemingly he could not drink if he would. God had restored his sanity. I'll tell you right now, if your history with alcohol is anything like mine, being repulsed by the thought of a drink is a sane reaction. They are describing sanity. And then it says, what is this but a miracle of healing? Its elements are simple. Circumstances made him willing to believe. Right? He got in a crack so narrow he couldn't get out. That was how I got willing to believe. He humbly offered himself to his Maker. Let's observe, he didn't say, give me a little help, get me out of this one, I'll never do it again. Offered himself to his. I was always afraid I was going to work God too hard. I wouldn't want to give him too much. Tell you what, I wouldn't want that. I'll cover sex and money and he can get the rest. I don't think that's the package. Offered himself to his Maker, then he knew. Even so has God restored us all to our right minds. How's that for a promise? There's a promise of sanity. To this man, the revelation was sudden. Some of us grow into it more slowly. And here's a powerful promise. But he has come to all who have honestly sought him. Not found, but sought. When we drew near to him, he disclosed himself to us. One of my mentors tells me that God will disclose himself to me as I disclose myself to me. That's what this thing is about. Page 60. Just above the ABCs. Our description of the alcoholic, the chapter 2, the agnostic. Here's something they just added 2 years ago. I remember when they added this to the book. And our personal adventures before and after. And after? Does that mean my adventures after my last drink? Make clear 3 pertinent ideas? I think that's what that means. I can look at them and say it's true. A, that we were alcoholic and could not manage our own lives. And what I like to do with a new fella, and I'm not saying you should, this is just how I was taught to sponsor, is I like to get them through reading this first stuff. I like to read it to them. Let's talk about what it says. And then I'm going to ask them the ABCs as questions. Hey, we were alcoholic and could not manage our own lives. That's 2-part. You're an alcoholic? Convince me. What makes you think so? Let's talk about it. Let's look at the descriptions of alcoholism and the alcoholic in the book. Do you meet these? Tell me how these things happen. Okay, and the second half, can't manage our own lives. What happens when you manage? How's it going? Tell me about it. Let's hear it. And what I do is let him set his own cornerstones. B, that probably no human power could have relieved our alcoholism. Who tried? Your parents try? Wives? Psychiatrists, psychologists, judges, cops, treatment centers. Who tried? I'll tell you right now, I can't. And given the fact of what he has just told me, that none of those human powers were able to relieve his alcoholism in the past, does it seem a logical conclusion? Therefore, no human power will be able to relieve your alcoholism in the future. I think that's pretty clear. It says that God could and would if he were sought. It doesn't say found. Item 1, God is not lost. Therefore, it is not required to be found. And I love this. I'm told that God is kind of like the mother of a 3-year-old playing hide and seek with her child. Where does she hide? Where the child can find her. Sure. Powerful. Powerful. The book makes some recommendations on this one. Well, Mama, why'd Grandma die? Well, it was God's will. Sounds dangerous to me. I need to get away from that. Well, okay, little boy, if you want that, pray for it. Okay, so as a little boy, I pray for it. One of 2 things happens. I get it, which, of course, is due to my own sheer skill and cunning, or dumb luck, and not because God answered the prayer, or I don't get it. And either God doesn't exist, or God exists and doesn't care about me. That's what I got here with, and of course the prayer, the pre-AA prayers I told you about before. That's how I got here, badly confused about all this stuff. The book makes the same recommendation on 2 different pages. Page 12, where Ebby suggested to build a very novel idea. It says, just above the center of the page, my friend suggested what would then seemed a novel idea. He said, why don't you choose your own conception of God? Wow. Page 93. about 6 lines down. He does not have to agree with your conception of God. He can choose any conception he likes, provided it makes sense to him. Someone asked him to design God, to sit down and write down on a single piece of paper, bullet points, not narrative, but bullet points. What would you like God to be? Not what do you believe, not what did they tell you. What would you like God to be? Let's put it down. How about creative? How about laughs a lot? How about available? How about loving? How about eager to forgive? Let's put them down. And I don't start. I want him to start. And when he gets a list, sometimes I'll say, now I'd like to suggest some additions. Don't put them down if you don't want them. And you're free to add to this list anytime you want to. And from this point on, when you and I use the word God, we're going to be talking about this one, the one you've designed, because he will have bracketed my own concept. And we have reason to believe that's true. We're going to act as if, not fake it. We're going to act as if. I'm going to ask you, if you believed that, how do you think you'd conduct yourself? Conduct yourself in that manner, and we'll see what happens. It's what the scientists call a working hypothesis. It means we have reason to believe this might be true. The reason we have is that this is what I believe, and my life's working. So let's act as if you would act if you believe that, and see what happens. A simple experiment. Page 46. This is for the immediate gratifiers in the room. There may be some. Yes, we of agnostic temperament have had these thoughts and experiences. Let us make haste to reassure you. We found that as soon as, that means right now, as soon as we were able to lay aside prejudice and express even a willingness to believe in a power greater than ourselves, we commenced to get the results. This is what I quoted before when we started. Even though it was impossible for any of us to fully define or comprehend that power which is God. I had to take, when I got here, my own concept of what the words God's will meant and break them into 2 pieces. This is, again, red flags. This is just what worked for me. The first piece is a series of things that include what am I going to be when I grow up, where am I going to live, who am I going to live with, how much money am I going to make, what's going to happen to my children, the pygmies in Africa never heard of Jesus, can they go to heaven? All of that stuff. All right? It seems to me that every bit of that violates one day at a time, as it's all in the future. And being in the future, I now think of that concept as God's plan. Step 1, section B, says I'm not in management. Consequently, I don't need to know what the plan is. And I lay that down, and it leaves me with my own concept of God's will. And that's very simply, what would he have me do today? I'm a citizen. I voted. And I'm going to tell you how I voted. I voted by secret ballot. I hope you did too. And I hope you won't ever go any further than that in or around an AA meeting. It's really important. All right. I'm a citizen. I vote. I drive a vehicle. Put your blinker on near me in traffic. I will let you in. I'm an alcoholic. I have a home group. I have a sponsor. I've worked the steps. I sponsor some guys. I have the privilege of taking meetings into treatment centers and jails. I'm married to a spectacular woman. I act like it all the time. I say please and thank you. I'm a child of God. I pray. I meditate. I read spiritual literature. I go to meetings. I try to treat you guys like brothers and sisters. I know what God's will is for me, is to act like one of his children today. For me, the simple concept of God's will is what would he have me do today? To step out of management, to quit trying to figure it all out, and walk humbly in his presence this day. I think the word today is the magic word. I think it's the magic word. A lot of times, guys I sponsor bring me a question, and I'll say, give me that question again. I want to hear the question with the word today in it. And let's stop trying to fix the rest of your life. I got a friend who says he spends too much time in his head trying to clear away the wreckage of his future. Got to get out of that business. The today word is magic. Let's hear the question with the word today in it. Let's explore answers that contain the word today. Let's see what happens. That works so beautifully. Okay, still on page 46, next paragraph. Much to our relief, we discovered we did not need to consider another's conception of God. Our own conception, however inadequate, was sufficient to make the approach and to effect a contact with him. As soon as, right now, as soon as we admitted the possible existence of a creative intelligence, a spirit of the universe underlying the totality of things. We began to be possessed of a new sense of power and direction, provided we took other simple steps. I wonder what steps they're talking about. Always curious about that. Always wondered about that. We found that God does not make too hard terms of those who seek Him. Oh, God's not mad? Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. To us, the realm of spirit's broad, roomy, all-inclusive, never exclusive or forbidding to those who earnestly seek it, is open, we believe, to all men. I'm going to skip the next paragraph because I've been working on as soon as, and here it comes again. We need to ask ourselves one short question. Do I now believe, or am I even willing to believe, that there is a power greater than myself? As soon as a man can say that he does believe or is willing to believe, we emphatically, that's with energy, we emphatically assure him that he is on his way. It has been repeatedly proven among us that upon this simple cornerstone, a wonderfully effective spiritual structure can be built. I would like to make a couple of observations. One of them is that I do not consider myself to be an expert on this, and I know Bob doesn't either. We're students of this thing. And if you disagree with anything I have to say, I'd love to hear from you. That's not talk to you. It's to hear from you. It's a chance for me to learn something. So please, not in public, but, one at a time. And several people actually have asked if we could do a question session, and they asked for questions and answers. We can't promise that, but we can sure promise questions. And questions and dumb looks, we can guarantee that. We got that covered for you. So, and I also would request that the questions, if any, would be short. I've only got 2 brain cells left, and one of them's on a respirator, and the other one flickers. And if you go into a long question, I won't be able to understand the question. But if anybody's got anything for us, because if not, we can continue or we can take the break for tonight. Yes, sir.
Scott, forward to the first edition.
Okay, forward to the first edition.
I'm so sorry. Forward to the second edition, 150,000 recovered alcoholics. About second paragraph down, kind of in the middle of the paragraph.
What page are you on?
Page XV, Roman numeral 15. I'm so sorry. I'm in a third edition book. I might have found.
That's fine. That's on the same.
Forward to the second edition.
Forward to the second edition.
Yeah.
XV.
150,000 alcoholics. And then 300,000 copies of this book went out.
Yeah, 300,000 copies of the book, 150,000 recovered alcoholics. Okay.
So that's like 50% in 1955.
Right.
Right? So why is it that whatever the numbers are that are the numbers, that it's like 2 or 3%?
He's asking the question is why the recovery rate's different. Actually, it's on page Roman numeral 20, XX, at the end of that, which is, I think, a similar question. It says, of alcoholics who came to AA and really tried, 50% got sober at once, remained that way, 25% sobered up after some relapses. Among the remainder stayed on, showed improvement. I think the reason the numbers are so much better today than they were in that day is because we are so focused on the steps. This group tonight has seen no relapses among people who actually did the program. And I think that's powerful. There's a phrase that scares me to death, and forgive the soapbox again, but we are committing murder with the phrase, don't drink and go to meetings. People are dying from that. They're dying from that. I got a question on that one. If sitting with a bunch of other alcoholics talking about our problems is going to get people sober, wouldn't the guys under the Woodland Street Bridge in Nashville, Tennessee be sober right now? You bet they would. It ain't working for them, and it does not work for us. Here are the steps we took. We polled this group tonight, and nobody here has seen anyone actually do the steps out of this book with a sponsor and stay active and drink again. I'd say we were batting 1,000 in here tonight, and in the experiences of the people here. Not only has no one here done it, then nobody here has seen it. So I think the numbers have gotten better. But hanging around AA meetings for a while won't any more turn you into a sober member of AA than sitting around in a garage is going to turn you into a 57 Chevy. That's an opinion only, but it's also my experience. Thanks. Anybody else? Sir.
What did they do before they had the Big Book 12-step study then?
Bill?
Did they all go out and drink because there was no Big Book 12-step study? What happened?
Bob?
First 5 years.
if you
repeat his question.
The question is, what did they do before the Big Book was printed in 1939? Alcoholics Anonymous, the steps were in place. They came from the Oxford group. There was only 6 of them, and Bill fleshed them out to 12. If you go through Bill's story, Bill took the 12 steps before he had the spiritual awakening in Towns Hospital. Let me see if I can find this part of the book. It gives you a thumbnail description of what the early members did. And it's
12 and 13.
Page 12 and 13. Listen to this. Now, this is before there was an Alcoholics Anonymous. This was before the Big Book. This is Bill's probably December 11th, 1934. Let me see. Where'd it go? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Right here, 13.
Okay, page 13. At the hospital, I was separated from alcohol for the last time. Treatment seemed wise, for I showed signs of delirium tremors. This is in the hospital. There I humbly offered myself to God, as I understood Him, to do with me as He would. I placed myself unreservedly under His care and direction. I admitted for the first time that of myself I was nothing, and that without Him I was lost. That looks like the first 3 steps. I ruthlessly faced my sins and became willing to have my newfound friend take them away root and branch. That sounds like 4, 5, 6, and 7. And you notice he says root and branch. He talks about this step 6 and 7 here differently than anywhere else in Alcoholics Anonymous. He says, I've not had a drink since. And then later,
Go ahead, here's step 5.
My schoolmate visited me and I fully acquainted him with my problems and deficiencies, step 5. We had made a list of people I had hurt and towards whom I had resentment. That's step 8. I expressed my entire willingness to approach these individuals, admitting my wrongs. Step 8 again. Never was I to be critical of them. I was to write all such matters to the utmost of my ability.
9 and 10.
I was to test my thinking by my new God consciousness within, step 11. Common sense would thus become uncommon sense. I was to sit quietly when in doubt, asking only for direction and strength to meet my problems as He would have me, step 11. Never was I to pray for myself except as my request bore on my usefulness to others, step 11 again. Then only might I expect to receive, but that would be in great measure. My friend promised that when these things were done, I would enter upon a new relationship with my Creator, that I would have the elements of a way of living which answered all my problems. I think it becomes very apparent that these steps, Bill took these before they ever did it, because later on page 14, after he did the steps, is when he had his spiritual awakening. The big myth in AA is that Bill had this white light experience from doing nothing. Bill went through all of this stuff and then had the white light experience on page 14 after he went through the steps. The steps have been in place since the very beginning. If you ever want to read a good book, I think it's called The Tale of a Comet, and it's Frank Buckman's biography of how he formulated some of this stuff. This stuff has been in place since day one.
Let's see if anybody else stay. Huh? Anybody else?
Anybody other? Good morning, I'm Bob Darrell and I am alcoholic. After a moment of silence, would you join me in a prayer? Lord, help me to set aside everything I think I know about you, everything I think I know about myself, everything I think I know about others, and everything I think I know about my own recovery, all for a new experience in you, Lord, a new experience in myself, a new experience in my fellows, and a much-needed new experience in my own recovery. Amen. Good morning. We're gonna finish up and make the transition from step 2 into step 3 this morning. We had been going through some parts of the book that We Agnostics, and I want to touch on 2 little parts out of We Agnostics. One is really the essence of what I have to do in step 2. And it's a lot simpler than I imagined. And Bill refers to that in the 12 by 12 when he talks about the hoops we have to jump through in step 2 are a lot easier than we ever thought. And in the middle of page 46, there's a paragraph, and it talks about 2 things. It doesn't even really say I have to believe. If I can just do 2 things, I'll be on my way. And it says, the second line down in the middle paragraph in the page, it says, let us make haste to reassure you. We found that as soon as we were able to, first, lay aside prejudice, and second, express even a willingness to believe in a power greater than ourselves, we commenced to get results, even though it was impossible for any of us to fully define or comprehend that power, which is God. I think sometimes one of the most misunderstood things in Alcoholics Anonymous is the last couple words in the 3rd step where it says, God as we understood him. And it's easy to imply from that, as a lot of new people do, as I did, that I must first understand God. And it's not a closed-in expression. It's a broad, open-ended expression, meaning that you don't have to understand anything, or anything you understand is approachable. It's of your understanding, whatever, from 0 to 100 on any scale, whatever that is. And I misinterpreted that as I had to understand God. And the book really comes out and tells me very point blank that you don't even try. And the only reason I would try anyway is because the stuff I try to understand I can control. I mean, that's the only reason I try to understand God. So I shoot a couple angles here to get a little bigger piece of the pie. I want a little more grace of this grace thing that you guys talk about than everybody else has, because I definitely need it more. I can tell. I can feel it. So I don't have to understand God. If I can do these 2 things, lay aside prejudice. I didn't know what prejudice was. It comes from a Latin word, to prejudge. It is all my opinions, my judgments, my preconceived notions about God, about spiritual terms. If I can get to a point where, if I can move towards a point of being childlike and know nothing, and that's a hard thing to do for opinionated guys like me who think they know all kinds of things. I know stuff I don't even know. I mean, you can ask me a question about something I don't even know anything about, and I'll tell you the answer. I'll make one up on the spot because I want to be the I know guy, right? That's the kind of ego I came in here with. So to get childlike enough to know that I don't know. And then the second thing it says is to express even a willingness. And the wisdom of the old-timers when I was new, they had me taking actions that seemed to me, in my judgment, inappropriate. They had me getting down on my knees and physically getting on my knees and praying every morning when I didn't even really believe in God as of yet. I remember arguing with this guy. I said, well, I feel like a hypocrite doing that. He says, you've been a hypocrite all your life. What's the difference? Well, it's true. I mean, I never did what I said I was going to do. I was the guy I was owned by my feelings. I'd tell you, oh yeah, I'll come over and help you. When it came time to come over and help you, if I didn't feel like it, I'd do something different. I was owned by my emotions, childish emotions. So I was a hypocrite. So I was living in a halfway house, and I would go in the bathroom, and I'd feel stupid. I'd lock the door, make sure the curtains are pulled over the window tight, push the rug underneath the crack in the door to pray, to get down on my knees, as if I think somebody's going to look under the crack and see me praying or something. I don't know. I'm crazy. And I'd get down on my knees and I'd say simple little prayers like, whatever's there, I need help today. Please help me to stay sober. And I'd get down on my knees at night and I'd thank whatever that was. And some funny things started happening to me. And it was a while before I could connect the dots and realize that they were initiated by those actions. And one of the things that started happening to me was I started having a lot of eerie good luck. Like eerie good luck. I mean like and I'm not a good luck kind of guy. I'm a bad luck magnet. You know what I mean? I'm a bad luck man. And funny things would start happening to me. Like I like most new people, my first couple years of sobriety, I would go on these emotional roller coasters for no reason. I could be just sitting in a meeting, feeling good, and all of a sudden it'd be like some key would turn in my head and I'd just get depressed all of a sudden and feel like awful. And sometimes I'd be like that and I wouldn't know what to do, and I'd say, well, they say pray this prayer. So I'd say, God, please help me. I'd go to a meeting, or I'd be at a meeting and somebody would start sharing, some guy I don't even know, and he would be talking exactly about what's going on in my life. I mean exactly. And I don't know how he got that. And he's got an answer for me. And that didn't happen to me once or twice. That happened to me over and over and over again. I was in early sobriety. I couldn't get a job. And the perfect job just came to me. I mean, it wasn't the job I really wanted. God had that. But it was the perfect job for a guy like me. It got me out of the halfway house. It got me, gave me room and board. It was a job as a live-in house manager for a treatment center for teenagers. It put me in a safe, sober, recovery environment, gave me room and board, and it got me out of the halfway house. And my one roommate in the halfway house was selling heroin, and the other one was dealing marijuana. I mean, I don't know how much longer I could have stayed there, without going off the deep end. And I started to see that there was something's going on here. And I'm a skeptic, and I've always been a skeptic, and I'm a cynic, and I don't believe easily, and I'm the guy that, because I want your approval, I would come to AA meetings and talk like I believe in God way before I really did. I mean, because it was the proper thing to say in AA, and God forbid you'd reject me here, because I had nowhere else to go. So I wanted to be liked here. But I started to really come to believe the only way that a guy like me, I think, that's wired the way I'm wired, could ever come to believe, God had to come to me. I just made tiny little actions, and God came the rest of the way. He was so gracious in my life for a guy like me, who really was a skeptic and a cynic and a judgmental kind of guy. And what my experience was like as it evolved was very similar to, I heard a story years ago about this over in London, and I just came from there, and they still do this in some parts of London. The streets have gas street lights. And there was a guy years ago who would go around the streets of London with a long pole with a flame on the end, and he would light the street lights. And he was called a lamplighter. And if you climbed up to the top of one of those towers in London or one of those high buildings and looked out over the city at twilight, you couldn't see where the lamplighter was, but you could always see where he'd been by the lights in the city. And I could sit in a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous at 2 years sober or 2.5 years sober, and I couldn't see where God was at that moment. But I'll tell you, I could see where he'd been in my life so clearly. And even more distinctly, I could see where he'd been in the guys that I watched get sober after me. I started doing H&I work when I was brand new, and I would go back into the detoxes in the prison, and some of these guys I'd watch, I would see them in detox, and I would talk to them, and they were more dead than alive. These were hopeless, homeless, used up human beings that don't have a chance, that alcohol has just demoralized them and screwed them up mentally and emotionally, that they'll never save their own life. They don't even like themselves enough to do that. And then they start taking simple actions that open this door. And then 6 or 8 months later, I see them get their kids back. I see them in meetings with guys that they're trying to sponsor, and the lights are on, and I watch them turn the corner. And man, that has to be some kind of power that is beyond anything I could imagine, that is changing them. And it's easier, I think, for us to see God's hand in others than it is in ourselves, because God's hand works so slow. I mean, well, he's old. I mean, he's very... And it's hard to see him work in my life because it's such a slow evolution sometimes, and I live the change. It's like trying to stand in front of a mirror and watch your hair grow. It doesn't mean that it doesn't grow. It's just a slow thing. But I could see it in you much clearer and easier. It took a longer time to see it in me. On page 55, the big book is... This is an amazing page, and the 2 paragraphs in the middle of this page, it says exactly when, exactly where, and exactly how I will connect with this juice, this grace, this power in the universe that I will die without. The book had said, lack of power is my dilemma. Alcoholics Anonymous is really a quest for power by people who are dying and desperate for power, by people who have exhausted every source of power they could find. And alcohol and combinations of alcohol and drugs was a tremendous source of power for a while. I mean, think about it. You have something that at one time, no matter how bleak and lonely and desolate this world seemed, no matter how depressing it was, 5 shots of Jack Daniels and the world would shape up. It would just get better. That's power. That's true. It's power to come out and play. It's power to talk to people. Power to integrate myself when I felt like I was dying of loneliness. Power to be a part of. Power to have some control over my emotional nature. Power to just rise above my depressive tendencies. Power to shake off the anxieties that just seem to eat my lunch and the worries. That's power. And I must find this power somehow or I will perish. And on page 55, it says in the middle of the page, is this second full paragraph, it says, actually, we were fooling ourselves. For deep down in every man, woman, and child, deep down within me, is the fundamental idea of God. It may be obscured, which it may be blocked. It may be obscured by calamity, by pomp, by worship of other things. But in some form or other, it is there for faith in a power greater than ourselves, and miraculous demonstrations of that power in human lives are facts as old as man himself. We finally saw that faith in some kind of God was a part of our makeup, just as much as the feeling we had for a friend. Sometimes we had to search fearlessly. Fearless and searching. Sometimes we had to search fearlessly, but he was there. He was as much a fact as we were. We found the great reality in capital letters, the great reality deep down within us. And when? In the last analysis. After I've looked everywhere else on the planet for power, in this cosmic Easter egg to claim my Easter egg hunt to claim my inheritance, after I look everywhere else and find nothing, in the last analysis, it is only there that he may be found. It was so with us. And that's really my story of this last analysis stuff. You know, I spent 7.5 years fighting alcoholism, and I sought help and power to do that in a lot of places. I went to some of the greatest psychiatrists in the world. My dad was politically connected. He got me in to see people that you couldn't get in to see unless you were like a movie star or something. These amazing psychiatrists that had founded whole movements of psychotherapy, and I went to therapy for them, and nothing changed. I tried the medications of the era that were popular at the time by psychiatrists for guys like me, and nothing changed. I did religions. I did a lot. I did meditations. I did chanting. I did everything that was available, and nothing seemed to change. And through all of that, on a regular basis, I keep ending up in rooms full of alcoholics. Now, it's not that I have alcoholism, but every time I drink, I end up where all the alcoholics are at. You know, I haven't connected the dots with that one yet. And I'm looking everywhere else, and I keep ending up with you. And I come in here, and I look for power for my first couple years of sobriety everywhere else. Jobs and relationships, money, activities, committee positions, general service. I'm looking for juice. I'm looking for validation. I'm looking for security. I'm looking for the power to shore up my life and fill my vacancies everywhere else. And then after several years of sobriety, I started to be, as Scott talked about on page 53 last night, started to become crushed by these self-imposed crises I could not postpone or evade. And I had to fearlessly face this proposition and start to go back through the work again because I had missed a lot of stuff. And much to my surprise is that I started, as I did the work to clear away this channel, to clear away the pomp, the calamity, the worship of other things, which really is completely touched on and cleared away in steps 4 through 7. As I cleared away that stuff, a presence started to come into my life. Not a constant presence, but a presence that is often overshadowed by, as Bill uses a term I love, the worldly clamors. You know, when I get in my head, I can't, when I'm in my head, I don't feel God's presence in my head. You know why? Because when I'm in my head, I'm not in the place where God is. It tells you in chapter 5 exactly where you're going to find God. It says, there is one who has all power, that one is God. May you find him in a place it refers to that most of us seldom visit. And you find him now. Right? I mean, now. Even as I'm saying that, some of you aren't even here. You're in your head thinking, oh, I can't wait to tell Joe that. And oh, boy. You're not even here as I'm saying that. You're somewhere else, right? So that I would start to connect, if I could clear away those three things. And I heard a story by a guy who wasn't an AA, a guy named Earl Nightingale, who was he told this story, and he said this is a true story, and it was an account of a thing that happened in South Africa. And when I heard this story, it blew my mind because it was exactly what had happened to me. And he was told this story about this guy who grew up in South Africa, and he had inherited a ranch from his dad. And it wasn't like a spectacular ranch, but it was a nice ranch. A ranch that would have secured him and his family a nice living for generations to come, a nice, comfortable existence. But he inherited the ranch at a time when the diamond boom was on in South Africa, and there were people that were becoming overnight Rockefeller, Bill Gates, mega rich. And the more he heard the stories of their wealth and their abundance, the more dissatisfied he became with what he had. Sound familiar? And he finally, after a while, he couldn't take it anymore. He sold his ranch, took the money, invested it in equipment to go prospecting and searching for diamonds, and went out to the bush, obsessed with striking it rich. And he never did find diamonds out there, and he died out there bitter and alone, and had a miserable existence. And it came to pass that this ranch he sold it to two developers, and they were going to develop some of the property, and they were moving these stones out of the way one day, and they found these unusual-looking rocks, and they'd never seen anything quite like them before. And they took them to a guy, and the guy said, well, they're diamonds in the rough. And they cut them and clean them up, and they found that this ranch was the largest diamond deposit ever found on the planet. And these brothers, one day, all of a sudden they have to formed this huge corporation to mine and market these diamonds. And the one guy says to the other, well, what do we call this corporation? And the guy says, I don't know. He said, well, why don't we name it after that poor SOB that died out in the bush that we bought this ranch from? And the guy said, that's a good idea. What was his name again? Oh, it was De Beers. That's right. And they named this company after De Beers. And I'm reading that and I'm thinking to myself, I'm that idiot. I'm that guy. I'm looking everywhere else and God keeps throwing this stuff at me. I'm sitting in meetings, thinking how I'm going to connect with God and what should I do to make my recovery better. And in the background, somebody's reading this thing, goes, and these are the steps we took, which are suggested as a program of recovery. And I wish he'd stop, get that over. I was interfering with my thinking here. I'm that nut. And this thing that I will find the great reality, the presence of God. Presence, like as opposed to past and future. The presence of God in my life, if I can clear away the things that keep me from showing up in my life right now. The things that keep me up in here. That keep me in the bondage of self. This pomp. And if you don't know what pomp is, it's ego. I think I am capable of being so full of myself and my judgments and my opinions, there's no room for God's grace. I could be that self-consumed. And calamity. Oh, we all know what calamity is. The book says we're producers of confusion rather than harmony. I'm a producer of calamity. Father Martin had a great saying one time. I heard him say this one of his talks, and it was so right on. He said, you can go to any workplace in the country and pick out the alcoholics, not by the alcohol in their breath. He says, look for the people that everybody walks on eggshells around. We produce calamity. We produce confusion. There's no alcoholic with untreated alcoholism is ever accused of being a source of harmony. I mean, it never happens. We're the opposite, And this worship of other things, I didn't get that for a long time. And I was sober about a year and a half, and I was coming out of my first sober relationship. And I'll tell you, there's not a person on the planet more self-obsessed than a guy ending his first sober relationship. I mean, you can go up to a guy like that and say, I just came from the doctor, I have terminal cancer and 2 weeks to live. And he'll go, and you know what else she said, man? You just got, it's just on you, right here like that creature in Alien that attaches itself to you. You're just on, it's on you. And so I'm like that, and I go to this meeting, and I can't hear anything in the meeting because she's a member of AA and she's not in that meeting, and because she's not in that meeting, some hideous force has implanted a spring in the back of my neck, and every time the door to the meeting opens, I just go like that. I can't help it. It's like. And then when the door's not opening, I'm not listening to anything because I'm in my head thinking about driving by her house and thinking about, I'll say this to her and then she'll say that and then I'll say this and then she'll say that. And then I'll hit her with this. Oh, and it'll humble her. She'll realize how wrong she was, beg my forgiveness, be properly ashamed of herself, and it'll be wonderful. And when God could be trying to talk to me through the people in the meeting, and I'm not hearing anything. I'm locked up in here. And the meeting's over. I've heard nothing. I end up going out to coffee with some people, and I end up in this coffee shop, me and a guy from California who was a visitor, a guy from Glendale, and who I've never seen since. I've even actually looked for him. I don't know. I've never found him since. And this guy's sitting there, and he's patiently listening to me talk about this relationship for 20 or 30 minutes. I think his eyes glazed over about 10, But he's a very patient guy. He's listening to me go on and on about her and her. And when I'm done and I run out of gas, he says to me, you ever thought about the first commandment? And I'm kind of new. I'm a year and a half sober. I'm still have a little bit of prejudices from my childhood. And I said to him something like, oh, I'm not really into that. I'm just into AA. And he smiles and he goes, yeah, he says, I know. He says, guys like me and you, we never get past the thou shalt not. He said, I think the Ten Commandments lost something in the translation out of the Aramaic and through the Latin into the English. He says, I think they were originally written as statements of spiritual cause and effect. He said that in the first commandment, I am the Lord thy God, thou shalt not have false gods before me. He says, I think you could throw out the thou shalt not. He said, I think with God, he loves you no matter what. You can put anything you want between you and God, and it's perfectly all right with God. The problem is, you've just put something between you and God. You've just blocked the light. You now are in the shadow. You live in the shadow of what you put there. And he said, what you worship or put between you and God is worship, he says, doesn't mean to bow down to something. It means to just obsessively turn your consciousness towards. He said, you want to know what you worship? He says, at the end of the day, make a pie graph of everything you've been thinking about, and the thing that owns the pie graph is what you have been obsessively turning your consciousness towards. And when he said that, I pictured a pie with a tiny little sliver for work and a little sliver for A, and the rest of the pie was her. And no wonder I felt lost and desolate and in the dark of my soul was in the dark, because I put myself there, and I did that. I did that in a false quest for power, because I was functioning under an illusion, and the illusion is if I had her in my life, that then it would complete me. I will have wrested happiness and satisfaction out of this world by managing well. And I wish I could tell you, from that moment on, I have never done that again, but I've done that a lot. I've done that with relationships. I've done it with work. I've done it with things I want to be right about, and I got to make you see. I've done it about resentments. I've done it about fears that I've obsessed on, and we'll talk about this in the inventory, obsessed on to the point where I've made them come true. I've done it about a lot of stuff. And every time I do that, I live in its shadow, and I'm cut off from the light. And it's not a moral judgment. God doesn't stop loving me. I sort of sometimes imagine that he weeps for the loss of me, that he loves me that much. There's a line in our book that says that God does not make too hard terms with those who seek him. And that has really, really been my case. I'll tell you, if God was somebody like me, Bob wouldn't have got helped. I think it was George Bernard Shaw said he said something that was remarkable. He said that God created us in his own image, and then unfortunately we turned around and returned the favor. And start to imagine that God has all the little judgments and the pettiness that I have. And, because if I was God, first of all, half of you'd be dead right before the end of the day. That's part of my prejudices. And I heard a guy a few years ago, a friend of mine from California named Jim, tell a story about going to Florence, Italy. And I'm going there. Ever since I heard this story, I'm going there for about 10 days before the International with a couple of the guys I sponsor, because I've always wanted to go there. And he said he was in Florence, and it's the center of the Renaissance art. And he told this story about walking around, looking at all these sculptures, and he was looking at it. He said it was a Donatelli exhibit. And he walked into this one room, and he said there was a life-size statue of the Mary Magdalene that stopped his heart. And he said it was unlike any statue of Mary Magdalene he'd ever seen. Most of the depictions he'd seen of Mary Magdalene showed her with long flowing hair and robes, and she was very beautiful. He said this was not like that. This was a depiction of Mary Magdalene where her face was etched with pain and emotion. And he said that she looked like she had been turning tricks on the back alleys of Jerusalem for years. And she stood there, and he said as he looked at her, he started to weep. because she had her hand out like this and an expression on her face as if it said, this could be for me? For me? And when Jim's told that story, I started crying because it touched something within me, a deep-seated feeling of unworthiness. And this a friend of mine says something that he says, maybe your feeling of unworthiness is just good judgment. Because the truth is, I probably don't deserve the help I've gotten. You know? Which really gives me a different view of the universe than I've always had. It is the treatment I've gotten from this gracious creator of the universe that lets me know how wrong all my old ideas have been. That this could be for me, and is, and always will be. And if I ever lose this, it will not be from God's end. It will be from mine. Because I will be the guy that will put something obsessively between me and God. He will never turn his back on me. He will wait patiently, as we would wait for our children if they get lost. He would wait. And that, to know that doesn't make me any less alcoholic, but it sure gives me hope. That no matter how far out I may ever get, if I can just turn my consciousness back towards Him and back towards my primary purpose of helping His kids, that I will be reunited with that power source. And if I'm the guy who gets to choose every day, God is either everything or He's nothing. He either is or He isn't. Bob, 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 Bob. What's your choice going to be? Every day I get that choice. I've had days where I've chosen poorly. I've had days where spiritually bad hair days where I just can't imagine life without something. Some kind of thing. And it can be different. It can be different, and I just grab onto that. And you know what I think hell is? It's holding on to something that you intellectually know you should be letting go of. You know what I mean? Right? If there's a hell on earth, it's in the abyss that opens up between what I'm really doing and what I know I should be doing. That brings us to one of my favorite parts of the book, a part of the book that turned my life around and was really the beginning for me. And it starts on page 60, and it's the section that leads up to the third step prayer. And it's really the best description of why my life is unmanageable sober. And I'll tell you, I don't think that what they're talking about is drunken behavior. I think they're talking about me when I quit drinking. This is me when I quit drinking. And it starts on page 60, and it talks about the three pertinent ideas that everything we've done in Alcoholics Anonymous up to this point, the chapter to the agnostics, the description of the alcoholic, and there's several, the personal adventures, our stories, our experience, strength, and hope, everything we do to this point brings me to three pertinent ideas. Pertinent idea A, that I am alcoholic and could not manage my own life. I have the guys I sponsor go through this and take a pencil and cross out the plural pronouns and change them to the singular and read it like that. It reads different when you read it like that. It's easy to read this in the plural pronouns, and you know, as I did in early sobriety, I had my sponsor had me read this, and I'd read this, and it wasn't me, but I could sure see how this was a lot of those people in AA, this self-centeredness and this wanting to run the whole show thing they're talking about in there. It became very clear to me. And I thought, well, you know, he wanted me to read this so I could straighten him out, because they need straightening it out. But I couldn't see it was me. And Bill in the ABCs, when he says, and could not manage your own life, that's really very clear for me. See, I can take step one, as it is in the beginning of this chapter. Admitted we were powerless over alcohol and our lives had become unmanageable. To me, I can interpret that as past tense. I can interpret that as, you know, when I was drinking. But now I'm not drinking, and I'm starting to think clearly. Let me at my life. There used to be talk in AA years ago, and I haven't heard it. I'm the only one who ever talks about it anymore, about the second surrender. How we come here broken by the bag and the bottle, and in sobriety, in this delusion of wresting happiness and satisfaction out of this world by managing well, that I will crash and burn and fail and be demoralized and crushed by self-imposed crises in sobriety, that eventually I will try to keep from hitting that bottom sober by juggling this juggling act of my life. And I will do everything to keep from hitting that bottom. But it is the brokenness of my sobriety and my absolute failure to wrest happiness and satisfaction in this world by my own management, my failure at fixing me, that is the greatest blessing I will ever have, because that and that only will bring a guy like me to the table when it comes to God in sobriety. Why would I do it? If I can manage my own life sober, why would I have to desperately seek new management? I will just manage it. And as long as I have the delusion that I can wrest happiness and satisfaction out of this world, I am not really brought to the table. I'll circle the table, but I ain't sitting down at it, because I don't have to. And I'm one of those have to guys. I wish for years that I was one of those kind of guys that could kind of just sort of see how I should be doing something. And, oh yeah, and I'll just go be that way. And I ain't that way. I am brought to the table either through pain and occasionally by inspiration, but never by cognizant decision. So I could not manage my own life sober. B, that probably no human power could have relieved our alcoholism. And the only way that we know that is by trying. We try everything we can. Earlier in the book, and there is a solution, it says we get to a place where there was nothing left but to pick up the simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet. We get to that point because we've tried everything that there was, and there's nothing left. I don't know what would have become of me if the day I was checking into detox, if I'd have seen an ad for a new treatment for alcoholism or new medication or something. I don't know. I don't know if I'd probably have a different sobriety date if somebody would have given me $100 the day I was checking into detox. You know, I wish I had more moral fiber than that, but I don't. I've been a different sobriety date, if I had one at all. So no human power could have relieved my alcoholism that God could and would if he were sought. So my job is to become a seeker. And I don't think that we know that this is true. I don't think C is really real. We own C for a while here. Maybe you take it on faith and then eventually the faith becomes trust because it becomes real. But I did a lot of things in Alcoholics Anonymous in my early sobriety, not because I would believe they would work. I just was so demoralized, I just would do whatever you said to do. And often doing it thinking that this is a waste of time. And then you do that a couple times and it works, and then you start to think a little different. You start thinking maybe it's not a waste of time. Maybe there really is something. And I'll tell you something, your track record and God's track record with me has been 100%. There's nothing in this book or that my sponsor has told me to do to date that hasn't been for my ultimate fulfillment, my ultimate happiness and satisfaction, my ultimate improvement of my ability to love, to be a part of, to enhance my spirit. There's nothing you've told me to do that hasn't. And I'm waiting, because I'll dime you all out. The minute you give me one bad thing, I'll dime you all out. I'll be around telling everybody, you know what they told me to do? Not yet. Not once. But I've been very, very blessed with sponsorship, and I think sponsorship is a blessing. I think God's hands. My sponsor's not infallible, but you know what's infallible? The power that shows up between us when he's trying to help me. That is what I bet my life on. I'm not infallible with my own guys. But if you're sitting here and you sponsor a lot of people, you will notice a dynamic that happens. A guy will come to me with a problem, and I will sit there in amazement as I listen to my mouth say things I don't even know. That are true, that are right, not only true, right on the money. And then he'll go, a month later, be telling everybody how I really helped him. And then I'll kind of take credit for it. Yeah. Aren't I wonderful? That ain't me. There's something happens to me. Something happens to me when I'm thinking about you and I put me aside. Some presence moves into my life. That's the juice in Alcoholics Anonymous. A couple things I want to talk about. Page 62, it talks about the root of our problem. Selfishness, self-centeredness, that we think is the root of our troubles. The root. Without the root, nothing that grows can exist. It's what feeds the bush, the tree, the plant. It's what it all comes from. And if that's true, then what they're saying is that underneath every trouble that I will ever have in my life, underneath my obsession with alcohol, underneath sex and romance problems, underneath work problems, underneath people problems, underneath emotional problems, underneath mental problems, underneath finance problems, underneath every trouble or problem I would ever have, the root is selfishness, self-centeredness. The root. It's where it all comes from. And I couldn't see that. I tell you, I didn't even think I was self-centered when I first got sober. I didn't know what self-centered meant. I thought self-centered people were overconfident and composed and put together and kind of self-assured people. And I was none of that. I just felt like I was a squirrel cage. I felt I had no self-esteem. I think and feel very poorly about myself continually. And I'm in a meeting one day, and a woman is sharing her experience with selfishness, self-centeredness. It's the topic. And I'm sitting in the meeting, and I'm not really even paying attention. My mind is wandering, and I hear her use a term that blew my mind. She used the term self-absorbed. And it hit me like a 2x4, because I'm sitting in the meeting thinking about myself, thinking about what I'll say if I'm called on, what it'll sound like, what you'll think of what I'll say, how I should sit while I'm saying it to look like I know what I'm talking about. I'm thinking about my relationships. I'm thinking about my job. I'm thinking about my finances. I'm examining my emotions to the point of excruciating pain. I'm sitting there totally absorbed in myself, and she uses the term self-absorbed, and it was like a light went on. It was like, oh my God, I'm sitting here totally consumed in myself. That's what self-centered means. Means my consciousness is centered on myself. And I didn't get that up into that time. And it was an amazing realization for me. And from that, all of a sudden, it was like a curtain had lifted. And I could start to see it in all these aspects of my life. I started realizing the reason I have never sober felt like I fit out here in the world is that the reality is I don't even live out here. I live up here. And self-obsessed, self-centered people are not of this world. We're of this one. Right? And I live up here most of the time. When it talks earlier in the book about being rocketed into the fourth dimension, and that Scott talked about it, about the physicists talking about the fourth dimension being time. I remember asking a guy that was in our group, a scientist, well, what does that mean, this fourth dimension? He told me about time. I says, but what's that mean? What's that have to do with me? And he said, well, maybe if you were rocketed into the fourth dimension, you'd hear this loud pop as your head came out of your butt and you'd actually show up in your life. Like, right? But isn't that what alcohol? Remember walking into a bar and you got your life and your emotions and your future and your past kind of on you, like that creature in Alien that attaches itself to your face, and you're just locked up in here, and everything out here is so disconnected, and so you're so dissociated from life and people, and after about 5 shots of Jack Daniels, pop, I could be right here. After 7 shots, I loved everybody. I love you, man. Hugging people and, listening to their problems and, oh, she did that to you. Oh, just really being present. I was present in my life. Not at the end of my drinking. The end of my drinking, I was just as disconnected, drunk as I was sober. But in the early days, tremendous stuff. Tremendous. So that maybe alcohol relieved me of the bondage of self. It brought me into this world at one time, and then when it turned on me, and it would no longer do that, the desolation and loneliness of alcoholism is overwhelming. That we are the people who have tasted the glory, tasted a type of integration and intimacy and a feeling of belonging that is really above the normal. And to go from that to the desolation and loneliness of alcoholism, to be hostage to my own self-centeredness in this bondage of self, is brutal for us. It's brutal. So selfishness, self-centeredness, that we think is the root of our troubles. So in this effort to run the show, as it talked about of the actor who wants to run the whole show, to get everything lined up, to get everything just right, in this effort to do that, I'm driven by this. I'm driven by all the forms of self. I'm driven by 100 forms of fear. I'm driven by self-delusion. I'm driven by self-seeking. And I'm driven by self-pity. Trying to get my own way. Trying to shore up my life. A victim of a delusion that I can wrest happiness and satisfaction out of this world if I can just get it right. Man, if I can get them at work, they're not doing it right. If I can it'll be good for everybody. It'll be good. Now, I'm not running the show here. I'm trying to make things nice. Nice. If you were doing the same thing, you would be a control freak. But I'm right. See, that's the problem. I'm right. And driven by self-pity. Self-pity is a hideous emotion to be driven by. I couldn't even admit, I was a depressive guy sober when I first got sober. I wouldn't even admit that I was driven by self-pity. I had a guy, I'll tell you, I first copped to it when I was a little sober a little while. And I'm going through this deal. And a guy in AA had this big open house party. And everybody in AA is invited. But he didn't give me a personal invitation. And being sensitive, I'm really attuned to those kind of slights in alcoholics. And the day of the party comes and a guy calls me up and he says, "Aren't you going up to so-and-so's house? Man, it's going to be a lot of fun." "No, I'm not going." "Well, why not?" I really don't feel like I was invited. "Well, it's an open house. Everybody's invited." "Well, I just don't feel like I'm really wanted there." "Well, of course you're wanted there. He likes you. He'd be glad. He wants to have you up there." "No, I don't think so." He said, "Come on up there. You got." "No, you go ahead. I'll watch Gilligan's Island and stay at home." Isn't that pathetic? It's just. My friend Scott Redmond, Scott R. says if you could bottle self-pity, it would knock crack off the market in a week. So, I'm going to finish this point up so I can get off of here. So driven by all this stuff, driven, and we all get that edge to our life. We're driven people, in sobriety, driven. Driven by all that stuff, I step on the toes of the people around me, and I don't even know I'm doing it because I can't see anything except how it's got to be a certain way. And when you're like that and you're driven and people try to make suggestions, well, Bob, why don't we do it this way? I won't even know it, but I'll treat you like you're an idiot. I'll give you the cold shoulder. I'll treat you like you're stupid. And what happens is when you're like that and you're wrapped up in self, that all of a sudden these people, you'll end up stepping on their toes and you don't know you're stepping on their toes. And it's a natural cause and effect. They will retaliate. They will start getting an adversarial position towards you. And it says, the book says, sometimes they hurt us seemingly without provocation. I don't know why. Right? But we will invariably, and this is a vision of what I will find in step 4, we will invariably, which means almost always find, that at some time in the past, I have made a decision or has taken a stance or done something based on self that put me in that position to be hurt. And you see, I've never, ever been the victim. I'm the perpetrator of all my separation. I'm the perpetrator of all my conflict. I'm the guy who did it, and yet for most of my life, I made out cases where it looked like you. Scott? Oh, well, we're going to take a break. That's right.
5 after.
5 after. Yeah, 5 after. That's right.
Howdy, I'm Scott Lee, and I am an alcoholic, and very grateful to be here. I'm having a ball. I tell you, Bob really touches me deeply. Didn't you love that lamplighter story? And Mary Magdalene, boy, I just cried. That's me. Oh, man, thank you so much. It's just great stuff. Take me a minute to get organized up here. Couple of things. I think I may have given the impression last night that I thought the steps were the only answer, and I don't believe that, and the book doesn't either. Page 95. This is what worked for me. I'm not saying people who don't work the steps won't stay sober. I'm saying people who do work the steps will all stay sober. Bottom of page 95. We have no monopoly on God. We merely have an approach that worked with us. That's my story. Also, I noticed on page 1 in the text, Bill told my story in a phrase. About 5 or 6 lines down, the great thing alcohol did for me, it says, I was part of life at last. That was it. That was it. That's what happened for me. And page 30, I have the privilege of taking meetings into jails, and one of the things we like to do, I'd like to make the observation here about 5 lines down, the idea that somehow, someday he will control and enjoy his drinking is the great obsession of every abnormal drinker. I could sometimes control my drinking, or I could enjoy it, but I could never do them at the same time. If I'm going to control it, I am not going to enjoy it. If I'm going to enjoy it, it is going to be out of control. Thought that was kind of an interesting piece. And what we like to do in the jail, and I hope you all will play with me, is a show of hands here on page 31. It says, heaven knows we've tried hard enough and long enough to drink like other people. Here are some, not all, some of the methods we've tried. Drinking beer only. Who tried the beer experiment? Right. I'm not drinking more of the hard stuff and ain't smoking none of that either. Right? Tried that one. Okay. Never drinking alone. Try that. How about never drinking in the morning? Now I have a point of order. Now, Brandy Alexander is actually just being continental. That's not really drinking, is it? Or Bloody Mary, that's just being social, right? No, that's drinking in the morning. Okay. Drinking only at home. Try that. I sponsor a police officer in Metro Nashville. Says he came up to the scene of a one-car wreck. This car is like wrapped around a bridge abutment or a tree or something. He approaches the driver's side and he says to the guy, because the guy's conscious, he says, are you okay? And the guy says, you know what, officer? I've absolutely got to stop driving. Made sense to you, didn't it? You bet. Never having it at home. Let's see. Never having it in the house. Oh, yeah. Never drinking during business hours. Now, hold on. I have a point of order. Lunch is not actually business hours, is it? I don't think that should count, do you? No. Drinking only at parties. Now, I got to tell you right now, I am a party hunting a location. Right? Aren't you? Huh? Switching from scotch to brandy. Did you try from one kind to another of some kind? Well, I tried that. Drinking only natural wines. Ripple, you'd never been anywhere near a grape. Who said that? I'll tell you what I noticed about the natural wines, too. I'd puke really funny colors when I was drinking them. Did you ever notice that really technicolor on that? Agreeing to resign if ever drunk on the job. Anybody ever get barricaded at work? Yeah? Okay. Taking a trip, not taking a trip. Don't you love that? We covered both sides of that. Swearing off forever, with and without solemn oath. Who did it? Solemn oath. Yeah, boy. Meant it every time. Taking more physical exercise. Did you try that? I tried to play tennis stoned. I'll tell you something. You can get hurt running and laughing at the same time. That is not safe. Reading inspirational books. Bob said it last night. We're the backbone of the self-help industry. Had everything Og Mandino ever wrote, didn't you? You bet. Going to health farms and sanitariums. Yeah. We call them treatment centers today. Accepting voluntary commitment to asylums. I'm not going to ask for hands on that, and I want you to know I was not a volunteer. When they put me in that insane asylum, I was flat captured. And I was not a volunteer. And put me in a little rubber room, and boy, I think they probably saved my life. That's my story. That's my story. I was part of life at last. That was why it was so hard for me to lay down, because alcohol worked for me. If it hadn't done so much for me, I don't think it could have ever done anything to me. I think that's Clancy's quote. And boy, that is so true. So true for me. Page 60. Cover some of the things Bob had covered. We're going to be a while on steps 3 and 4 because he and I both believe they're terribly important. Not that anything else isn't, but there's a lot of meat here that I think goes by pretty fast. We covered the ABCs, and I'll emphasize again, God could and would if he were sought, not found. Sought has to do with action. The steps don't call for me to have any results at all. Step 1, section B says I'm not in management anyway, so I'm not responsible for results. I'm responsible for actions. So the action is to seek. And then it says being convinced. We were at step 3. Well, being convinced of what? A, B, and C. And I don't mean to oversimplify. And if you're new, I hope your sponsor's gone to depth with you on the Roman numerals and the first 60 pages. I hope you've really talked about it a lot. But very simply, if A, B, and C are true for you, if you're convinced, I would propose you're at step 3. I think that's what that just said. Which is that we decided to turn our will and life over to God as we understood him. I'd like to observe that on the preceding page on step 3, it uses the word care. Made a decision to turn our will and lives over to the care of God as we understood him. On this page, it says we decided to turn our will and life over to God as we understood him. I don't have an editorial on that, but I like to observe it. It's kind of important because I see people going one way or another on that. You know, what are you really trying to do here? And I think the important word for me in all of that is the word decided. For me, clearly, step 3 is not where I turn my will and life over to the care of God. It's where I decide to. It's where I decide to. And my sponsor said there were 3 frogs sitting on a log in the middle of a lake. 2 of them decided to jump into the water. How many left on the log? And I said 1. He said, no, 3. They just decided to. They haven't jumped yet. And so if it's step 3, I'm going to decide to turn my will and life over to God or over to the care of God, whichever one you want to read. Then how do I accomplish the decision? And he said the answers are numbered 4 through 12. And I point at the first line of step 12 as the evidence of that. Having had a spiritual awakening is the result. Spiritually awakened people, to the best of their ability, turn their wills and lives over to the care of God because it's the best deal there is available. I've surrendered for a long, long time. You think about the word surrender. In the military connotation, you know, there's blood and noise and screaming and all that. That's my blood. That was me screaming. And then I gave up, and then the battle was over. And I surrendered for a long time, and I don't surrender anymore. I didn't surrender this morning. I got up and volunteered. Same result, but it comes from a very different place. I volunteered in my own enlightened self-interest because this is the best deal I ever had. I didn't fight anymore. Fight's over for me. I'm not surrendering. I'm volunteering. It's a different level. And it's the concept that Bob talked about of not closing my mind on something that's now working. If I close my mind on surrender, I can't go to volunteer. If I close my mind on volunteer, I can't go to the next level above that. So to continue to hold in an open mind those things that are given me so that I can build on them. Because I don't ever know when I've got the last one. Maybe I never get the last one in any of these things. Could easily be. And so we decided to turn our will and life over to the care of God as we understood Him. The first requirement, there are requirements and there are more than one. A lot of information there. We'd be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. Is anybody doubting that? Great. It says on that basis we're almost always in collision. How do you like the power in the word collision? Blam! Broken glass, screaming, blood, bent metal, ambulances on the way. Collision. That would be different from mild disagreement. Almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though our motives are good. This thing for me is not about motive. The motive, I hear it in meetings a lot, check your motives, but I can't find where it tells me to do that in the book, with two exceptions. We're not going to go to them. I'm going to tell you very quickly. On pages 69 and 70, it says check your motives when you're going to bed with somebody. Is it selfish? And on pages 100, 101, 102, it says check your motives when you're going someplace where they're serving booze. Are you going there to get vicarious pleasure, or do you really have a good reason to be there? Nowhere else in the book does it tell me to check motives. And this was an important lesson for me, and so I'm going to share it. When I got this, I was sober a couple of years. I'm a commissioned salesman by trade. And I had a purchasing agent at a major account that represented about a third of my income. He bought my category. I sold him a lot of stuff. We were personal friends. Our wives were friends. We were guests at each other's homes. We had a lot of spiritual discussions, never a religious one. I mean, for an earthling, this guy was unbelievable. And his son was born premature, several months. And he called me from the hospital and he said, this child is not doing well. Would you come down and pray over my son? And I said, sure. And I got in my car and I drove to Vanderbilt Hospital. I think I could show you the parking place I was in. And I was sitting there doing what I'd heard in the meetings, checking my motives, and I can't answer the question. I don't know if I'm there to pray over this child to try to bring spiritual help to this family, or if I'm there to pray over this child to get closer to the old man, because he could have bought a lot more stuff from me. He could have doubled that easily. And I'm sitting there doing what you told me, check my motives, and I can't answer the question. And I prayed about it. And I'm not asking you to believe that the answer I'm going to give you came from there. I'm going to tell you I think it did. I believe that when I need an answer and can't get one of two things has happened here. It's either okay that I make the mistake because I'm going to get the lesson better that way, or I've asked the wrong question. And the right question on the wrong day, by the way, is still the wrong question. Yeah, the guidance would be right on time. I don't need it 3 weeks in advance. And so I prayed and I said, help me here. And what I got was another question. And the question was, does going into a hospital to pray over a sick child violate any of your principles? And the answer was no. That's good enough. There are no right reasons for doing the wrong thing. There are no wrong reasons for doing the right thing. Yeah, that helped me. And that's the difference between motive and principle. When I operate from motive, I'm trying to govern the results. I'll give you an example. I'm about to make up a story out of my past that never happened to help you get a lesson. It's a great motive. What's wrong? It's a lie. Sure, it violates principle. And when I do that, what I'm trying to do is govern the outcome. Step 1, Section B, I'm not management. I'm not responsible for the outcome. I'm responsible for the actions. And what principle does is it governs my action irrespective of outcome. It's a very important thing to me. And I don't find any place else in the book that tells me, and I'm not going to quote all the pages, there's a bunch of them. But my favorite there is still at the top of page 60. Having had a spiritual awakening is the result of these steps. We tried to carry this message to alcoholics and to have good motives on all our affairs. That's not what it says. That is not what it says. Practice these principles. That was a big lesson for me, so I wanted to highlight it because it meant so much to me. And it says, each person, like the actor, wants to run the whole show. Whoever trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery, the rest of the players in his own way. If his arrangements would only stay put, if people would only... Did you notice that it's not the director we're talking about? This is one of the actors. It's the director's job. This is one of the actors. Didn't say it was the star of the show. It was not the star, not the co-star. This guy may not even have a speaking part. There are a lot of times when he shouldn't have a speaking part. I know that. My wife, Miss Linda, says one of the great Al-Anon prayers is, God, please keep your arm around my shoulders and your hand over my mouth. I got to step out of the business of trying to run this thing, and I think that's really important. Let's go ahead and turn the page. Selfishness, self-centeredness, that we think is the root of our troubles. Driven. How do you like that word? Driven. Not mildly disabled on rare occasion, right? Driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, self-pity. Let's take a look at that series of words. Now, they're going to appear in different, slightly different form all over the book. Let's hang on to 62. We're coming back to it. Take a look at 67. Second paragraph, referring to our list again, putting out of our minds the wrongs others have done, we resolutely look for our own mistakes. Where had we been? Selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened. Pretty much the same list. Pretty much. 84. Two-thirds of the way down the page. Continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. Page 86. When we retire at night, we constructively review our day. Were we resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid? Page 88. Third line. Excitement, fear, anger, worry, self-pity, or foolish decisions. Not the same list, but pretty close. 145. Paragraph begins in the middle of the page. The greatest enemies of us alcoholics are resentment, jealousy, envy, frustration, and fear. This is analysis by me. All right, I warn you now, red flags. Those things look to me like the earmarks of self. They really are the earmarks of self. I heard this, a fellow from Houston tells us, resentment is when I didn't get my will in the past. Anger and depression when I'm not getting my will right now. And fear is the concern that I won't get my will in the future. Keeps coming back to my will. And this list, here we are in 62, 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, self-pity. Bob covered that so beautifully. It's all the self thing, self in the fore. Reemergence of self, the ugliest thing in the world. My sponsor told me before this next paragraph, he said, you're fixing to get the best news you'll ever get in your whole life. I said, really? Okay. Hit me with it. He said, so our troubles we think are basically of our own making. Is that it? That's it? I know it doesn't sound that good to me. He said that's the best news you'll ever get. Because if it really is the cops, the courts, the blacks, the Chinese, the Russians, the PTA, the ex-wife, if it really is them, you're cooked. Because we can't do a thing about them. The good news is you are the problem. And with a little willingness on your side, we can work on that. Oh. Didn't sound that good. It says they arise out of ourselves. The alcoholic's an extreme example of self-will run riot. He doesn't usually think so. Above everything. Now, I wonder how important that is. Above everything. That's somewhere right around the middle, isn't it? Above everything. We alcoholics must be rid of this selfishness. Gee, I wonder why. Well, it'll kill us, it says here only. We're threatening your life. We're going to do that a lot in the next few pages. It says often... I think when there's a concept presented in the book more than once, it's important. I think when there's a concept presented in the book more than once on the same page, it's real important. More than once in the same paragraph, I think they're trying to tell me something. No way of entirely getting rid of self without His aid, capital H, His aid. That was it. Many of us had moral, philosophical convictions galore. Could not live up to them even though we would have liked to. Neither could we reduce our self-centeredness much by wishing or trying on our own power. We had to have God's help. Concept's in there twice. Self isn't going to push self out of the center. It can't. All right, it says this is the how and the why. But first of all, we had to quit playing God. That time out, I thought we had a first 2 pages before that. The first requirement, be convinced any life run on self-will will hardly be a success. So we have 2 things in first place there. If I could have got 2 things down to 2 things in first place, I might still be out there running hard. All right, I had thousands of things in first place, didn't you? Okay, so this one is, we had to quit playing God. And I sat at the feet of one, I call him one of the masters, the grand masters of this thing we do. And I sat with him. I had him a whole morning all by myself, and I asked a lot of questions. And then he stopped once and he asked me a question. He said, here on page 62, you agreed to quit playing God. I said, yes. He said, how'd you play God? I said, I don't know. And he said, here's how I played God. Someone would die and I'd be angry. And that's me saying, I know who should die and how and when. I played God because I tried to manage my own life and those around me. And the closer you were to me, the harder I tried to manage your life. And clearly God's job, not mine. I judged people. And the reason I know that is because I had resentment. And the only way to get a resentment is to judge someone, find them guilty, be angry with them, and then feel that anger again. The word resent comes from the Latin. R-E means again, like reread. It's something you read another time. Sentire means to feel. And in English, what we feel again is old anger. That's what resent literally means. It's old anger. And I had resentments, I therefore had judged. Those are the ones he had. I've added some since then. I needed to know. I asked the question, why? And that's my spiritual arrogance saying if I can collect enough data, I can, like Bob said, take God's job and run this whole thing. Another one was that I was sure that everything I knew for sure was correct. Boy, does that block me. And isn't that playing God? And another one was that I trusted my motives. And I come up with some good motives to do some of the ugliest things you can imagine. I'm going to spare you and not list them, but trust me, it's not a pretty story. Okay, so we had to quit playing God. And here's a wonderful reason. It didn't work. Oh. Remember that first rule of cavalry when the horse is dead, dismount? Not me, baby. I'm going to the whip. Maybe we get this thing's attention. Next, we decided. So here's the decision we talk about. I break step 3 down into about 9 parts. So you just saw the first 2. All right, here's the decision we call for. Next, we decided that hereafter in this drama of life, God was going to be our director. He's the principal. We're his agents. He's the father. We're his children. And the perspective I'm going to take for the rest of the time we're together is how I coach a new man through these 12 steps. Please don't feel like I'm telling you what to do. I am not. Please disagree. I'd love it. I may learn something. Please, your sponsor's right. I'm wrong if there's a disagreement. This is simply what I do. And at this point, I ask him for a decision. Have you made that decision? Have we heaped enough evidence on you? Have you heaped it on yourself as to what happens when you manage? Have you had enough? Are you done? And if the answer is yes, and if you want some time to think about this, please take it. This is not a lightweight decision. And when you're ready, I want you to read that to me in the first person. And he will read, I have decided that hereafter in this drum of life, God is going to be my director. He is the principal. I am his agent. He is the father. I am his child. And I will say, I think you've made an excellent ticket. This is not a lightweight decision. And when you're ready, I want you to read that to me in the first person. And he will read, I have decided that hereafter in this drum of life, God is going to be my director. He is the principal. I am his agent. He is the father. I am his child. And I will say, I think you've made an excellent decision. I think it's a great decision. And I want to make a pact with you. And the pact is that decision will stand until the day you formally change it with me or one of my successors. When I take someone through these steps again, I do not ask for another 3rd step decision. I don't need to keep making this decision. Don't need to keep doing it. I say, your decision's still firm and in place? Yes, good. We'll move right along. Don't want to fool with that. So let's make a pact on that. And we move on. I think you're familiar with the 3rd step promises. They're beautiful. I'm not going to read them. I think the next portion of this step, that decision having been the 3rd piece, is to read this 3rd step prayer, and let's understand what it says. Not pray it now, but let's read it now. Offer myself to thee. And that's not give me a little help and I'll take it from here. Take me. I didn't ask you what the plan was. I don't care what's going to happen. If it's your will, it suits me. There's serious doubt as to how much more I could stand of my will. Build with me and do with me as thou wilt. To build, frequently we have to tear down something that's already standing there. I'd like to warn you, if you haven't done this prayer, your life's going to change. And some things you don't like are going to happen. Some things you like to keep are leaving, and they are not coming back. And some things that you're not going to be that fond of are going to show up and throw out an anchor. They are staying. Right? It is, however, a package deal. Have a look here. I got 2 bowling balls. I got God's will. I got Scott's will. Pick one. Not 95 and 5. Not I'll cover sex and money. He can get the rest. That's not it. That is not the package. It's not the package. It's pick one. That's what we're asking you to do here. Pick one. Relieve me of the bondage of self. Bondage means slavery. I am enslaved by self. Why? So I can do it His way. Because it works. Take away my difficulties for one reason. Victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. The word amen does not appear. And I'm just going to observe that. I don't have an editorial on it. The amen appears the first time after that on page 76. At the end of the 7-step prayer. And I've got some friends that say they believe that everything between the 3rd-step prayer and the 7th-step amen is a prayer. I don't know. I think it's a beautiful thing to say. I don't know. Pretty good observation. So now we understand the prayer. And then it says, back on 63, we thought well before taking this step. I want to recommend you think well. That's what it says to do. That's a direction. Think well. Making sure you're ready. And then it says, we found it advisable to take this spiritual step with an understanding person instead of a wife, best friend, or spiritual advisor. Better to meet God alone than with one who might misunderstand. So we have here an invitation to take this 3rd-step prayer with someone. So you need to select someone and invite them and schedule a time to do it. And I think that's one direction. You can count this any way you want to, but these are separate portions of step 3 to me. And then it says, the wording was, of course, quite optional. So here's an invitation to write your own 3rd-step prayer. And the book offers that. I offer it. It says prayer. It doesn't say litany. Yeah, let's just express the idea. And then I think the next thing that we do is pray the prayer. It is the first real action following the decision. It implements the decision. It is the beginning action. The difference for me between an intention and a decision is that an intention is followed by more intentions. A decision is followed by action. That's how you can tell. And I have fun with this. The book is not specific about when to do a 4-step. Not at all. It actually, you're going to hear it in meetings if you haven't already. People will say, "Don't take a 4-step too soon, you may drink." I haven't seen that. I've seen a couple 100,000 way too late. Yeah, or they'll say, "Take 1 step a year." What page is that on? I hear people say, "Don't make any major decisions the first year." I'm taking a look here at this 3rd-step decision. I think that might be a major decision. How about don't ever make a serious decision without consulting your sponsor? That one seems to work for me. And I don't mean to do the soapbox. I like to. So anyway, I say the book makes 2 time references, and I believe if the book gives leeway, I should give leeway as a sponsor. And it makes 2 time references, and I believe that the man can use either of those 2 or anything that lies between them. Does that not seem fair to everybody? So I now ask him to begin reading at the bottom of the page. We're just up from the 3rd-step prayer. It says next. I said, whoa, that's a time reference. Right there, next. Okay. Launched out on a course of vigorous action, the first step of which is a personal house cleaning, which many of us had never attempted. Who all attempted a personal house cleaning before getting to AA? Yeah, a couple. All right, that's great. Not too many. Though our decision, okay, that was our 3rd-step decision, was a vital. Vital from the Latin vita, meaning life. That means necessary to life. So this is only for the ones that want to live. Everybody else is dismissed. Was a vital and crucial step. It could have little permanent effect unless at once. That's a time reference. So the 4th step is commenced after the 3rd step, either next or at once. Or anywhere in between. I think that's fair, don't you? Yeah. Okay. So we start on a personal inventory at step 4. A business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke. The businesses that I deal with take a full tear-down inventory once or twice a year. They do a computer update every night. That's, for me, the evening half of step 11. But they do a full tear-down inventory at least once a year. It says, taking a commercial inventory is a fact-finding and fact-facing process, an effort to discover the truth about the stock in trade. One object is to disclose damaged or unsaleable goods to get rid of. And it said that up above. I missed it when we came by. Followed by a strenuous effort to face and be rid of. Twice on this page, they're telling me we're going to get rid of in step 4. And I would observe that if all you do in step 4 is write, you will get rid of time, paper, and ink. And none of those were blocking me. So it must be there are things other than writing involved in step 4. First clue, okay? To get rid of them promptly without regret. Next paragraph, we did exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly. First, we searched out the flaws in our makeup which caused our failure. There's the good news again. My sponsor, he finally had to take it off his answering machine because he'd answer the phone too many times. People say, no, hang up. I want to call back and hear your message. And you dial his number and it go ring, ring, click, click. It ain't them. It ain't them. It ain't them. Leave a message. Beep. I was on his answering machine for about 2 years. It says, being convinced itself manifested in various ways of what had defeated us, we considered its common manifestations. Okay, overview, step 4, big book. I took a psychobabble alleged step 4. I think some very well-meaning people have written some stuff I'm not real fond of, and they allege that it's step 4. And I got through one of those when I was out of treatment. It was it's real hard for me to talk about because I'm really trying to clean up my language. But I'm not fond of those. I like the real 4-step because it's life-changing. And I find the 4-step to be a series of lists, observations, and prayers. It is my experience that the writing portion of the 4-step has very little, if any, therapeutic effect. The observations, not what I happen to notice, but the observations specifically called for, and the prayers are life-changing. Step 4 is not about writing, although there's writing involved. And the manifestations of self that we do these observations, writing lists, observations, prayers on, are resentment, fear, and sexual misconduct. Those are the 3 portions of self. Okay, so we begin looking for directions. It says resentment is the number 1 offender. I wonder how important that is. It destroys. I think they've just threatened my life again. More alcoholics than anything else from it stem all forms of spiritual disease. This may be bad stuff. Been not only mentally and physically ill, been spiritually sick. When the spiritual malady, it's another word for sickness, is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. Seems to me that the spiritual must be the most important one. If I can get that one fixed, the other 2 snap on their own. Maybe I need to be focused on that one. It says, in dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. To me, that's not a direction. That's a general description. They're going to tell me exactly how to set them on paper. It says, we listed people, institutions, or principles with whom we are angry. That's the first direction. And when I sponsor someone, we stop right there. A list is a series of words and phrases that run down a page. Don't believe I've ever seen a list that ran across the page. Very specific. Runs down the page. And the format that I like to use, I usually ask them at this point, you're probably wondering what color paper you should use and what color ink. Were you wondering that? And about half of them will say, yeah. Page 67, about 2/3 of the way down, says, when we saw our faults, we listed them, we placed them before us in black and white. That's just the attitude that I take. Whatever your sponsor says suits me fine. I don't think that's very specific. Doesn't say black ink, white paper. Clearly that could be black paper, white ink. And I sponsored a guy who went to the art store and he bought 1 inch thick of black paper and 2 pens of white ink. Oh yeah, and he's still sober and he's in his mid-teens now. And he just kept saying, I don't believe this will work for me. And I kept saying to him, do you believe that I believe this will work for you? And he said, yes. And I said, well, we'll just go on mine. That'll be good enough. And he was so foggy he couldn't argue with that. And he's still sober. All right. Now, whatever you do suits me. I require the men that I sponsor to. It's an attitude. All right. I'm going to have you laughing about some of the other things when I go to that kind of detail. It's an attitude. And for me, the attitude is I don't care what it says. The first time I say, well, I really don't have to do that one that way, I could let myself off the hook on the one that was going to save my life. I'm scared of that. So what I recommend that they do is a spiral notebook seems to be an easy way to do this thing. And it's funny, a lot of them get one that either has a black cover with white writing or a white cover with black writing. I don't ask for that, but they do it. And then on the inside cover, I suggest they write something like, "This is my 4-step. Put it down. If I find you with it, I will kill you and hide your body." Something subtle. I've cheated and looked ahead. We're going to do a 4-column inventory. So I asked them to write the number 1 above the margin on the left-hand page, number 2 above the center of the left-hand page, and the 3 and the 4 split the right-hand page roughly in half. And I asked them to do 30-minute sessions. My rule of thumb is 3 times a week. Now, I sponsor a fellow who was a stay-at-home dad, and his wife worked. That was their deal, and his son took a nap from 1 to 3 every day. I think he can do more than that. Sponsor a guy with a wife and 5 kids and 2 jobs. I don't think he can do that much. Here's some fun for you. There are 168 hours in a week. If you've got a 15-minute commute to work, that's 45 hours a week for the job. Sleep 8 hours a night is 56 more. If you go to 7 meetings a week and you go early and stay late, which I'm going to ask you to do, that's 15 more hours. Little recreation, maybe a round of golf, something like that, 3 hours. Mow the lawn, do your melon list. You know, honey, do this, honey, do that. 2 hours. 5 hours a week reading spiritual literature, conference approved and non-conference approved. 3 hours a week bathing and having a shave. 4 hours a week on a date if you're married. Coaching Little League, maybe if you're not, that kind of thing. 5 hours a week on the phone with me and to some other fellows who's I'm going to ask you to check in with. 12 hours a week cooking and eating meals. 1 hour a week shopping, groceries, clothes, whatever. 5 hours a week prayer and meditation. That's a bare minimum number. 10 hours a week watching television. That's 3 ball games. That ought to be plenty. That's 166 hours out of your 168-hour week gone. That leaves 2 hours. I want 3/4 of that. And I want you to schedule it. I want you to call me on Sunday, and I want to know when your 3 half-hour periods are going to be. This is just how I do it. I think there are a lot of right ways to do this. This is just how I do it. And I want your schedule. And Monday, Wednesday, and Friday is not a schedule. Monday, 7 p.m. to 7:30 p.m., that is a schedule. That's what I want, and I expect you to do it. I want the first 5 minutes of that in prayer and meditation, asking God for whatever you want, but include clarity of mind to find what He'd have you find and the courage to put it on the paper. And I want 25 minutes of writing. It says we listed, and I want to tell you this too. I see a lot of people starting on step 4, and what they do is they give themselves the assignment of completing step 4. If you do that, you're in perfect position to hate yourself till it's done. I've hated myself long enough. If my sponsor and I can agree on how much time per week I should spend on this, and I spend that time, I can feel good about myself while I'm in process. I think it's a better plan. I do not allow a guy to schedule step 5 with me until I'm sure he's finished with 4. I'm not going to let him bash himself into staying up all night finishing 4 because he has an appointment with me on 5. I don't buy that. I want to be involved in the process, that's all. I also, the first time I can get my hands on his 4th step, after he started, I give him his grade. It's a big red F- on the front. They all get F-. Because we're going to have to do it again. It said a business takes no regular inventory, usually goes broke. And what that is permission not to do it perfectly. Because if you have to do it perfectly, you can't do it at all. So it's permission not to do it perfectly. I think that's really important. It's not permission not to do your best. It's permission not to do it perfectly. They're very different. And I like to remind them that we are not saving an alcove in Akron at the AA Hall of Fame for your 4-step. That you're not going to do that kind of... As a matter of fact, my home group does not give a trophy every year for the best 4-step. And this is the trophy you are not going to get. For those who can't read it in the back, it says 4-step trophy, never awarded. This is a trophy you're not... You can have your picture made with us later if you like, but this is a trophy you ain't getting. It's all part of the same concept, and the concept it's okay not to do it perfectly. It's not okay to not do it. So let's get started. And that's what I'm going to want to talk about while we're in process here. Let's get started on this thing. 5 minutes of prayer and meditation, 25 minutes of writing. And I want a list of everybody and everything you have ever been angry with, even if you're absolutely certain you've already forgiven them. The rule is, when in doubt, write it out. If you're not sure, put it down. If it turns out later it's not a resentment, the loss is going to be 15 or 20 seconds and a little bit of ink, a little bit of paper. If it turns out you missed one, the book says it will destroy you. Choose your consequence. Which one of those did you like the best? Me too. All right, and so what I want them to do on this thing is to, down the margin, write one name, skip one line. Write one name, skip one line. That was not an estimate. Those were exact counts. All right, now understand the thing about your father, and you want to save several pages. One name, one line. One name, one line. That's important to me. And when you get to the bottom of this page, you have to turn the page, because clearly we've got other columns to do on this. Turn the page right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and keep it going. And I want them, forgive the word, I want them to puke them. Just as fast as you can think of them, write them down. When they slow down, on the facing page 65 at the bottom, it says we went back through our lives. I think that indicates we begin at today and work backwards chronologically. So throw them as fast as you can. When they slow down on you, go and sit a minute or two, can't think of one. Then let's begin with today. All right? And I'm married to this wonderful woman, and I work for this company, and we live in this house, and I got this home group and this church and this group of friends. But 8 years ago, I was married to, what's her name, and I was working for this other company and all of that stuff. And then before that, I was living in San Diego, and then before that, I was in the Air Force, and I was stationed at, and then before that, I was stationed at, and before that, I was in college, and then before that, I was in high school. And you go chronologically back through your life, analyzing it, and looking for anything or anyone you have ever been angry with. There will probably be a major political party, maybe more than one, major political figures, a church, maybe more than one, foreign countries, national figures, exes. Just list all your family members. Don't worry about it. Just put them down. Right? Y'all interrupt, try to make a mistake on this. And you just keep them coming. And when we get to your earliest memories, and you can't think of any more, your childhood, we're finished. Now, at this point, we're not complete, but we are finished. At that point, I want you to start carrying a pencil and a piece of paper with you all the time, because you're going to be walking through the grocery store. You're going to see that cantaloupe. That sucker's head looks. Just write it down. We'll add it to the list. And when they get to that point, then we go to direction 2, which is still on page 64. It says we asked ourselves why we were angry. Let's have a look at the facing page, the example. I'm resentful at Mr. Brown. The cause. His attention to my wife told my wife of my mistress, Brown may get my job at the office. If you would, begin with the word office and count backwards on those words under the cause. See how many that is. Somebody? 19 words. 19 words. This guy is messing with his wife. Has told his wife about his girlfriend and is trying to get him fired and take his job. He got 19 words. All right? 19 words. And if you have done this list, like I've suggested, you have a name, and under 2 you have the space all the way over to the spiral and the line below it. And you can get 19 words or less, and there's a summary. It's a summary. And it doesn't say, oh, it was a cold, rainy Wednesday afternoon. All right. Nah, we're not starting there. That's why you can't have 5 pages for your father, because all you'll do is feed the resentment. We're not here to feed it. We're here to dig it out. Step 4 is about digging poison out of your soul. That is exactly what step 4 is about. Literally, exactly, digging poison out of your soul. That's what this portion of this inventory is about. Not yet, but that's what we're coming to. And if you work across the page, there are 2 reasons to do it vertically. The first one, and the most important, is the book said list, and they run down the page. The second one is if you work across the page, you'll tend to feed the resentments. Working vertically down the page, do column 1, then column 2, it's much more analytical. You won't fire them up near as high. I see a lot of people nodding. Okay, that's great. So we do that, and then column 3, top of page 65, on our grudge list, opposite each name, our injuries, was it our self-esteem, security, ambitions, personal or sex relations which have been interfered with. 5-part multiple choice test. 5-part multiple choice. Column 3. Write them down. It's that simple. For me, I think the most powerful directions in this book, I've seen more lives change here, are the ones that lie between columns 3 and column 4. It is the directions that do not call for writing. The observations and prayers that are absolutely life-changing. And we're going to cover those in the next session. We're going to take a 10-minute and 15-second break right now. We're going to start back at 11 o'clock sharp.
I'm Bob Darrow, and I am alcoholic. The room's thinning out. We must be on step 4 almost. I started doing these step workshops back in the mid-early 80s, and I started them because all of a sudden I had too many guys to sponsor to individually take through the steps. We started doing it as a group. And for years, we would start out with 20 or 30 people, and by the time we get to step 4, we'd be half. And then we'd lose a few more. We'd lose some at 9 too. We'd do the same thing. It's still going on. Only we get 80 people to 100 people, and by the time when we get to step 4, we might lose 10, maybe. And they go through the whole thing. And it's a nice feeling. A couple things, segues before I get into the thing that where Scott left off on step 4. This thing about the first of all, we had to quit playing God. This is really what we're going to look at is how do I play God? And we're going to look at that in step 4. I didn't know that I played God. I used to go to my sponsor in early sobriety, and I would make these little mental lists of how out of line people were. Like the people at work that aren't coming on time, and they're stealing, and they're not working as hard as everybody else. And then I had long lists of people in AA. She's just here looking for a husband, and he's a 13-stepper, and he doesn't put any money in the basket. My God, he's selling Amway in the parking lot. He lies in meetings, and she sounds like a Hallmark card in a recovery bookstore, and that guy's full of crap, and on and on. And I go to my sponsor, I tell him these mental lists, and he'd always say the same thing to me. He says, "You got to quit playing God." And I think, I'm not playing God. I'm reporting accurate information here. I'm not playing God. And I was playing God. I climbed up on the throne of judgment in a state of separation, just like all the examples that Bill uses. The retired businessman lolling in the Florida sunshine, complaining of the sad state of the nation. The minister sighing over the sins. I'm creating the separation based on my ego, based on self. The separation, the ism is I separate myself, and it starts with my judgment. And what am I really trying to do here? When I'm asking God in this third step, what am I really trying to do? I'm trying to get out of management. I'm trying to get out of the driver's seat. And what am I turning over, really? It says, made a decision to turn our will, and it says will first, and then our lives over to the care of God. I didn't know what will was. And I went to it in early, about 1980 or so, I went to a Joe and Charlie seminar, and Charlie says your will is your thinking. Well, that's close, but it's not all my thinking. Because I can drive down the street and see somebody I know and say, "Oh, that's Bill," and just keep driving. And it's a cognizant thought. I recognize Bill. It's the thinking edged with self and the thinking involving judgment. Right? And how do I play God? I was at an attorney years ago, and I was making a will. because I started to own some properties and different things around Las Vegas, and I knew I needed to have an estate or will for my daughter. And this attorney says to me, he says, when you're making your last will, he said, really what you're doing is you're making your last judgment. Your will is your judgment. It's the judgment. You judge these people to be idiots. They don't get anything. You judge these people to be cool. They get something. You reach out from the grave. It is your last judgment on your fellow man. And when he said that to me, all of a sudden, a lot of the things started to make sense to me. The reason why in my first several years of sobriety, I would be constantly trying to turn I would think my will and my life, but what I'm doing is I'm turning my life over to the care of God, and without realizing it, I'm retaining my opinion and my judgment. And if you do that, it's like, here, God, here's my life, and there's a list coming of how it better go. Because and then I get depressed, because you know what depression is. That's when God stops doing your will. All right, there's an old biblical story. It's funny how, having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, I was able to revisit some of the things I was adamantly opposed to in my childhood and see them from a different light. Maybe often a light differently than they intended me to see them in Catholic school, but a light that makes sense to me in the light of my own spiritual awakening. And the biblical story of Adam and Eve, I see today in a different light. Now, here's Adam and Eve have been given heaven on earth, been given paradise, the Garden of Eden. It is perfect. And everything is perfect. And they're given one suggestion. We suggest you don't eat the fruit from this one particular tree. It's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Now, I don't know if this was the intent of the biblical writers, but I picture they couldn't reason. First of all, they said, "Thou shalt not," which made the just put a neon sign on that tree. You know what I'm saying? Right? I'm that kind of guy. I don't even want to do something until you tell me I can't. I can't make it past the "do not touch wet paint" sign without going like that. Something about me. And this fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, I think they were in heaven, and they ate that fruit, and they got the knowledge of good and evil. They got the judgment. And all of a sudden, they lost paradise. Because all of a sudden, what had been paradise, Adam's going, God, there's crabgrass. What the hell were you thinking? Eve's got cellulite. God, what's going on here? There's flies. This is crap. What is it? And what was heaven became hell. And what changed? Nothing. Except that they got their judgment. And one of my great mentors was a guy named Chuck Chamberlain. And Chuck helped me a lot. And Chuck used to tell a story about sitting in this chair in his house, married to this woman, working in this plant. And he said he'd sit in that chair and feel like he was dying, feeling like he was in hell. And then many years later, he found himself sitting in the chair, after getting sober, working these steps, finding himself sitting in the same chair, married to the same woman, with the same kids, working at the same place. And he felt like he was heaven. And he said, maybe heaven's just a new pair of glasses. Maybe I put myself in hell. And I know what it's like to be in hell. I know what it's like to be in that state of separation, separate from you, separate from God, alone unto myself in my own discontent. Playing God. And I'll give you a novel thought that has been true for me. I have never had a situation in my life, ever, that's been a problem. But I've had some judgments that were problems. It is my judgment of my life. I stop being the old Chinese farmer and I become the I know guy. And the I know guy has opinions of everything. And that's where the conflict ensues. Is I start to argue with life. And people who argue with the truth get sick. And I got sick. I was very sick. So we're looking for the things in us which had been blocking us. And it talks in the top of page 64, it says, though our decision in step 3 was a vital and crucial step, it could have little permanent effect unless at once followed by an effort by a strenuous effort to face and be rid of the things in us which had been blocking us. The things which had been blocking us. That's why without step 4, you can't turn your will and your life over to the care of God. Without 4 through 9, you're blocked. You can't do it. You cannot do it. And you must do it. You must be free of this selfishness. You must, or it kills you, and yet you can't be free of it. I can't. And that's why in my early sobriety I suffered from alcoholism. Because I did a crappy version of the steps, your life story, but I never did this. And as a result, I never dismantled my judgment machine. And I am spending my first 4.5 years of sobriety continually trying to give God my life and running the show at the same time. And that is a hell unto itself. Right? That is a hell unto itself. And I would be the guy in the meeting, if the subject was step 3, I'd say, I don't know what's wrong, but I keep turning it over and taking it back. Well, I never turned it over, really. I'm trying to give God my life, and I'm retaining my will, my judgment of how things should go. I'm still the great I am in my own life. I'm still the center. I still think I know how it should go. God, what's wrong with you? You didn't cure this guy's cancer. And God, you didn't give me a better job. And God, you made it. And she left. God, why'd you leave? On and on and on and on and on. I got these judgments that are keeping me in hell. When really everything was in divine order. And I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it. In the 12 by 12, there's a passage that was pointed out to me when I was 4.5 years, a little over 4 years sober. I was a little over 4 years sober. I'm going to 10 or 12 meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous a week. I'm sponsoring guys. I'm very active. I'm a DCM. I'm a chairman of a conference. I'm very active in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I am dying of untreated alcoholism in the rooms of AA because I'd never really cleaned house. I did my life story, but I never dismantled the judgment machine, and I was dying here. And there's a description of this illness, of spiritual illness that happens to us as a result of not cleaning house in the 12 by 12. And a guy read this, pointed this out to me, and I read it, and it was me, exactly. And it comes from page 56 in step 5, and it's about the 4th line down in the first paragraph where it starts with some people, if you have a 12 by 12. If you don't, I'm going to read it. 12 by 12, yeah. It says, some people are unable to stay sober at all. Others will relapse periodically until they really clean house. Even AA old-timers, and this is the part that hooked me because I figured 4 years or so, I'm an old-timer, right? Even AA old-timers, sober for years, often pay dearly for skimping this step. And here's how we pay. They will tell how they tried to carry the load alone. And at that point in my sobriety, everything was very serious. Everything was very heavy. Everything was a big deal. People at one of the AA clubs in town, some guy accused me of having my sense of humor surgically removed. I mean, I'm the guy who's sitting in the meetings. I have no sense of humor. I share at people in the meetings, right, to straighten them out, right? I share. Oh, I'm a sight. I'm the vision for you. I'll tell you. And you loved me. How they tried to carry the load alone. How much they suffered of irritability. I'm not irritable, but I am painfully aware of what's wrong with everybody. How they suffered of anxiety. I would spin in my head. It's crazy. I just worry about it. I wake up afraid. I wake up anxious and apprehensive and roll over it as if... I love what Dr. Silkworth says. He says, to us, our alcoholic life seems the only normal one. Like as if it is normal to be neurotic and worry all the time and be full of apprehension and anxiety. I'm that guy. I'm suffering from anxiety. It says we suffer from remorse because when you're irritable and occasionally you go off on somebody and then I feel like crap later. Whether it's a waitress in a restaurant that hasn't waited on me quickly enough because she doesn't know who I am, and then I go off on her and I read her the riot act and storm out of there and I'm never going to eat here again. And then I go sit in my car and feel like I want to go out in the garden and eat worms because I feel ashamed of myself because I've just acted like someone who I wouldn't like. Right? I've become the guy. And remorse is when I become the guy I wouldn't like. Right? So I suffer from remorse and depression. I have always been the type of alcoholic that has suffered with untreated alcoholism. One of my two primary symptoms are anxiety and depression, and loneliness, and I'm convinced if I could find her, I'll fix all that, and it never works out, because I'm coming from a place of need and a place of vacancy. Relationships are for adults; they're not for crippled children, emotionally crippled children. And so I'm suffering from depression, and it's not clinical depression, even though I know that depression, I had been diagnosed as clinically depressed by a very competent psychiatrist, and it looks like clinical depression. But it's really not. It's spiritual depression. It's the depression of the obsessively, overly self-involved. My spirit gets depressed because I smother myself with myself. I just get me right here and my emotions and my life and my anxieties and my fears until I'm just totally alone, consumed in myself, and I sink into the abyss. And I started having bouts of that again. That's a hideous thing. A hideous thing, and it wasn't real clinical depression, it was untreated alcoholism. I was not relieved of the bondage of self. I had not dismantled my judgment machine. I was locked in the conflicted position between me and God's universe. As it says in the big book, I'm looking for the things in me which had been blocking me. Not only blocking me from carrying out the decision I made in step 3, until I dismantle my judgment machine, I can't turn my will. I can't give my will up. I'm not giving my will up. I'm retaining my will. And to see in this thing the exact nature of my wrongs, how wrong I had been about everybody, how wrong I had been about my parents, how in my self-centered perception and judgment of them, how wrong I had been about the women in my life and the employers and the police and society, and how wrong I had been in my judgments and my fears. The things I was every fear I had was a judgment. It was this is going to be awful and terrible. I got to protect myself from that. Somewhere I make those judgments, and then sometimes I make them come true. Right? So how wrong. I'm looking for the things that blocked me from carrying out the decision of step 3, and also blocked me from the great reality deep down within me. The book said I was blocked from God within me. I was obscured by pomp, by calamity, by worship of other things. My need to be right. I was so full of myself. I was blocked. I couldn't find God, and I'm also blocked from you. Alcoholics of my type with untreated alcoholism, as my spirit gets sick, I live in a state of separation from the people around me. That peculiar, sick, secret loneliness of being in a room full of people who I intellectually know care about me, and yet I'm the one guy here that doesn't belong. And I don't know why. A state of anxious apartness, that as Bill talks about it in the 12 by 12, that feeling that it's all of you and then there's me. And it's an exquisite type of loneliness. And the danger of that is, the only thing that ever freed me from that instantaneously when I can't stand it anymore has been 5 shots of Jack Daniels. And I could come out and play. And the danger for me is that if I stay in that state of separation, blocked and separate and depressed and anxious and all the stuff that is part of my untreated alcoholism long enough, I will start to yearn for freedom. And I will start to hunger to bust out. And the only thing that can bust me out when my emotions and my spiritual malady is putting the screws to me is to take something. Take a drink. And hope against hope, that maybe this time it'll work like it did when I was 20 years old, even though it hadn't the whole 3 or 4 last years I drank. And the insanity of alcohol returns and I drink again. And I don't drink because I crave alcohol. I drink because I crave freedom. I crave freedom. Freedom from the bondage of self. Something I can't get because I haven't dismantled the things in step 4 and 5, 6 and 7 that keep me locked into and a hostage of my own self-involvement. I'm a prisoner of me. Everywhere I go, the minute I get there, it's all, what does it have to do with me? I am a prisoner, a hostage to my own self, and shackled to my own self-concern, my own self-involvement, my own self-obsession. So Scott was started to set up the beginning, the first half of the resentment process. And it's kind of like in 2 halves. The first half, the first 3 columns, this is the easy part. We're taking the part of the prosecuting attorney. We've got our lists, and we got them, and they've been there for years. And I really loved what Scott said about keep it short and to the point. To the point. Because I have case files built on people, Well, what was wrong with your 2nd grade teacher? Do you got an hour? And really, the real resentment was not the fact that she hurt my friend. She punished my friend Welly and my friend Tommy, and she was uptight woman, and the vow of chastity had gone to her brain, and none of that stuff was all peripheral reasons to hate her. What really happened is that she got me up in front of the class one day and embarrassed me for not doing my homework, and I felt public humiliation. There's nothing worse than that. And from that moment on, I looked at her with that perception that only a judgmental alcoholic can have, and I just looked for anything to keep my case alive because I couldn't justify within myself hating her as much as I did for what she did, so I had to build the case. But the real truth was that she embarrassed me in front of the class. That was the truth. And because of that, I looked for every little thing she might have done wrong and just kept my case alive. So now, to get free of this, on page 66, it gives us 7 death threats. This is the strongest death threat page in the book. And they're not being dramatic. When it says in that one line that this resentment will cut us off from the sunlight of the Spirit and the insanity of alcohol will return and we will drink again, and with us to drink is to die. That is a accurate demonstration of relapse. I get shut off, locked up inside myself, and I need freedom. I'm locked up in here, and I got to bust out. And if you've ever been sober with a deep-seated resentment, you're completely cut off from God and your fellow man. Especially if you have a resentment towards someone in AA. Oh, you can't hear. And if they're in the meeting, you can't hear nothing in that meeting because you're thinking at them the whole time. And if you share, it's nothing of any consequence. You're sharing at them. You're trying to straighten them out. You're trying to throw little innuendos in there to let them know how out of line they are and how wrong they've been. I mean, you can't. God could be trying to talk to you through the people in the meeting. You don't even hear it. You can't pray when you're like that. I mean, you can go through the motions. You can get down on your knees and say, God, please help me to stay sober, and I really wish that son of a bitch would die. It bleeds into everything. It owns you. It owns you. So it says, it's in the bottom of page 66, it says, we turn back to our list, for it held the key to the future. We were prepared, and this is very important. Am I prepared to look at these from an entirely different angle? Everything rests right on that, how I answer that question. Am I prepared? If I still want to be right more than I want to be free, I ain't ready here yet. If I still insist that my case is valid and I don't want to give it up, if I want to rather be right than be at peace, if my ego, if my lack of self-esteem, and I value myself so little that I would rather live in the pain and agitation and gratify my ego by being right about you, if I'm still locked in that position, then I am not prepared to look at this from an entirely different angle because I'm still emotionally vested in my judgment. And I won't let it go. But if I am prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle, it says we will begin to see that the world and its people really dominated us. In that state, the wrongdoings of others, fancied or real, had the power to actually kill. Fancied or real. I'll tell you something. I found that most of my resentments in some form or other were fancied to some degree. There may be a kernel of truth in some of them, and then I will build a whole big case around that until it's more fancied than real. And when it says that these things, fancied or real, have the power to actually kill, I'm telling you, they're not kidding. I'll share a little story with you. Something that happened to me when I was fairly new. I used to go to, when I first got sober, I went to mostly nighttime meetings. And there was a guy, an old-timer in AA named Billy. And Billy was sober quite a few years. And he was one of those guys that would reach out a lot to the new people and try to include us and bring us out to coffee after the meetings. And in coffee shops, I was really spoon-fed a lot of Alcoholics Anonymous after meetings and before meetings. And one night, I'm with this guy, Billy, and it's just him and I in this coffee shop. Everybody else had left, and we're sitting around. And I found myself, because he was easy to talk to, telling Billy about those couple things that were my big secrets. The couple things that I was the most ashamed of. It says in the 12 by 12, the things I would have liked to have taken to my grave. And we all have those. I've never met an alcoholic yet that doesn't have something. And it might be different for every one of you. Maybe for some of you, it's you were drunk and you left your kids alone for hours and you just forgot about them. Or maybe you beat your kids in a moment of rage or drunkenness, and the thought of it just makes you want to crawl under a rock. Or maybe you did some things to your mom and your dad. Or maybe you stole some money and let somebody else take the blame for it. Or maybe you lied about some people and it really hurt them. Or maybe you had some sex that when you think about it just makes you cringe. Maybe it was outside your species. I don't know. But whatever, we all have some stuff like that. And it doesn't make you anything except alcoholic to come here with that stuff. Don't make you a bad person. I've heard everything in 5 steps, from murder to child abuse to everything you could think of. We all have that stuff, and I shared some of that stuff with Billy, my big secrets, the to the grave stuff, and he seemed to take it well. You know, he said he didn't seem to reject me, and he said something that along the lines of, well, I'm sure you're not the only one that's done that, and maybe that will help someone someday, or something along that line. And I remember vaguely in the back of my mind thinking, well, that sounds a little bit like the AA party line, but he seemed to be okay with it and didn't reject me, so I kind of moved on. I went home that night, and I think it was within the next day or two, I had my shift changed at work. And all of a sudden, I'm working from 4 to midnight on the swing shift, and I don't go, my whole meeting pattern changed around. Now I'm going to a lot of noon meetings. And I didn't see Billy for months and months and months, good part of a year, I think. And one night, on my night off, I went to a night meeting that I normally would never go to. And the meeting's getting ready to start. And there's Billy across the room. And it was good to see him because he was such an integral part of my early sobriety. And I said, Billy, hey, Billy, how you doing? And Billy looked right through me. And he wouldn't say hi to me. And he looked at me and then averted his eyes. And he had this look on his face of contempt. A look as if he was saying, oh, get away from me. You know, you. And I sat down in the meeting, and the meeting started, and I didn't hear nothing in the meeting. You know, I'm in my head. I'm grinding away. I'm hurt. Because I know what's going on here. I know because I know Billy's judging me for that stuff I told him. And there, I guess there's a part of me that can't blame him. God knows I've judged myself so harshly for that stuff. And I was secretly believed that if you really knew about me what I know about me, you would feel about me the way I feel about me. And the truth is, I don't feel too good about me. Now, I may cover that up with a lot of bravado, but the real truth, I ain't big on me. And so I knew that he was judging me for that stuff. He'd gone home and thought about it and realized, God, that Bob, oh man, what What a, jeez. And I'm sitting there and I'm hurt. Now I'm starting to get angry because I always get angry when I'm hurt. And I get angry and I'm starting to build my case. And my case is, well, that hypocritical SOB. He told me all that stuff. He's been judging me. That phony guy's been judging me. And then I got this epiphany experience. I thought, wait a minute. It's more than that. It's not that he's just judging me. The reason he can't look me in the eye, he's been telling everybody that stuff. And the picture got so focused in my mind. There was a girl I'd just asked out and she wouldn't go out with me, and she was a friend of his. Oh. There was another guy that he hangs out with, and now that I think about it, he was being a little distant. I'll kill him. I'm going to kill him. And I'm just sitting there, and I imagine steam might have been coming out my ears. I am just cooking, and I'm waiting for the end of the meeting, and I'm going to go, and I'm going to beat the crap out of him, and I'm going to feel justified doing that, because if he's done that to me, he's probably done it to other newcomers. I'm probably doing AA a service. They'll build a statue for me somewhere. This is a good deal. And I'm cocked and ready. I'm ready, man. I'm telling you, I'm hot. I am really hot. And the chairman of the meeting, closing the meeting, says, anybody have a burning desire to share? And Billy raises his hand. He tells everybody in the room that the tumor they'd found recently, he found out that day, was malignant and was terminal, and he had a very short time to live. And I sat there, and I felt this big. I sat there and realized that on the day he found out he was under a death sentence, that he was dying, that saying hi to Bob was not a big priority. That the day he found out he was dying, that he was probably so afraid in his head, as I would have been, that he didn't even notice me or anybody else was there. He was so scared. And I realized that Billy had never judged me or did anything except try to help me. And it was like a postcard from God. Dear Bob, you don't know crap. Love, God. And I'll tell you, I often think back to that moment and I cringe at what I think my life hung by a thread. If I would have gone up and beat the crap out of him and found out later that I did it and he never did nothing against me, and I beat him up on the day he found out he was terminally ill, I would have never been able to come back here. I would have gone and drank myself to death. The shame and remorse would have been... There was a thing in my childhood that in the Catholics, and I never understood it until recently, and I got sober. They used to talk about mortal sins. Sins that were so grave that you never came back from them without an infusion of grace from God. And that I don't think there's anything I could ever do that God would turn on me. He can't do anything except love me. But I think that there are things that I can do. I can damage my own spirit to the point where I will never be able to turn back to Him. He will wait patiently, hoping, and maybe putting people in my life trying to turn me around. But I think I could render mortal blows to my own spirit that has nothing to do with God. It's all about me. So that these wrongdoings of others, fancied or real, had the power to actually kill. And this was a great turning point for me, because I thought to myself, and I remember this when I was finally doing it, a little over 4 years sober, when I really did my first real inventory. If I could be that wrong about that, if my perception could be that off about that, could I be wrong about some of these other judgments I had about people? Was I really prepared to get off the throne of judgment? Was I prepared to quit playing God? Was I able to come down to earth and do what it says at the bottom of the page? After all the death threats in the whole book, on this whole page, it says the very last 2 sentences on the last paragraph, full paragraph, it says, we saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. Well, it's spending the whole page telling me to get rid of this stuff, and then it says, oh, and by the way, you can't. What the hell did you tell me for? I am once again in a trap I can't spring. I have to have God's help. And this was our course. This is, matter of fact, this is the course. This is it. This is where the freedom comes. This is where I get the change of perception, the change of consciousness. This is where I start to reduce the separation between me and those people I've judged so harshly. This is where I begin to dismantle the judgment machine. This was our course. We realized, which means I have to make this real. I have to, with inside myself, connect the dots. I got to really get something here that I've never gotten before. We realized that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Well, I could get that. Yeah, they're sick and they're idiots too. I mean, I could get that. But it doesn't stop there. It goes on to expand upon it a little bit more. It says, though we did not like their symptoms and the way they disturbed us, that they, this people I hate, like ourselves, like me, that they are like me, sick too. What's that mean? That means I got to realize something. I got to get honest enough with myself, get off the high horse, come down to earth, and put myself in their shoes. I have to realize how if I was raised the way they were raised, if I was afraid the way they were afraid, if I were crazy the way they were, if I was stoned the way they were stoned, if I had all the combinations of history and emotions going on inside of me that were going on inside of them, I could easily have done to another human being exactly what they did to me. And I probably would have hated myself for doing it. But never, ever believe that I'm above that. If the things in my life that I haven't done have actually been by God's grace, not by my virtue, you get me scared enough, you get me backed into a corner enough, and no matter how high my moral judgments are and my character, I am capable of doing things, as my history and past will show you, that I can't stand myself for later. My whole life was a series of those events. And I started to see that and put myself in their shoes and imagined what it must have been like to be that person, and how would I have had to feel about myself to treat another human being the way they treated me. And I started for the first time in my life to have some compassion and understanding. A thing that in step 10 says that we are to grow in this understanding and effectiveness. And the understanding really begins right here when I make that realization. And some of those realizations I can't make on my own. And there's a prayer. It said we ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. I had a guy a few years ago, 10 or so years ago. He had this really bad resentment towards somebody at work that he dealt with. And I told him to say that prayer on the top of page 67. And I didn't see him for a while, and then I ran into him in a meeting, and I said, so how's that resentment going with the guy at work? And he had this blank look on his face, and he went, oh yeah. He says, I don't have that anymore. I said, really? I said, you're saying the prayer and it went away. I said, what happened? He said, well, I was asking God to help me show them the same patience, pity, and tolerance I would cheerfully grant a sick friend. And I was saying that, and then all of a sudden I started having this fantasy. And the fantasy was, what if that guy, his erratic behavior that really bugs me and his aggressiveness, what if I found out he really had a brain tumor? What if I found out that he had this brain tumor, it was pressing on his brain and making him act erratic and like uptight all the time? How would I feel about the guy then? And I said, man, I would feel sorry for him. I wouldn't be mad at a guy who can't help it. I wouldn't be pissed at a guy who's got a brain tumor and acting erratically. And then he said, then I thought back in my own life of how sometimes my emotional illness of alcoholism at times put the screws to me, and how I was just as helpless at some of the way I treated people as if I would have had a brain tumor. And he said, I started to understand that this guy was like me at times. That maybe he could no more help being the way he was than I could at the times when I've hurt a lot of people and didn't mean to. And he said he started having compassion and understanding for this guy. And he said he stopped reacting to him and his craziness and started treating him like a sick guy. And he said the whole relationship changed between him and that guy. And he became the only friend that guy had, and the guy didn't have any friends at work. He became his only friend, his only go-to guy. There was a guy years ago, it's probably close to 15 years ago, that I was sponsoring. And we got into his fifth step, and we got about a third of the way through it. And from this guy, I learned to ask for the worst stuff first and get it out of the way, because he'd buried this. It was his worst resentment. He buried it about a third to a half of the way through. And it was for his father, and he came from an alcoholic home. And his dad was a bad drunk, and his dad on many, many occasions would be drunk and just beat this little boy, till he ended up in the emergency room. It was horrible. And then there were other times when his father would be hungover and remorseful and be swearing off and feel so guilty for what he did that he'd make all these promises. I'm going to get you a bicycle and I'm going to take you to Disneyland. And always the alcoholism would reassert itself and he'd go back to being the same way. And he never came through on any of these hundreds of promises. And then other times he'd be hungover and irritable and uptight, and sometimes that was even worse because then he would scream and yell and shut up, and go to your room, you're stupid, don't say anything. And this kid grew up with that, and it owned him. And he had spent years in therapy, in Gestalt therapy, beating pillows and imagining his father in a chair and screaming and yelling at the chair and then going and getting in the chair and responding back and doing all the Gestalt chair stuff. And he tried everything. And all he ever got was little moments of kind of relief and then back to the same thing. It never really changed for him. And it affected his ability to have relationships with women. It affected his ability to maintain a job, to be a team player, to work for a boss, to be of service. The guy was sober in Alcoholics Anonymous, and he had this inability to go and be a team player and be of service because he had this authority thing going on, and he couldn't stop being defensive and all that stuff at work. And this owned him. So we're going through this, and he's talking about his father in column number 1 and column number 2, what his father did and all the things his father did, and what was hurt, threatened, affected, or interfered with. Everything, his self-esteem, his pride, his ambitions, his relationships, everything was just destroyed. And then we started talking about this was our course. And I started reading the part out of the book, and I said, you have to realize how your dad was like you, possibly sick. You have to see how you're like your father, and you could have done the same thing. And I couldn't even finish the thought. He started yelling at me. And he started yelling at me, what do you mean I'm not like my father? My father was an animal. My father was the most selfish. And all this venom started pouring out. And I just back off because I'm sitting there thinking, this guy is not prepared to look at this from an entirely different angle. I get that. Okay. And I don't know, and I'm afraid to push it because I think he's going to hit me. He's got all this anger. And I've always been intimidated by extreme anger anyway. So that's my deal. So I backed off and I said, well, let's go on with the next resentment. He starts in the next resentment, and I don't even hear what he's saying because I got something going on in me. And what was going on in me was not of me, but I think it was through me. And I think the reason it was going on is before I hear a fifth step, I get the guy who's going to say it to ask God in. And I sit there quietly and I ask God to help me be useful. And as my friend Bob B says, I'm never the well, but sometimes I get to be the pipe. And what's came up next is something that I'm not bright enough to get. And I stopped him halfway through that resentment, and this intuitive thing was strong on me. And I said to him, I'd like to go back to another resentment. He said, you want to go back to my father, huh? No, I do not want to go back to that. I want to go back to that one in the beginning. That woman with the kids that you were involved with for those years. He said, what of it? I said, I was just wondering if any time in that relationship when you were drunk or on drugs or hungover, if you ever did anything to hurt those kids. And he put his head down, and when his head came up, he had tears running down his cheek. I'll never forget this voice in the most choked, pained whisper, like from the pit of hell. He said, I'm just like my goddamn father. I said, how did you feel about yourself when you hurt those kids? He said, I couldn't stay drunk enough. I said, do you think you're any different from your dad? And he said, he got this funny look on his face, and he said, my dad lives in this little shabby trailer. He's all alone. He's got liver damage, and he's got pancreatitis, and he has been forced by a body that will not metabolize alcohol into a state of abstinence, and he is the most neurotic, negative, fear-filled, lonely person on the planet. He is in hell. Nobody has anything to do with him. I haven't seen him in a few years. We've all just written him off. None of his kids will talk to him. Nobody has anything to do with him, and he's dying. And I said, do you think you could be like that? And he got a faraway look, and he said, you know something? That could be a vision of my future. And he saw something in his father he had never seen. He could never see past himself in his own judgment. He finally saw himself in his father. Maybe not exactly the same. Maybe the circumstances were a little different. But he could see himself in his father. And he started the amends process. He did the last part. The last part, it says, referring to our list again, putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done. In other words, I can't use their bad behavior to shore up what I've done. I have to look at my behavior in its own light as if, what if this person was perfect? Then what kind of a son was I? What if this boss was perfect? Then what kind of an employee was I? What if that gal was perfect? Then what kind of a partner was I? And I made a career of hiding my behavior, diminishing my behavior, keeping it in the shade of your bad behavior so I don't have to look at it. The book says, disregard the other person involved entirely. And I tell you, one of the things I used to say here in this part of the step, and I think it's a dangerous thing for me to say, even though it's common verbiage in AA, is, in this part we're looking for our part. It doesn't say that in the book. It doesn't say I'm looking for my part. And the reason it doesn't say that, it says disregarding the other person involved entirely. If I'm looking for my part, this is a whole. If I look for my part, the implication is they got a part too. I'm still hanging on to the fact that they have a part. And I would say that in meetings. I'd say, this part we're looking for my part. And then one day I'm with a guy who I sponsor who's going to make amends, and he's talking about it, and I get it. That because he's looking for his part, he's going into the amends with an expectation that now I've humbled myself and cleaned up my side of the street. I've dealt with my part, and come on. Come on, and I'll help you. Remember? The book says in the amends part, it says never criticize such a person. Never. Their faults are not discussed. We stick to our own. And I have to I can't hide behind your wrongdoings. And if I can do that, then it's the first time in my life I've ever stood up and not hid behind the wrongdoings of others, and stood up and taken the responsibility for what kind of a son I was, what kind of an employee was I, what kind of a partner was I, what kind of a brother was I. And I'll tell you something, in that light, it's not good. I was a lousy son, and I could find a few things my wonderful parents, but if you look at them the right way, you can find stuff. If you looked at Mother Teresa with the perception of a judgmental alcoholic, you could find flaws in Mother Teresa. You could find flaws in anybody. And I would hide behind those flaws. And this guy, he looked at what kind of a son he was, and he realized the amends and how he'd retaliated and how he'd helped turn all his brothers and sisters against his father and all the people in the family by bad rapping him and talking, just getting everybody against him. And he went to his father to make the amends. And he told me the story. He says, when I went to the trailer, and he said there was a knot in the pit of my stomach of fear. He said, because I was afraid I'm facing the monster of my childhood. And what opened the door was a sick, dried up, dying little old man who was pathetic and alone and scared and shaking. And he said, my father of my childhood was gone. And he said, what I saw me. That's me. That's me without God's grace. That's me. And he said, I was able to love my father. I was loving really the me that is in him. The me that could have been him. And he was able to sit there and make his amends to his father, which was a very prolonged thing. And what he really did is he took care of his father until his father died. And he loved him. And he thanked him for all the good stuff. Because even Attila the Hun had a good day occasionally. And he thanked him for all the good stuff. And he'll tell you to this day that next to getting his sobriety, the greatest gift Alcoholics Anonymous ever gave him is he got his daddy back. And that is a tremendous change in consciousness. And it all starts from a willingness to be wrong. Was I wrong about these people? Can I stand to be wrong? Do I know that I don't know? Can I look at these from an entirely different angle? And if we can do that, tremendous things happen. I'll tell you a quick little story and then we'll break for lunch. I haven't used this example in a few years. Somebody reminded me recently that I should still use it. And I haven't used it because, when a resentment's gone, it's so gone I don't even remember it anymore. You know what I mean? It's like it's gone. And I'm around this person on every day now. When I was a few years sober, I got married, and make decisions based on self. You could have put me on a lie detector, and I would have thought this was God's will. This marriage, I have an amazing capacity to delude myself. Really, you know what's going on? Is I want to fill. I still got a hole inside me, and I want to fill. And I'm looking around, and I got it. My job's doing good now, and this is going good. This good. What could it be? Wait a minute. It feels like a woman-shaped hole. Yeah, that's it. I need to be married. Because I'd look around, I'd see people really happy, and I got that. Wife, don't have a wife. Need a wife. My first sponsor told me I would have married anybody I was dating at that point in my life. It feels like a woman-shaped hole. Yeah, that's it. I need to be married. Because I'd look around, I'd see people really happy, and I got that. Wife, don't have a wife. Need a wife. My first sponsor told me I would have married anybody I was dating at that point in my life. So I entered into this marriage, and we were married for about 4.5 years. Had a daughter who is, I could go on an hour about her. She is the light of my life. I never knew that I could love someone the way I love my daughter. I suspected in early sobriety that I had damaged myself to the point where I didn't have the capacity. And I love my daughter, and I know that I can love through her. And through the guys I sponsor, I love them, even the really sick ones. Anyway, I'm married 4.5 years, and there's some distance going on between me and my wife. But I am so involved in my business. I've got this opportunity to grow this business and to really, a once-in-a-lifetime financial opportunity. It was incredible. I'm also involved in a lot of committees in Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm sponsoring a lot of guys. My life is full. I mean full. When your life is full, you don't notice things that are vacant. I didn't realize it, but my wife, the gal I was married with, is not involved in any of that. I am the center of her universe, and her life is desolate, and she's married to a guy who's so busy, he's really gone a lot. And we started having some problems, and she came to me, and part of my self-centeredness, it's an unconscious thing. I get so wrapped up in me that I don't pay attention. I'm not awake in my own life. Right? I'm asleep because I'm wrapped up in here. And I don't get it what goes on with people around me because I can't see past myself sometimes. And so that's happening. And my wife comes to me one day and she says, I want a divorce. Oh, there might be a problem here. Okay, I mean, you don't have to hit me with too big of a 2x4. I get there's a problem here. So I said, my God, what's wrong? She says, I just don't feel good, and I feel I'm alone all the time. And let's try some different things. I'll cut back my hours. I'll change some things around. Well, let's go to counseling. We started going to marriage counseling, and went for several months to this marriage counseling. And through the whole thing, my sponsor has retired. He's on the road, traveling around the country, and he's out of touch. So I have a guy, Craig, who's one of my favorite sponsees, and him and I become very close. And I'm using Craig to talk about the problems in my life. He's like my best friend. And we go to counseling for about three and a half months. And one day she comes to me, she says, I don't want to go to counseling anymore. I want out of the marriage. And I don't get it. I mean, like, God, we're doing everything here to try to save this. She said, I want out. And in Las Vegas, if you want a divorce, you can get a divorce quick. I mean, it's not like some states they make you wait. You can get within a week, you're done. You're out if you don't fight it. And we got a divorce on a Thursday. The next day, Friday, I discover that my wife and daughter move in with Craig, my best friend. And I discover that they had been sleeping together the whole last year of my marriage. And I find out it seemed like everybody in AA knows about it except me. Right? Now, I'm in my 11th year of sobriety. You guys have been telling me for 11 years there's no such thing as a justifiable resentment. Hey, I got one now. I'm telling you. And I can even find old-timers in the meetings that'll agree how mistreated I've been. You know, you go up to them and I'd start telling them my tale of woe, and they'd say to me, and didn't you just buy her a new car, Bob? And I'd say, yes, as the nail holes in my hands would open up a little bigger, you know. And you know, if you've been there, there's an exquisiteness in the suffering, you know. For a little while, it kind of pumps the ego up, and you know you get a lot of attention. But then, if you're like me, you start to get really sick from this, you know, and it starts to eat your lunch, and I can't get out of it now. And I'm going to meetings trying to talk about it, trying to get free of it, and people in AA tell me crazy stuff. One guy says, "Well, just don't think about it." Right. How do you do that? How do you stop thinking about something you can't stop thinking about? It's like having a piece of fly paper on your hand. You can't get rid of it. One guy says to me, he says, well, if you believe in God, it shouldn't be a problem. Well, I believe in God, and it's a problem. It's a problem. And I don't know what to do. And I try to go through this part of the book, and I can't. I'm blocked. I'm too defended. I am not prepared as yet. It's too close yet to look at it from an entirely different angle. I know through being through this process intellectually that I will get free because I've had the experience. I've taken guys through it. I know the freedom is in the fourth step, is in the process of the resentment. But I can't do it. I'm not prepared. That's the truth. I know I should be, but I'm not. So God, in His graciousness, through hordes of newcomers and people sober a long time into my life to sponsor who are all going through relationship breakups. And I pile them in my car, and we go to meetings. We're like the depressed section of the meeting, you know. You know, you can hear the chairman saying the secretary saying to the chairman, "Don't call on those guys." You know? But those guys saved my life. I'll tell you one incident. I was You know, when it says in the sex inventory that we throw ourselves the harder into helping others. I was with my daughter one day, and she's only about 2.5, and I just adore her. She's just a sweetheart. And I took her to a friend of mine's ranch, and she could ride some ponies, and she loved that. And I went to get her a soda out of the machine next to the barn, and as I'm coming back, the girl that works there says, "Oh, here comes your daddy." And she looks at me, and she says, "That's not my daddy. Craig's my daddy." And it felt like somebody took a knife and just put it right in here. And I didn't say anything, and I put the smile on my face, and I got her in the car, and I took her home that day, and I let her out, and I watched her run up the walk and jump into his arms, and I watched the three of them stand on the front porch and wave to me as I drove away alone. And I remember driving in the car, and I'm crying, and I'm telling God I love my daughter, but I can't do this. This is too much for me. I'm not big enough to do this, God. I just can't. And I go to pick up a guy, and he gets in the car, and he starts crying because he'd been denied again by the courts to ever see his kids. I went, okay, I can do this one more week. One more week. And I never did break that contact, and she has never not been a regular part of my life, which is so, I thank God for God's grace and the people in AA that encouraged me to do that. And then finally, after a while, I was able to do the step process. And I put both their names down, what they did, what was hurt, threatened, affected, or interfered with, everything, absolutely everything. And then the book says, are you prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle? And now I'm like the rat. I don't want any more cheese. I just want out of the trap. Right? Yeah, I'm ready. And it says we've got to realize how the people that harmed us were perhaps like us, spiritually sick, even though we didn't like their symptoms, the way they affected us, that they, like us, were sick too. So I had to do something. I had to other-center myself enough to look at the marriage and me from her eyes. And when I did that, I'll tell you, what I saw I didn't like. What I saw was a gal who wrapped her whole life around this marriage and was absolutely committed to it. And she was committed to a marriage to a guy who just after a while wasn't there very much. And I started to experience and get her desolation and her loneliness and her fear. And after I really got it, I remember thinking to myself, my God, I would have done the same thing. I probably would have had an affair. I might have had an affair before she did, quicker than she did. She hung out a long time. And I started to have compassion for her desolation that she went through. And I was in sort of I couldn't believe that I'd put up that facade of what a great husband I was, because I never cheated on her and I always brought home as a good provider, brought home the money and all that other stuff. But where the rubber really meets the road in intimacy, the truth was, I was a terrible husband. The problem is that I don't know how to be intimate. At that time in my sobriety, I didn't have a clue. And so after about 6 months of in a relationship, after the shine is worn off of me telling you all my favorite stories and everything, I run out of things to say and the emptiness is overwhelming. So I stay busy because I don't know what else to do. So I become a workaholic and an AA junkie and all that other stuff because it was convenient. And I could justify it all. Well, I have to build this business. It's a one-shot opportunity. And I have to do the AA, and it all had justification. But it was also very convenient because I didn't know how to be there with her. Once the small talk is over, I don't know how to just sit there and be with someone. And when I looked at it from her view, I started thinking, my God, I'm the guy who did this. My decisions based on self-centered fear set this whole thing up. And I started to realize if I would have gone to a leading university, a think tank, where there's experts on psychology, psychiatry and sociology, and put a board of the leading experts in the world in those fields together in a room. When I first got married and said to them and gave them the task, I am marrying a woman who is loyal and monogamous, and she's a good-hearted gal. Can you give me a game plan I could initiate over 3 years that would make a gal like this cheat on her husband? Can you come up with something that would work? I'm telling you, they wouldn't have come up with anything more effective than what I did. They couldn't have. And yet I did all of that, and I don't even know I'm doing it. Made decisions based on self, which later placed me in that position to be hurt. You know, and these people that hurt me, I don't see why. I can't see the cause and effect because I can't see past my justifications and rationalizations. And I'm the guy. And I did the same thing with Craig. And Craig was easy. I'm a guy. I know how that is. When I've learned to protect myself from certain situations because I know how guys are. We're dogs. It's awful. And the most morally standard guy in the world, if he get in the right set of circumstances and the doors open and he's been touched in certain ways, he'll be sitting there going, wait a minute, I had these principles a minute ago. Where'd they go? Because I know I have done things in my life that later I've been ashamed of. That later what I've done is I've acted like the guy I don't like. And so did Craig. And I understood that. He was easier than her for some reason to get that. And I sponsor him today. Matter of fact, when Ray came up to visit, Ray stayed with him. He's one of my top guys I sponsor. He's sober almost 20 years. And he's a great member of my home group. And they got divorced. They got married and divorced. And they couldn't stay together. And I'll tell you, so this would only happen in AA. I spent 6 months trying to keep their marriage together. I'm not making that up. That's the truth. Really. And you know why I did it? Because once I got free, I realized that they were much better together than her and I ever were. And he was a tremendous stepfather for my daughter. Tremendous. I mean, if God, after I got free of their judgment and the resentment, if God would have came up to me and said, Bob, you need to pick, out of all the people on the planet, you got to pick a stepdad for your daughter, who would you pick? I'd pick him. I'd pick him. I'd pick him today. And how wrong I had been in all my judgments. The truth will set you free, but it'll screw your day up first. Let's break for lunch.
Howdy, and thanks for coming back. I'm Scott Lee. I'm alcoholic, and I've collected some quotations over the years that are just treasures to me. Here's one from Hank Williams Sr. He said, "A lot of good ideas in a pint, not so many in a quart." For me, that's always been one of the great truths. And I was reminded of an experience I had years ago. I had a traveling job, and I came home from about a 2-week trip. And my son was about a year and a half old at that point. And I can remember sitting on the couch watching him on the floor, crawling around in his diaper, and I'm loving him at a level he can't imagine. And everything that I have that's his, that would be good for him, he's welcome to, no charge. Just freely given. I want what's best for him. I know what it is, and he doesn't. And he is not even worried whether or not there's food in the refrigerator for lunch. It hasn't crossed his mind. He has every reason to expect all of his needs will be taken care of. And it doesn't matter how loudly he screams or how badly he wants them. I won't let him play with the razor blades. And that's me on the floor in the diaper, and that's God on the couch. I get a lot of my perspective of my relationship with God from my relationship with my children. And that was a great revelation for me. I have my own definition, by the way, for revelation. Revelation is when I figure out for myself something y'all been trying to tell me for 6 months or longer. That's revelation. Yeah. And I had another one. I had an experience quite a few years ago. I was about 2 years sober, and I was having a discussion. Now, not being as spiritually evolved as I am, you might have thought it was an argument, but I'm too spiritual for that. with another AA member before a meeting. It was about something really, really important. I can't remember exactly what it was right now, but and old Joe B walked in, and Joe was very, very intelligent. He'd been sober since about 3 weeks before the earth began to cool, and with those two characteristics, is clearly going to be on my side of this burning issue, which I still can't remember what it was. And as he poured his coffee, I posed the question, waiting for him to back my play. And when he finished, he looked up and I said, "Joe, what do you think?" And Joe said, "I am not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution. Do not wish to engage in any controversy. Neither endorse nor oppose any causes. My primary purpose is to stay sober and help other alcoholics achieve sobriety." By the time he finished, my opponent and I were laughing. And a couple of weeks later, the light dawned. And I went to Joe and I said, "You meant that?" And he said, "Yeah." Joe B was living the AA preamble. He was one of the most peaceful individuals I've ever known in my life. What I'd like to do now on page 58 in the text, the most read, least understood, I think maybe, certainly the least listened to portion of the work that we have. And if y'all would please play with me, I think you'll find this to be a lot of fun. I'm going to read this, and I'm going to ask a series of questions. I'm going to interrupt myself and ask questions. And the questions all have the same answer. All right? And I'm going to ask you to respond with the answer to try to make the point. Okay? And the answer, in all cases, is the 12 steps. Okay? Are you ready? Let's try it once. The 12 steps. Very rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. What's our path? The 12 steps. Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. What's this simple program? The 12 steps. Usually men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. There are such unfortunates. They are not at fault. They seem to have been born that way. They're naturally incapable of grasping and developing a manner of living which demands rigorous honesty. What is the manner of living demands rigorous honesty? These 12 steps. Their chances are less than average. There are those too who suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders, but many of them do recover if they have the capacity to be honest. Our stories disclose in a general way what we used to be like, what happened, these 12 steps, and what we are like now. If you've decided you want what we have and are willing to go to any length to get it, then you're ready to take certain steps. I wonder what steps they're talking about. These 12 steps. And some of these we balked. Some of what? These 12 steps. We thought we could find an easier, softer way. Easier and softer than what? These 12 steps. But we could not. With all the earnestness at our command, we beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. Very start of what? These 12 steps. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil, till we let go absolutely. Remember, we deal with alcohol, cunning, baffling, powerful. Without help, it is too much for us. How are we going to get this help? These 12 steps. But there is one who has all power. That one is God. May you find him now. Half measures availed us nothing. We stood at the turning point. We asked his protection and care with complete abandon. Here are the steps we took, which are suggested as a program of recovery. What is the program of recovery? These 12 steps. Thank you. Kind of interesting how many references there really are there if you stop and look at them. I think that's kind of powerful. Talk a little bit about step 4 in general terms, and then I'm going to go back to some of the specifics. I was told that freedom is when I accept full responsibility for the results of all of my own actions. At that point, I'm free. Now, up until then, I may have been at large. But as some of us know, that can be temporary. Freedom is permanent as long as I'm willing to live with the results of my mistakes. They told me all my life we learn from our mistakes. They're wrong about that. I never did. Never did. I never learned from my mistakes. What I've learned from has been living with the results of my mistakes. I'm kind of like the dog that wets on the rug. What did he learn? Nothing. When did he start learning? When you rubbed his nose in it. And me and the dog have that in common. And I think we've got 5 steps that address that process. They're 4, 5, 8, 9, and 10 are about me literally embracing the results of my mistakes. And as I do that, that's where the learning process occurs for me. And the next time I'm in that situation, I don't stop and think, well, gee, that was a mistake last time. What I stop and think was, did you enjoy making amends for that? Yeah, that's the piece that slows me down. I sincerely believe the 4 steps are one of the easiest steps we've got. It's kind of long, but it's real easy. It's one of my mentors says that The alcoholic is kind of like an electromagnet that's been dragged through the junkyard of life. And all this rusty, jagged stuff has been collected all over us. And as we go through these steps, what we do is we slowly turn the current off. And that stuff drops away. And this beautiful person I always really was just kind of emerges. I like to say that, and it helped me a lot to be told that all that garbage in my past is not who I am. And it's not. That's who I'm not. Because if that's who I am, I'm still out there doing it. It doesn't make me sick in my stomach to think of some of it. That must be who I'm not. And what they've taught me here is how to stop doing who I'm not. How to make amends for doing who I'm not. How to receive the forgiveness for doing who I'm not. And who I really am kind of emerges from the ashes like the phoenix. If you haven't done step 4, I'll tell you something you haven't thought of. There aren't any surprises in it. I mean, you're the one that did all that, right? It's not like you don't already know. So you don't have to be afraid of that. There's no wispy what ifs in step 4. You already know it. A friend of mine said, God forgives me for everything I ever did, and He loved me while I was doing it. My God got bigger that day. Got a lot bigger. And I believe from my own experience that I literally do not have the power to create a mistake so grievous that God can't turn it into something magnificent. Not just fix. The worst things I've done, I watch Him regularly take and use as tools to help other people. Lack of power was my dilemma. I never had the power to do something that He couldn't turn into something magnificent. Page 124. I didn't know we were going to do this. This is one of the things they've recently added here to the book. I swear it is. A lot of it was here, but they've edited. And it says, this painful past may be of infinite value to other families still struggling with their problem. Here's the part they just added. We think each family which has been relieved owes something to those who have not. See, I always thought I owed this to the men that brought it to me. And I don't. It's been my experience when I've had the privilege of coaching someone through these steps and seeing the light come on in their eyes and knowing I was a tool in the Master's hand. I've already been overpaid. They don't owe me a thing. And the men that carried this to me, that got to see the lights come on in my eyes, were overpaid, and I don't owe them a thing. I owe it to the next newcomer coming through the door. That's who I owe it to. Pretty clear. One of the things we do at my home group, many of us, is we've got a better plan than giving our phone numbers to newcomers, because they're not going to call. Right? I mean, when I was sober 100 days, I bet I had 100 numbers. You know how many I'd called, right? Same number as you, right? Sure. What we do is we exchange phone numbers with them. Guys with guys, girls with girls. And I task the men that I sponsor and myself. And when I exchange phone numbers with a new guy, I will call him twice in the next 3 days. It's nothing for me to pick up the phone and say, hey, I met you at the back room. I'm going to the fellowship meeting tonight at the church down on Nolensville Road, 8 o'clock. Maybe meet you there. We'll get a cup of coffee. I got a speaker tape you might enjoy. Or, hey, I talk to 5 or 6 guys every day that are in recovery. Talk to them on the phone. You're on today's list. How's it going? It's nothing for me to call him. He can't call me. We don't chase him. Just a couple of taps is all it takes. Just a couple. This thing says about the hand of AA always being there, and that for that I'm responsible. Wonder what would happen if we were able to stick the hand out just a little further. They're dying, you know. They're dying. I think it's so important that we do that. I think the 2 most important things we do here are make newcomers welcome and make those who are coming back welcome. If you are coming back, I'd like to say welcome. I'd like to tell you that I will do anything I can to make it easy for you to stay. And if anybody gives you any grief about having been back out, please give them my phone number. I'd like to talk to them. I'd like to talk to them in the parking lot. I'll settle for on the phone. But I'm serious about that. Please, I'll make it as easy as I can for you to come back. Because if I go back out, please, God, make it easy for me to come back. Because I got nowhere else to go. This is all there is for me. I've got to do this thing. So let's make it easy. All right? Let's make it easy. Back to step 4, I think one of the things that's really important is to make sure that this person's God is big enough. I need to see where he is, or we're still doing the act as long as we're on a really good list on that. Let's make sure his God is not only big enough, but available. so he can hold the hand of this God as he goes into what looks to him like the dark cave of step 4. It's not a dark cave. It's one of the easiest things he'll ever do, but he doesn't know that because he's been listening to the BS and the meetings of people who've done some of these guides and these pieces of trash that float around, written by, I'm sure, well-meaning people. I really mean that. I think there are two things in recovery that are the two single hardest things to do, two of them. One of them is thinking about doing a 4-step. It's much more difficult than actually doing a 4-step, right? And the other one is thinking about doing a 9-step. And since the book doesn't require me to think about doing either one of those anywhere, I'd like to recommend you don't do that. Lay that down. I think you'll be happy that you did. I read a book by a fellow who was he was an ordained minister in one of the fairly common Christian faiths. I don't remember. He was Methodist, Presbyterian, somewhere along in there. He was also a PhD, either psychologist or psychiatrist, and he was the chaplain of an insane asylum. And one day, this thought occurred to him, and he polled the patients in his insane asylum, and he asked them a single question. Would you rather be right or would you rather be free? And overwhelmingly, they said they would rather be right. Do you know, back when I was crazy, I would have rather been right too. And I have given up the need to be right. It's been my experience that I've never been angry when I wasn't also right. I've been right when I wasn't angry, but I've never been angry when I wasn't right. Play with that one a little bit. I think you'll like it. Page 66. I'm going to go back over some things that Bob very graciously left out because he knows I have a passion for these paragraphs, and that was very generous of him. Page 66. It is. So we're going to do some observations here. Actually, we're going to start at the bottom of 65. It said the first thing apparent was that this world and its people are often quite wrong. That's an observation. What I require from a man that I sponsor is a commitment to the following. Number one, that you want what the people who wrote this book had. And what they had was long-term, productive, happy sobriety. Is that what you want? Okay. Given that fact, as we come through this book, if they say they wrote something, you will stop and write it. If they say they prayed something, you will stop and pray it. If they say they did something, you'll stop and do it. If they say that they observed something, you'll stop and try to observe it. Seems like a fair request. And I ask for that. So they're observing here that the world and people are often quite wrong. I don't want to spend a lot of time on that one because I think you already have spent a lot of time on that one. Right? Okay. I'm going to skip down to the next paragraph. It says, it is plain that a life which includes deep resentment leads only to futility and unhappiness. That's an observation. It's plain to them. Is it plain to you? Yeah. Have you ever seen anyone who had deep resentment that wasn't also futile and unhappy? Have you ever seen somebody that was happy, joyous, free, and deeply resentful? It's a good question. And then it says, to the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile? Did you squander hours that might have been worthwhile? Did you ever sit in class and hate them when you should have been listening? Did you lay awake at night planning their demise? Could have been filing your nails. I mean, that could have been worthwhile. All right, squander means to throw away with no hope of recompense. So you threw it away, threw time away. All right. It says both the alcoholic whose hope, you want to know what your hope is? Here it comes. The maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience. I couldn't hear that. Yeah, thank you very much. The 12 steps, yeah. Growth means what I've already got in enough. It means Scott Lee's 2004 program might not be good enough to keep him sober in 2005. Maintenance for me means two things. Maintenance means, number one, I can't afford to lose anything I've already got. But maintenance also means that I have to maintenance my spiritual experience in the same sense that I maintenance my vehicle. Change the oil, rotate the tires, keep the proper pressure in, wash it, those kinds of things. So I maintenance my spiritual experience by prayer, meditation, attending meetings, taking meetings in the jails and treatment centers, reading spiritual literature, sponsoring some guys, having a sponsor. Got it? Saying please and thank you, letting people in traffic. So maintenance means to take care of, to maintain, in the sense of taking care of. It says, but with the alcoholic whose hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave. Infinitely grave. Oh, my God. That sounds pretty serious. As a matter of fact, I think we just threatened your life. That's once. We found that it is fatal. That's twice. And I want to tell the story. A fellow's name. I've had several sponsors, by the way. For those of you who are new, I want to share something because it may not show up for me again. I was given a gift by my fourth sponsor, and that's how he told me how to drop my third sponsor. And what he said and I dropped the most spiritual man I ever expect to know because he was unavailable. I called him on a Friday to tell him I'd ask someone else to sponsor me, left a message. It was the following Tuesday when he returned my call, and I was in the middle of a divorce. He's not a bad guy. His life was too full. I needed more than I could get. That's a good reason to move on. And I was told how to drop a sponsor. And what this man told me to do was thank him. And I said, thank you for all you've given me. Thank you for all the time. Thank you for all I've learned. It's only fair for me to tell you that I've asked someone else to sponsor me. And then I don't have to answer questions. Now, I would have if he'd asked any, but he didn't. He knew. If you ever have to do that and the person you're dropping becomes angry, the one thing you'll know for sure is you've done the right thing. Mm-hmm. Says, we found that it's fatal. I went to my second sponsor. I ran into him like 6 years later, and I said, do you remember Bill? And I'm not going to give his last name. And he said, sure. He said, if you ever sponsor anyone who commits suicide, you will always remember them. And I said, at 2 years sober, he and I had you, the same sponsor. We were plus or minus a couple of months on the same sobriety date. We had the same home group where I saw him 5 to 8 times a week. And at 2 years sober, he pulled into the garage after a meeting one night sober, dropped the door and left it running. Took his own life. And I sit here, sober 7 years, happy, joyous, and free, and scared. And I want to know what the difference was between me and Bill because I can't find it. And he said I could not get him to do a 4-step. And resentment killed him. He died of it. And I thought about that. And I've talked to others who knew this man. And they all agree. Every time you saw Bill, he couldn't wait to run up to you and tell you what some SOB had just done to him. He was a victim all the time. And the victims don't get sober. Forgive me for being so direct. I haven't seen the victims get sober. And what we're approaching here is the forgiveness process that Bob talked about. Forgiveness process is in step 4. That's what we're talking about right here. So anyway, we found it's fatal. That's 2. For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. Harboring is an interesting word. It doesn't say when having. Harbor to means to give a safe place to nurture, to protect. I'm okay if I have a resentment if I'm not harboring it. And the directions for not harboring are coming. It says the insanity of alcohol returns. We drink again with us. To drink is to die. That's 3. It said if we were to live, this only again for the ones that want to live. It's threatened my life again. That's 4. We had to be free of anger. The grouch and the brainstorm are not for us. Kind of interesting thing. The word brainstorm really confuses a lot of us. It confused me. And I happened to hear a series of lectures one time by a guy who worked for Walt Disney. He actually ran Disney University. And he said in about the time this book was written, Walt Disney came up with this idea for how to write a Mickey Mouse cartoon. And people would sit around and spit out ideas about that. And they called it brainstorming. But if you look up brainstorm in a 1930s dictionary, which I did, it says transient, violent mental outburst. That means rage. Okay? This brainstorm we have down here has nothing to do with brainstorming. I'm told I'm made in God's image. There's one thing I'll tell you for sure about God. He's creative. It's okay to be creative. All right? That's not what they're talking about. That's rage. Brainstorm, as is written in here, is synonymous with rage. So there are 2 kinds of anger. The grouch or the slow burn and the detonation, rage. Change the meaning. And then here, you talk about something thin. Listen to this. They may be the dubious luxury of normal men. Boy, that's thin. But for alcoholics, these things are poison. Threatens your life the 5th time. We turn back to the list, for it held the key to the future. The key to the future, does that mean if I don't get this right, I don't have a future? 6. We're prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. Different from what? Well, the last time we looked at the list was actually that first sentence I read here. It began at the bottom of 65. The first thing apparent was that the world and its people are often quite wrong. It's the last time we've looked at the list. Now, once again, this is a place where I have some fun with the guys I sponsor. It says we were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. It doesn't say how they prepared. So I don't care how you prepare, but you will. You stand up, shake out your writer's cramp, go wash your face, walk around your chair 4 or 5 times, announce out loud you're preparing, and you're now prepared. And I'll expect to know tomorrow how you prepared. I'm that serious about it. And I don't care what they do, as long as they do something to announce that they're now prepared. And then it says, we began to see that the world as people really dominate us. Let's go back to your list and go through them one at a time. Let's see how this dominated you. Did it dominate you because your father beat you down so far that you couldn't tell anybody no and you're still scared of authority figures? Did it dominate you because you hated this guy so bad that you planned your life so you'd never be around him so he couldn't get you again? Or did it affect you that you hated him so bad you were around him as much as you could, so if he ever made a mistake, you could point at it and make sure everybody knew? Did it dominate you because it cost you sleep, cost you time and class? How did these things dominate you? Let's spend some time and have a look at that. And then it says, in that state, that's the state of being dominated by these resentments, the wrongdoings of others, fancied or real, Bob covered that beautifully, had the power to actually kill. Oh, here we are again. How could we escape? We saw that these resentments must be mastered. Time out. Do you see that? Yeah. They saw it. This is again red flag analysis by me. I'm a salesman by trade. I understand that's what Bill was. And I think what you've just seen here is a fabulous sales presentation. A good salesman will never, ever mention price until he's already established value. We've threatened your life 7 times because we know you have a little learning disability. You'd have been here before you started shaving. All right. So have we made our sale? I think that's the question here. Are you willing to let them go at absolutely any price? That's the question. Because I can't wish them away. I used to say, yeah, I forgive you. But you'd be real smart not to ever turn your back on me. Yeah, that's not forgive. This was our course. We realized, our friend Don from Louisville, Kentucky does it this way. Look at me. He says, I realized. I can know something up here, but when I realize it, it becomes real for me. It's what my wife calls heart knowledge. When I get it down here. People were perhaps spiritually sick, and another one of my mentors defined spiritually sick as cut off from God. I have something the angels don't have. I have the ability to turn my back on God and go right back to doing it my way. And that's what I was doing when I did those things. I'm not going to call on anybody, all right? I want you to bring into your mind now the 1 or 2 worst things you ever did. Got them? Weren't you cut off from God when you did that? Yes. Had you been walking in the sunlight of the Spirit in conscious contact with this glorious, generous, loving God who created all this stuff and who loves you beyond your capacity to receive? Had you been walking in contact with Him, could you have done that? No. Would you have thought of doing it? Probably not. No. You were spiritually sick. And these people who wronged you were spiritually sick too. Because spiritually healthy people in contact with the great reality don't do those kinds of things to God's kids. And what I require the men that I sponsor to do is to go through that list one at a time. We're still doing 30-minute sessions. We haven't written anything for a while. We're working hard on step 4. We're digging hands full of poison out of your soul here. That's what this whole thing is about right here. And I require them to go through that list one at a time. And in the 5 minutes before that session, you're going to ask for courage and clarity, and you're going to talk to God about those 2 or 3 worst things you ever did. And how sad you are that you did them. And how if you'd been connected to Him, you would not have done them. And that will put you in a really good position then to go down the list one at a time. First name on the list, Fred. God, please help me grant Fred spiritual sickness rather than SOBism. Second name on the list, Martha. Father, please help me grant Martha spiritual sickness rather than SOBism. I want you to do the whole list once. Let's ask God for that. I had an amazing experience a number of years ago. I explained that this spiritually sick thing to a guy. We were sitting in a restaurant. This guy I sponsored, and I saw him physically change. And the forgiveness process was over for him. He had it. I've only seen it once. It was an astonishing thing. And then and I stopped there. Because that's going to take him a couple of seconds. He's probably got 160 resentments. Right? He told me he only had 4 or 5, but I said, go ahead and sit down and do some writing anyway. He got about 160. And so it's going to take a couple of sessions to get through that. And then at the top of the next page, we didn't like their symptoms the way these disturbed us. They, like ourselves, are sick too. Let's take that apart. We didn't like their symptom. The symptom of their spiritual sickness is whatever they did to me that left me with a resentment. The way they disturbed me is my resentment. And then the great truth, again, here, 2 sentences in a row, they, like ourselves, were sick too. That must be awfully important. They've just told me twice. We ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. I would observe on that I'm praying for myself. And some of my mentors who got sober on the second edition don't do what I'm about to do. I think one of the most popular misquotes in our fellowship is, more will be revealed. Shout out the page number, I dare you. Page 164 says, God will constantly disclose more to you and to us. And I refer to the story section to the more will be disclosed section. Page 551 in the story Freedom from Bondage. If you haven't read the stories, do yourself a favor. This lady is talking about a resentment against her mother. Now, she's gotten rid of the rest of them. She's down to one. Bottom of page 551, 4th edition. One morning, however, I realized I had to get rid of it. That's the resentment against her mother. For my reprieve. Look up reprieve in your dictionary. It's a stay of execution. We're under death sentence here. Reprieve was running out, and if I didn't get rid of it, I was going to get drunk, and I didn't want to get drunk anymore. Now look at the chain of events. In my prayers that morning, I asked God to point out to me some way to be free of this resentment. During the day, a friend of mine brought me some magazines to take to a hospital group I was interested in. I looked through them, and a banner across one featured an article by a prominent clergyman in which I caught the word resentment. Look at the chain of events. She sees something about herself that needs to be changed. And notice I didn't say something wrong with her. We're children of God. There's nothing wrong with us. There's some things about us could stand to be changed and worked on and grown from, but I don't think there's anything wrong. She saw something, she prayed about it, and then what'd she do? She got focused on helping somebody else. And her answer fell out of the sky on her. And I've seen it over and over, and that is a predictable chain of events. So I don't solve my problems. What I do is talk to God about them, I talk to my sponsor, other spiritual people that I know about them, and I get focused on helping somebody else, and my answer falls out of the sky on me, or the problem evaporates. I cannot explain that, I can report it. It's very consistent. Back to 552. He said, in effect, if you have a resentment you want to be free of, there's a good question. Do you want to be free of it? Did we make our sale? Was 7 death threats on one page enough for you? If you will pray for the person or thing you resent, you'll be free. If you will ask in prayer for everything you want for yourself to be given to them, you will be free. Ask for their health, their prosperity, their happiness, and you will be free. Even when you don't really want it for them, and your prayers are only words, and you don't mean it, go ahead and do it anyway. And it says do it for 2 weeks and it'll be gone. That has not been my experience. Although I'll admit this is a pretty highly spiritually evolved lady who's down to 1. So, I don't know. But I know this, that adding that prayer to this one here is what I was shown to do, and I sure have seen it work. And so, we're going to still be doing these 30-minute sessions, and I want you praying in the shower when you're driving your car, anytime you think of one of these people. First name on the list, Fred. God, please help me grant Fred spiritual sickness rather than SOBism. Please grant me the ability to show him the same tolerance, pity, and patience I would cheerfully grant a sick friend. And then I ask that you would, for Fred, that his children go to school on scholarship and never give him any trouble, that he gets promoted at work, that he wins the Kentucky lottery, that his wife is fabulous in bed, that, why not? That his lawn grows lush and green, but it grows so slow he only has to mow it once a year. Right? That he has a magnificent spiritual experience and walks in the sunlight of the Spirit for the rest of his days. I didn't ask you to mean it. And I tell the guys I sponsor, if you need to preface your prayers by saying, look, God, this fool you've got sponsoring me has told me to do this, and I'm only doing it to show him it won't work. If you need to start there, I'm good with it. We're not asking you to lie to God. That's not what's going on here. If you need to start there, I'm good with it. And when you get through with that prayer for that one individual, you ask yourself a simple question, do I mean it? That's a yes or no, but that's not an essay question. That's a yes or no. And if the answer is no, you move on to the next name. If the answer is yes, put a check mark by it and move on to the next name. When we get to the end, we're going to start over again with just the ones that aren't checked. The English language, in my experience, has it wrong. Forgive isn't something I do, it's something I receive. I got here locked up like this, and what you've taught me is to open to receive the gifts that have always been here. I don't think it's ever been God's unwillingness to give. It's been my inability to receive. When I get to the point where I don't hate somebody anymore, where that stuff is gone for me, I haven't given them something. I have received something. And this is a process, and I'm not saying there aren't others, that opened my soul up to receive the gift of forgiveness. I think of resentment kind of like ice around my heart. And what we do here with these prayers is hold the icy heart up to the sunlight of the Spirit. And the thickness of the ice is maybe based on how long I've had this resentment, how much I've nurtured it. And maybe the time frame has to do with how close I can hold it to the sunlight. Eventually, the sunlight will melt the ice. And the day will come where I really do hope that he has a fabulous life. And that's gone for me. And I am at that point free. And I will have received forgiveness. We pray an interesting prayer at the end of a lot of the meetings. And one of the phrases in there says, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. I think that says, God, if I don't forgive them, don't you forgive me. I think that's what that says. My sponsor explained it to me this way. He said, you got here wanting mercy for you and justice for everybody else. That one hit pretty hard, didn't it? And the package is justice for everybody or mercy for everybody, and you are part of everybody, and you get to choose. And I am not in a position to face justice, nor will I ever be. And I have therefore chosen mercy for everyone. And I've gotten free. And I wouldn't take anything for it. I'm lighter. I feel differently. It's a fabulous process. Fabulous process. I loved what... and here coming after that, and that sometimes takes months. Sometimes that takes months and months. I really don't care how long it takes. It's only going to kill you. You plan to live to be 127 anyway, don't you? I mean, we got plenty of time. And then it looks to me like the marching orders for from here on, what am I supposed to do? When a person offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man. Here's another prayer. This is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God save me from being angry. Thy will be done. That's what I'm supposed to do when you cut me off in traffic. That's what I'm supposed to do when you make me mad now. It says we avoid retaliation or argument. We wouldn't treat sick people that way. If we do, we destroy our chance of being helpful. That's interesting. Page 77. What are we really trying to do here? Third line, page 77. Our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to God and the people about us. Well, it's hard to do when you're mad at them, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And here's a promise. We cannot be helpful, back on 67, cannot be helpful to all people, but at least God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one. What a promise. That's been my experience. And it says, referring to our list again, putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done. Boy, that's hard to do if you still hate them now, isn't it? Maybe we ought to do the prayers first. Maybe we ought to get the poison dug out of our soul first before we try this. We look for our own mistakes, and Bob covered that beautifully. Nowhere does it tell me to look for my part. And I'm not going to redo that. I thought that was great. And then further down, I think there are a lot of really good ways to follow what's on this paragraph. And I'm not near as hung up on format as I appear to be. I think the new people need to think I am. I think it's real important to them. But the truth is, I think there's an awful lot of right ways to do this under the care of a sponsor. One of my mentors does this paragraph in sentence form. Another one does lists. I think there are a lot of right ways to do it. I'm a fourth column fan because I think it makes step 8 really easy. And so that's how I tell them what we're going to do is the fourth column. And you're going to write down what you did wrong. And you don't have much room. So let's don't be bashing ourselves, because the reason we're doing that is down here at the bottom. It says we admitted our wrongs honestly and we're willing to set these matters straight. Gee, that sounds like step 8, doesn't it? There's another reference later on in step 4 that sounds a lot like 8. This thing we do is really fluid. I want to cover up something else. I got started and I get so excited up here. Back on page 65, we counted the words under the cause there for Mr. Brown. It came to 19. And I limit the guys I sponsor to 19, but I tell them I'm flexible. And if you think you've got somebody who's done more than that to you, you want to write the 20th word, call me. We'll talk about it. I'll be glad to negotiate that. I'll tell you I've never given it up, but I'll be willing to talk about it. Truth is, I've never been called. You wouldn't call me, would you? They wouldn't either. Okay, bottom of 67. I'm not going to read this paragraph, but it says basically fear is not real good stuff, and we got to get rid of it too. Turning the page. It tells us how to go about that. It says we reviewed our fears thoroughly. That's a general description. They're going to tell me exactly how to do that. We put them on paper, even though we had no resentment in connection with them. So I got two kinds of fears. Those that have a resentment connected and those that don't. Typically, although not always, the fear list is a bit shorter than the resentment inventory. So if you had 200 resentments and you only come up with 42 fears, you're probably all right. Don't worry about it. We're not grading you on how many. Besides that, you already get your grade on this thing. If I find you got your F minus, you're not getting the trophy. We're going to be doing this again anyway. And so it says we asked ourselves why we had them. I will be forever grateful that they tell me why, because I didn't have a clue. Why did I have fears? And the answer is, wasn't it because self-reliance failed us? And I think the question that brings to my mind is go down your fear list and ask yourself this question. If you were totally God-reliant, 100%, would you have that fear? Would you? One at a time, ask yourself that question. Pretty good question. Next paragraph, perhaps there's a better way. We think so, for we're now on a different basis. The basis of trusting and relying upon God. Let's take a look at Roman numeral 16. Forward to the second edition. Bill Wilson is about to leave the Oxford groups. He loves a lot of what they're doing and is going to carry it with him, but he can't take it all. About 8 lines from the top. XVI in the forward to the second edition. Though he could not accept all the tenets of the Oxford groups, he was convinced of the need for moral inventory, confession of personality defects, restitution, that'd be different from apology, restitution to those harmed, helpfulness to others. Listen to this one. And the necessity, wonder how important that is, the necessity of belief in and dependence upon God. That really struck me, that belief in God and dependence on God are separate concepts. I got here pretty much believing there was a God and not having a higher power. And I don't think that's real uncommon. Belief in and dependence. That's what we're talking about here. Back on 68. Different basis. The basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We are in the world to play the role He assigns. Step 1, Section B. He assigns the role. I love this little story that God invented this particular kind of animal, and He gave this animal a taste and a hunger only for the leaves that grow at the top of a particular kind of tree. And He also gave the giraffe a long neck so he could get to him. I have a long neck for God's will for me. I quote my wife who says, God's will is a good deal. Boy, that helped. Because I've been afraid of it for a long time. I was just wrong about that. And then it says, just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us and humbly rely on Him, does He enable us to match calamity with serenity? That looks to me like permission to make a mistake. Just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us. I don't always know. Do you? Don't always know. And I think it's okay when I make mistakes. If I'm trying to do what I think God wants me to do and I make a mistake, well, I'll tell you this, I'm still making mistakes. But I make a much finer quality mistake today than I ever made before. We have a name for that. Call it progress. Think about it. Progress is a better quality of mistake. It's exactly what it is. We never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. That's another one of those twice in the same paragraph deals. We can laugh at those who think spirituality is the way of weakness. Paradoxically, it's the way of strength. The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. Boy, we're back to that. That must be important. It just keeps coming. We never apologize for God. There it is again. Instead, we let Him demonstrate through us what He can do. We ask Him to remove our fear. I would say that was a prayer. I claim it's a series of lists, observations, and prayers. On this one, we've listed our fears. We've observed that we have them because self-reliance failed us. If we were God-reliant, we wouldn't have them. We've observed that it's not only believing in God, but trusting Him. We've found permission to make a mistake. We've been told twice not to apologize. A lot of observations on this one. And here's the prayer. We ask Him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what He would have us do. And that is not what it says. Direct our attention to what He would have us be. Have us be. That one troubled me for a long time. And I don't claim this is the whole thing, but I did find something fairly interesting under the what would God have me be category on page 133. Second line. We are sure God wants us to be happy, joyous, and free. And I think anything I can add to that list that fits is within the Master's will for me. And anything I add to that list that doesn't fit, isn't. I'll give you a couple examples. Happy, joyous, free, and trying to be a good dad. Yeah. Happy, joyous, free, and trying to be a good employee. Yeah. Happy, joyous, free, and cheating on my taxes. Sorry. Okay, back to page 68. What a promise at the last sentence. At once we commence to outgrow fear. What a promise. Outgrow fear? If I can outgrow fear, does it seem like fear must be a lack of growth? Spiritual growth is my guess. That's the end of the middle third. Now about sex. Many of us, how do you love that? Many of us need an overhauling here. Above all, we try to be sensible on this question. It's easy to get way off track. We find human opinions running to extremes. Absurd extremes, perhaps. I'm going to skip some of that stuff. 5, 6 lines down on page 69. One school would allow a man no flavor for his fare. For those of you who are younger than I am, which covers the vast majority, the word fare isn't like bus fare. It means food. Someone who is faring well is eating well, high off the hog. That's where that comes from. And so this is his metaphor here, is about how well you're eating. A menu was at one time called a bill of fare. That's what the word means there. And the other would have us all on a straight pepper diet. We want to stay out of this controversy. Oh, okay, Bill. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. Boy, if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. I do not want to be. However, I got this from one of my mentors, and it's helped me so much. He said when he gets a new fellow to sponsor, if the guy is single, what he says to him is, I'm going to recommend that you leave the ladies completely alone. Right now, you're a very, very sick fellow, and your chances of attracting a healthy female are not good. Most healthy females run screaming from guys like you. And I'm going to ask you to do that for 2 reasons. One is I want your time and energy on this step work so we can get you healthy. One of the side effects is you'll have a chance to attract a healthy female. The other reason is that, I guess I gave 2, didn't I? I hope I did. Yeah, maybe find a healthy female, and I need your time and energy for this work. Now, you may choose to ignore my suggestion. That'll be your choice. However, don't bring me the problems you create for yourself in this category by breaking that. I've already told you what I think you need to do. So that solves my problem, because I don't have to deal with it. At my home group, they say 2 ding-a-lings don't make a bell. They also say the rocks in his head were a perfect match for the holes in hers. And I heard this the other day and loved it. The AA program cannot be sexually transmitted. I think that one ought to be on the wall, don't you? Okay, back to the text. Excuse me. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We all have sex problems. We'd hardly be human if we didn't. Here's the question. What can we do about them? We reviewed our own conduct over the years past. All right, that's a general description. Here's what we're going to review. Where had we been? Selfish, dishonest, inconsiderate? Whom had we hurt? Did we unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Where were we at fault? What should we have done instead? And then it says we got all this down on paper and looked at it. It doesn't tell us exactly how to put it down on paper. And again, one of my mentors does this in sentence form. And I think there are a lot of right ways. I've gotten used to column inventory, so that's what I like to do. And I like to start with whom had we hurt. That's a pretty good place to start. And then you can use these other sentences as columns, with the last one being where were we at fault, what should we have done instead. Mine are pretty simple here, and I hope I don't offend anyone here, but I think it's going to be really important. One of the things that keeps the trash in my past clean is that I'm willing for God to use it. My last column on this one says either I should have told her the truth, or it says I should have told her, I should have left her alone, or it says I should have told him no. I've got a good friend who's a very skilled therapist who says about 70% of adult males have had a homosexual experience of some kind. I've heard over 100 fifth steps, and I'm going to guess 98's a better number. So you new guys, if that's the one you're hiding, we already know it. All right? And I got free of that. Nothing happens in here when I talk about it anymore. Okay? That's what this is about, freedom. This is about digging this poison out of my soul. Whatever it is you got, Bob was right. We've heard it. We've heard it. So let's get it down on paper and look at it. And why are we doing that? Here's what it says. In this way, we tried to shape a sane and sound ideal for our future sex life. So we're not here to bash you for what you did in the past. We're trying to figure out what your ideal is for the future. Now, gentlemen, the ideal isn't like, 5'5" and a size 7. No. The ideal has to do with your own conduct. And I think it'll help you a lot to put the word today in. Then it says we subjected each relation to this test. Was it selfish or not? Here's the first of several prayers in this portion. It's okay to pray about sex. My sponsor says he has it on good authority that God actually invented sex. Okay? We ask God to mold our ideals and help us to live up to them. Remember, always our sex powers are God-given and therefore good, neither to be used lightly or selfishly, nor to be despised or loathed. And I think it's really helpful after that to sit down and write your ideal. How are you going to live up to it if you don't know what it is? And I ask them to know no more than about this on a piece of paper, your ideal. And you want to use the word today in that, because it could change. Now, mine's fairly simple right now. Miss Linda's supposed to get all of my sexual energy. Mine's pretty simple. I'm married to a fabulous woman. That's the way that's supposed to be for me. But I remind the guy that we're not trying to fix the rest of your life. We don't need to know like what it would be if you were married but you're single, but you thought she had a boyfriend, but you weren't sure, but you were legally separated. We don't need that. We need to know, what do you think God wants you to do in this category today? The today word's really magic on there. And then it says, whatever ideal turns out to be, you must be willing to grow toward it, willing to make amends where we've done harm. Gee, that sounds like step 8 again, doesn't it? Provided we don't do more harm. Notice we treat sex as we would any other problem, which is to say we inventory it, we pray about it, we try to figure out what God wants to do about it, and then move in that direction. Here we go again. In meditation, we ask God what we should do about each specific matter, and the promise, the right answer will come if we want it. I'm going to skip a paragraph, and I'm going to summarize the next one, which says, if you're continuing to do things that are hurting other people, you're going to drink, and that's not if, that's when. That's a guarantee. And then it says, to sum up about sex, we earnestly pray. Here we are praying one more time. Earnestly pray for guidance in each questionable situation, for sanity, the strength to do the right thing. If sex is very troublesome, we throw ourselves the harder into helping others. That is a concept that is all over this book. The word altruistic appears twice before page 1. This is always about helping somebody else. It gets me out of me. We think of their needs and work for them. This takes us out of ourselves. It quiets the imperious urge when to yield would mean heartache. What we have following this is a checklist. If we have been thorough about our personal inventory, we've written down a lot. If you've written down all the things Bob and I found in here that call for writing, you'll have written down a lot. We have listed and analyzed our resentments. We covered that, didn't we? We've begun to comprehend their futility and their fatality. Did we cover that? Yeah. We have commenced to see their terrible destructiveness. See that? We have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even our enemies, for we look on them as sick people. Did we cover that? Sure. We have listed the people we hurt by our conduct and are willing to straighten out the past if we can. That was in the resentment inventory and the sexual misconduct inventory. We did that, right? If you've done a 4-step some other way and you can't say yes to all of those things, please try this. That's the checklist. Have you done these things? And then here it says in this book you read again and again that faith did for us what we could not do for ourselves. We hope you're convinced now that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from Him. If you've already made a decision, that would be the 3rd step, decision, and an inventory of your grosser handicaps, we just covered that, you've made a good beginning. This being so, you have swallowed and digested some big chunks of truth about yourself. Step 4 is one of the easiest things you'll ever do. It's a little bit long. It's real easy. We'll start again at 2:30. I just love that part.
My name's Bob Darrell. I'm an alcoholic. It's a long day. Are you having fun? Oh, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Couple things. I don't know what it's my lot in life, but I end up with having a lot of guys that I end up sponsoring that are sober a long time, that are 20 years plus sober, and they're dying. And some of them are almost suicidal or getting ready to drink, and they're very lonely and depressed, and they're on the verge of getting on meds or doing something, and they're desperate. And they come to me, and they've done everything in Alcoholics Anonymous there is to do except to really do this. Which is like they haven't done anything, really, but being kind. They were on a lot of committees, and they went to a lot of meetings. And they didn't drink. Oh boy, didn't they drink. And I had this guy a couple years ago. He's actually sober a little bit longer than I was. And he came to me and asked me to sponsor him. And his name was Jerry. And Jerry's a great guy. Now, Jerry was sober 23 years with the benefit of step none. To say he was a little brisk would be an understatement. I mean, he was a little bit wound up, a little bit tight, and a lonely guy. An angry, lonely guy. And so I got Jerry going through the steps, and we get to step 4, and I told him, I said, I want you to make a list of your resentments. And he's an old ex-Navy chief. Tough guy. Deep, gravelly voice. I don't have any resentments. Nobody gets to me. I said, Jerry, I know you have resentment. No, I don't. I let go of it. They don't get to me. Well, he's the most resentful guy I know, right? So I said, okay, Jerry, in your case, we're going to do something different. I don't want you to make a list of resentments. I want you to make a list of people you feel smugly superior to. And he gets this look on his face like, oh, this is going to be a long list. And then about a week later, I'm at the step study meeting after the meeting, and he's got me cornered in the parking lot. And he's going on and on about all these people and his family and people in AA, and he just knows what's wrong with everything. Just this and that, and this person's this and that and that. He's going on and on, and it's just wearing me out. And when he's finally done, I said, look, Jerry, I got enough. I'm going home. But will you do something tonight? Would you say a prayer? He said, yeah, I'll say a prayer. What prayer do you want me to say? I said, Jerry, go home, get down on your knees and say, God, please, tomorrow, would you judge me and treat me the way I've been judging and treating people today? And I walked away from him, and I get halfway to my car, and I'm not going to tell you what he said, but I heard this, yo, across the parking lot. As it sunk in what that prayer would have meant. Right? So, yeah. You know, I really enjoyed the things that Scott covered in the fear section. And just briefly, it uses the word... at the very beginning of the fear section, it says something that I want to talk about for a minute because it seems to be one of the reasons I can't manage my own life. It's one of the reasons I'm here. It's one of the reasons I can't trust my own judgments about my life and my own defensiveness. Talking about fear, third line up from the bottom of 67, it said, this fears, it says they set in motion trains of circumstances which brought us misfortune we felt we didn't deserve, but did not we ourselves set the ball rolling. What's that mean? Well, I'll tell you, what it means to me is that all my life I've had these fears, and then I have these reactions to those fears that are my defense mechanisms, the way that I defend myself against my fears or try to protect myself from the thing I'm afraid is going to happen. And what eventually happens is I make the fear come true. Psychiatrists call it self-fulfilling prophecies. And I'll give you a couple quick examples. Early sobriety, my first relationship in sobriety, I was a little over a year sober. I didn't know it, but I really didn't have much self-esteem. I believed my judgments of myself more than I believed anything you would say to me or that God would love me or anything else, really. And because I didn't have much self-esteem, I enter into this relationship coming from behind with a sense that I'm not really up to this. Like in a fear, here's my primary fear, is that she's going to dump me for somebody who has more going on for him than me. Right? That's my basic fear. But how I try to protect myself from that fear is the fear drives me to be the guy who's possessive, to be the guy who's smothering, the guy that's always watching her. If she's hugging a guy in the meeting, I'm going, what about why? Hey, what are you doing there? You know, I'm that guy. I'm that crazy guy, right? I'm the guy who's driving by her apartment in the middle of the night to make sure no guys' cars are there. I'm the guy that's, when she leaves the room, I look through her purse, make sure no guys' phone numbers are in there. You know, I'm that guy. She said to me one time, she said, every time I look up at a meeting, you're looking at me. I don't know what you're talking about. She said, you're smothering me. I don't know what you're talking about. And I was doing all of that. But I couldn't see it because I'm driven by fear. Right? I'm driven by fear. And what happened is that I literally drove her out of my life. And as she's leaving, a little voice in the back of my head said, see, you were right. I like being right. Even if I'm broken and alone and feel like killing myself, at least I was right. And I think somehow that's that kind of obsessive energy that I pour into it is like a type of prayer, and I make it come true. I had a job one time. The last time my parents ever really went to bat for me, I was kind of destitute and I was in a lot of trouble. Lost another job, and my father last time he went to bat, he had this friend who had started an environmental engineering outfit. And this is back in the 70s when environmental, air pollution, water pollution was cutting edge stuff. This guy was on the ground floor of an industry that was about to explode. And he was doing testing for air pollution in industry and water pollution and designing scrubbers and doing all that stuff. And he gave me a job and an opportunity to pay for my education and so I could become an environmental engineer. Which for a guy who had nothing going for him, this was a tremendous opportunity. But I went to work and I was afraid. And my fear, my primary fear is I'm afraid I'm going to be rejected by the guys that work there. I'm afraid that their conversations out of earshot from me are something along the lines of, you see that Bob? You know, the only primary fear is I'm afraid I'm going to be rejected by the guys that work there. I'm afraid that their conversations out of earshot from me are something along the lines of, you see that Bob? You know, the only reason he's here is his dad's friends with the guy who owns the company. Normally, we would never have anybody like him here. That's my fear, is they're going to reject me. So what happened is my fear drove on me to become defensive and on the muscle with those guys until I'm the guy that eventually they're calling into the office and they're saying, Bob, you're a hard worker, but we're going to have to let you go because you're not a team player. Because I'd become the producer of confusion rather than harmony. I was the defensive guy. The guys that I took that stance of, what do you mean by that? You know, I'm that guy. And I made the fear come true. And as I was leaving there, the little voice in my head said, see, you were right. I like being right. So, in the middle of page 68 in the fear section, it talks about trust being the answer. We think so. We're on the different basis here. Remember the decision we made in step 3. We're on the basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite, maximum, unlimited capacity God instead of my limited, finite, fallible human self. And one of the reasons that I went dry one time for about 8-10 months, and I holed up. The last time I was ever allowed to live in my parents' house, I holed up in the back den and sat in front of a TV set for 8 months from 7 o'clock in the morning till it went off the air at 1 or 2 o'clock in the night. And it's like, if you're with untreated alcoholism, TV is kind of like Valium with a plug. You know what I mean? You just zone out there. And I was fine until my father told me I couldn't do that. He started pressuring me to go get a job or get a social life or do something. And I had a nervous breakdown. And I ended up in the psychiatrist's office, and he was a good psychiatrist. I was very honest with him. And I tried to tell him all the things I was afraid of. And I couldn't be very specific because I couldn't leave my dad's house and go out on the streets sober. I don't know what I'm afraid of, but I'm just overwhelmed with a sense of terror going and facing people and trying to socialize with them sober and mix and go ask for a job, and I just can't do it. I've sat there in that chair for so long I'm paralyzed. And I didn't understand what was going on. And he diagnosed me as having free-floating anxiety with panic disorder, and gave me some medication, which was I like pills. I've always liked pills. As a matter of fact, he's writing. He pulls out the prescription pad, and he's starting to write. I'm feeling better already. Just watching him write that. I almost wanted to start crying. Here's a man who understands. I mean, as he's writing the prescription, I'm feeling better, right? But the prescription didn't really help. It took a little bit of the edge off, but it also eventually started a slow burn on the phenomenon of craving because I got a little bit of relief, and you know me, a little bit of relief is never enough for me. But it got me back to where I got the real relief. It got me into the bar, and it got me into the bar with information that when I got out of the line, I could tell those people, I know I look like an alcoholic, but see, I got free-floating anxiety and panic disorder. That's really the problem. But what this psychiatrist said was not completely wrong. This anxiety leading to panic is the result of playing God in my own life. It's the anxiety of playing God. When I am the center and everything in the universe that revolves around me is my responsibility, there is a lot of things to worry about. There's a world full of people out there, and they're all thinking stuff, and it has to do with me somehow, and I don't know what it is, and I got to figure it out. And you got to watch them real closely. And the only way to stay on top of it is just continually accuse them of stuff, and you're bound to be right eventually until you finally hit it, what it is. And it's awful like that. And this nervous breakdown I had, there's a real thin line between nervous breakdown and surrender. I mean, you really don't know which way you're going. And this nervous breakdown I had was because it was too much. I think when I'm running my life and it's all on my shoulders, it's like going into your kitchen and getting the blender that's designed for 110 volts and taking it into the laundry room and plugging it into the 220, it just overloads and burns itself out because it doesn't have the capacity to handle the load. And when I am the center of the universe, eventually the same thing happens to me. I don't have the capacity to handle the load. That's why I love working with newcomers, and I love the new people and the pre-surrendered new people in our group because they look tired all the time. I mean, because there's stuff to worry about all that. I mean, this is heavy. And you ask them how they're doing. How you doing? And they always go, hanging in there. I had one guy say, I said, how you doing? He goes, well, I guess it's not bad if you don't weaken. I heard this gal one time, she came back into the detox meeting that she had been in detox, and she was out now running the universe for a month. And she came to the meeting. I said, how's it going? And she had her big eyes, and she said, it's too big. I knew exactly. I said, yeah, it is, isn't it? Oh, yeah, I know. It's too big. It's awful. That's infinite God rather than our finite selves. And this thing about trust, I had an experience. I was sober a little while, and I was at a retreat. And between the afternoon, there was a big break, and I'm sitting with an old timer out on the lawn, and I'm talking to him, and I'm in early sobriety, and I hadn't really gone through this process yet, and I'd gone through kind of a BS version of the steps in early sobriety, but I hadn't really done this yet. And I'm telling this guy, I said, I don't know what's wrong with me. I get up in the morning and I get down on my knees and I say the third step prayer, turn my will and my life over to the care of God. And 5 minutes later, I'm worrying about stuff. I'm full of anxiety. I'm running the scenarios about when I get to work, what they'll do, what I'll do, all that stuff. It's driving me crazy. It's wearing on me. And he said, well, you pray, don't you? I said, yeah, I pray all the time. He said, do you have faith? You believe in God? I said, yeah, I know. I'm sober longer than I've ever been since I first took a drink when I was a young kid. And I know it's God. I know it's not me. I know. I've relapsed for 7.5 years. God's doing this. He said, you know something? He said, guys like you and me, we can pray fervently. We can have all the faith in the world. And we can still die of alcoholism. He said, for us, faith isn't enough. We have to have something bigger than faith. We have to have faith in action. And he says we have to have trust. And I must have looked at him like I didn't know what he was talking about. And he says, I'll tell you the difference between faith and trust. He said, if you went to a circus and you sat in the audience and you watched a tight wire act, you could watch a guy come out to the edge of the platform pushing a wheelbarrow. You'd sit in the audience and have all the faith in the world. He's a professional. He can cross that tight wire pushing that wheelbarrow. Say to yourself, bet she's done it 1,000 times. Absolute faith, he can do it. But if you had trust, you'd go up there and get in the wheelbarrow. And when he said that, I got my chest got tight. Wait a minute. Oh, and I knew what he meant. I knew I had to live my life as if I'm in that wheelbarrow. Right? Stop the defensiveness. I can't do it. I like the idea. I like to talk about getting in the wheelbarrow. I like to go to book studies and read about getting in the wheelbarrow. I'd like to sit at coffee and we can philosophize about getting in the wheelbarrow, but I don't want to get in the wheelbarrow. I'm afraid. I got some old prejudices about God. I'm afraid I'll get in that wheelbarrow, I'll get about halfway out that wire, and I'll hear this voice go, is that Bob? Is that the little sumbitch that played with himself, Bob? I have those fears. I don't measure up. I've been, I just feel flawed. So I couldn't trust. And what has happened to me is exactly what it talks about on page 53. In my sobriety, and I was crushed by a self-imposed crisis as I could not postpone or evade. I couldn't make it go away. I can't get any relief. I am crushed by these self-imposed crises, and I had to fearlessly face the proposition that God is either everything or He's nothing. He either is or He isn't. And it gives me a choice, but with me, I got to a place where there wasn't a choice. Either God is here and He's everything, or I am dead here. I'm dead in the water. I'm in a lot of trouble. And I found myself forced by a lack of alternatives on occasion to have to walk through terrifying stuff as if God was in charge. And I tell you, everything in me says it was going to be awful. He's not. But you guys encouraged me to act as if He was. And amazing things started to happen. I'd get out the backside and I would be okay. And I realized that something had me. Something had my back. Something was on my side here. And that is the only way I've been able to trust God. I'm not a truster. I'm a cynic by nature. I'm a skeptic by nature. I can't believe. I've never been able to believe things that because people say you should believe them. As a little kid, I tried to believe in church the things that they said. But I'm a show me kind of guy. And God was very gracious, and He really came to me, and it was an amazing, amazing thing. And I'll tell you what I've noticed in my sobriety is the tug of war is between trusting in God and relying on self. It's between a life of self-reliance and a life of God dependency, a life of self-centered and a life of other-centeredness, a life driven by fear and a life motivated by love. And somewhere I am caught in the middle in this push-pull between these forces, and the actions of Alcoholics Anonymous are the actions that move me towards the light, that move me towards that side. And this tug of war and this propensity towards self-centeredness and self-reliance and fear and all the other stuff will always be in me. That's why when we get to step 10, it doesn't say continue to take personal inventory and if. No, when. When this side starts to win. And there's an old American Indian story of a young brave who's very conflicted, and he's a good-hearted brave, and he wants to be a good member of the tribe, and he goes to the elder wise man, and he says, old man, he says, I don't understand. He said, some days I really feel a part of the tribe, and I love everyone here, and I just want to be helpful, and I feel a sense of being a part of. And he says, other times I hate everyone, and I resent everyone, and everybody makes me anxious, and I feel lost and separate, and I'm so wrapped up in me, and I go from one to the other. And he said, I don't understand. Why am I like this? And the old man said to him, he said, son, your life is like two dogs trapped in mortal combat. A dark dog representing your fears and self, and a light dog, a dog of light representing love and harmony and the Great Spirit. And they're trapped in this sack in mortal combat till the death. And the young brave says, oh, old man, which one wins? And the old man says, whatever one you feed. It's the one that wins. And I have spent my life feeding the wrong dog. See, when I'm scared or threatened, I always go for the ego and the defensiveness, and I always try to control and manage more. It is my nature to go to feed the wrong dog. And I think the one dog could represent my sense of my spirit, and the other dog could represent self. And I am a container that can only hold so much. If it's full of self, there's not much room for spirit. And if it's full of spirit, there's not much room for self. And it's like a teeter-totter, like a balance beam. And whenever I'm having a spiritually bad hair day and I don't feel like I'm enough, and I feel disconnected and isolated and desolate and alone, my natural inclination at that time is to gratify the ego. It's to go buy something, to indulge myself, try to get attention, all that stuff. And the problem with all of that stuff is you end up, if you feed the wrong dog, what you end up with is a guy like me who still feels awful about themselves and their life and alone, but I'm in a shinier container now, right? I've dressed it up even better. I've gotten a lot of attention. I've created the hell even more. The separation between the person that I want you to think I am and the person I really know inside that I am. The abyss has gotten deeper. And when I am good of spirit, my ego seems to be in check. You know, when I'm really right with you and right with God, I don't need a new car. I don't need a lot of validation. I don't need to judge you because you're fine. You're just like me. I see myself in you, struggling with all the same things I struggle with. When my self is not good, my spirit is not good. When I pick you apart trying to level the playing field, that's when I'm the most judgmental. And it always comes back to, it's always my relationship with God and with you, and that I always feed the wrong dog. And you guys have taught me how to feed the right dog. Nonsensical things to me, like when I feel bad and I'm afraid and worrying about stuff, and as Scott said, clearing up the wreckage of my future and doing all that stuff. Those are the times when I have this emptiness inside of me, when I'm the most, you got to keep me off a car lot when I'm like that. I don't hug any pretty girls when I'm like that. I stay out of the mall when I'm like that. I just very susceptible to try to fill my holes with those times, right? And my sponsor and people in AA will say at times like, they'll say, well, go down to detox. You know, those guys don't have any cigarettes. Take them a pack of cigarettes and see if you can find somebody that needs to talk. And it doesn't make sense, because when you're like that, you know you need people that are doing a little better to help you with your serious problems than these people down on Skid Row. I mean, really. But I go down and I do that. I fed the right dog. I come away from there and I feel good. And I don't need, then all of a sudden I can go to the car lot because I don't need a car, because my spirit's good. I don't need any of this other stuff because I'm good. It's funny how these forces are diametrically opposed to each other within me. And I only get to feed one dog here. Sex. Tell you, big deal. Over the years, if I get a phone call, 3 o'clock in the morning, some guy that wants to commit homicide, suicide, or drink, it's usually about a relationship. I'm really glad that it says in here that we're not to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. Oddly enough, we're not inventorying sex. We're inventorying harms. It's how do I treat God's kids when my sexual instincts are aroused? How do I treat God's kids when the 3 basic instincts for a need for security, when I'm afraid of being alone, when my need for sex or my need for prestige or a place in society are threatened? How do I act under those circumstances? How when those 3 instincts are threatened, I'm most prone to be selfish, most prone to be dishonest, most prone to come from a place of harming others. And I tell you what I've discovered. I sponsor a lot of guys, and I sponsor a lot of single guys, and I sponsor quite a few married guys, but a lot of single guys. And when it's a problem, 9 chances out of 10 it comes back to dishonesty. You know what happens? And I've been a liar a lot of my life, but I've never been a liar because I'm a liar. I'm a liar because I'm afraid. I'm afraid because I believe certain things that I think are so. I believe I'm not enough. So I have to embellish who I am to you because I believe that as is, you won't love me. So I create this persona, and guys I sponsor, I catch them in this all the time. And it's a persona, it's like a composite of Bob's best days. It's the best of Bob persona, enhanced a little bit and made a little bit bigger than life, and that's the only guy you meet. And then the women do the same thing. So I get a phone call. Some guy's been with a girl for about 10, 12 months, and he says, I don't know, she's changed. No, she hasn't. The real her finally showed up. You can't keep up the facade indefinitely. Eventually, all the little quirks and all the little stuff starts to come out, and it may take a year and a half, but eventually the guy's going, pull my finger. I mean, he doesn't bring the flowers home anymore, and it's pull my finger. It's stuff. It's stuff. I mean, it's because you can't. The real guy eventually comes to the surface, and that's a little crude. It's an exaggeration of the differences, but it does. That's what really happens. And I think in order to smash the lie, you have to take a risk. And the risk is I have to bring myself to you in all the self-centeredness and all the propensity to childishness at times and the things I worry about and my ability to get self-consumed and distant and all my character defects, put them right on the table. And then I get to the possibility of experiencing the greatest thing a guy will ever experience. That someone might love you as is. But if they fall in love with the facade, eventually it turns south on you and the little voice in your head will be right one more time. See, when they really found out about me, they didn't love me. And just reinforces that and reinforces that and reinforces that. And I think more problems occur from writing checks we can't cash in relationships than anything else. And people feel disillusioned and hurt, and they don't know who they're with all of a sudden, and then they can't trust the person. Right? If you just be yourself. What it says on the back of your AA chip, to thine own self be true. If you have to be somebody other than what you are to be loved, you're trying to be loved by the wrong person. I'm telling you. You're trying to be loved by the wrong person. And that, one more thing about sex, and then I'll turn it over to Scott. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We all have sex problems. And that is that's good information. I tell you, I've heard a lot of inventories, and I've done a lot of participated in sex relationship workshops over the years, where there's a lot of interaction with the people. And one of the things I've realized that regardless of the appearance of the individual on the outside, we all have sex problems. I have never met an alcoholic yet that didn't have feelings of inadequacy. No matter, they could go to the gym 10 days a week and you can't overcome that. You can spend $1 million in plastic surgery and you can't overcome that. Matter of fact, it just feeds the beast. Because you can never be enough that way. And I don't know an alcoholic, if they're honest with you, would really ever felt good about themselves naked. Really. Or ever felt like they were enough. And we all come to the table like that. We all come in here, and my great fear is that if you ever really found out about me and some of the things I've done sexually that I was ashamed of, that I felt bad about, that you would judge me. And you know a funny thing? In AA, we have the whole spectrum of sexuality. We have people whose sexual inventory might have only been 1 or 2 people in their whole life because they were so locked up on this end of the spectrum that they had to have a fifth of whiskey in them to even entertain the idea of having sex. And then we have people on the other end of the spectrum that you don't want to let them alone with your French poodle. I mean, we got everything on that spectrum in Alcoholics Anonymous. And I'll tell you what I've discovered. No matter where you are, it ain't right. No matter where you are, the people on the one end feel like there's something wrong with them, that they're so uptight, and what's wrong with me? And the people on the other end that are trying to validate themselves and prove their man or womanhood over and over and over again, they're validating themselves with attention, and they know that that's not right. They know something's wrong with them too. When you pull away the facade, we all come here with sex problems. The book says we'd hardly be human if we didn't. And so we inventory the harm we've done to God's kids. Where have I caused harm? And then I get a chance to ask God to mold my future sex, to mold my ideals. So and I think the most important question in the sex inventory is the question of what I could have done instead. And the reason is, if I'm going to ask God to mold my ideals and give me a vision of my future sex life, I am going to have to build that vision not only in what I want to be, but also on what I don't want to be. And I got to get a clear vision of what I should have done instead. Because I'll tell you what will happen. It'll come up again. Maybe in a different place with a different face. But the same thing will come up again. I think sobriety in the realm of the spirit is the realm of do-overs. We get a lot of do-overs here. And I've had situations where I've handled things really badly at one time, and 4, 5, 6 years later, I'll be in a very similar situation. And the last time, I was the guy I didn't like. This time, I get to be the guy I'll feel good about, right? Because I asked myself, what could I have done instead? And I talked to my sponsor about it. Scott?
Picking up on what he was saying, I got a lady friend in Nashville that says life is tough. First you get the test, then you get the lesson. Then if you don't get the lesson, you get the test again. And I think that might be right. And the same one said she went to a dog race one time, and they shot the gun, and the rabbit took off, and the dogs were chasing this thing. The mechanical rabbit malfunctioned in the first turn and stopped, and the lead dog caught that rabbit. And he is tail over tea kettle into the ditch with a mechanical rabbit in his mouth. And she said, I'm exactly like that rabbit. I'm like the dog. I am shot out of a gun chasing some mechanical rabbit that ain't going to be what I want if I catch it. Recent one, our beautiful daughter Jamie is sober 15 years, and she presented us with twin grandsons almost 4 years ago. Had one of them at the doctor the other day, and she said to the doctor, and we're saving this boy a seat in AA, and the doctor says, be careful, you don't want to program that boy. And in addition to that, it's not that 3-year-olds act like alcoholics, it's that alcoholics act like 3-year-olds. I don't like that any better than you did. Okay, page 67. Somebody asked a question at the break that really helped me a lot, because I left out something I think is pretty important. We were talking about resolutely looking for our own mistakes. It's kind of interesting, those of us who were abused as children, I happen to be one of those. What was my mistake? I mean, that 5-year-old was innocent. What was my mistake? And I've found 2 mistakes so far for myself on that. One is that I carried that resentment. That was one. And the other one is that I did so much damage in that person's name. Okay? Maybe that'll help you with the forgiveness process. I hope so. That's the only reason I'm sharing it. That was important to me. Something else Bob touched on reminded me of one of the truths that I stumbled across. And again, red flags, just one of mine. I found out what cool is. Not what is cool, but what cool is. Cool is a cheap external substitute for self-esteem. Because people who have self-esteem don't do things to appear cool to other people. They have no reason to. And back when I was doing things to appear cool to other people, it's because I hated me. And I thought if I could do an act you would like of some kind, then I would be okay and could hang out with you. That's what it is. So, and I think that's the reason the price for cool has gotten so high, is because it doesn't work. That's why it continues to escalate. Page 72. Zipping right along all the way to step 5 here, a day and a half later. About 5 lines from the bottom. Wondering why should I do step 5? The best reason first. If we skip this vital step, we may not overcome drinking. Oh, okay. Well, there's a reason. Page 73, first full paragraph. More than most people, the alcoholic leads a double life. He is very much the actor. Remember our actor before, wanted to run the whole show? Okay. To the outer world, he presents his stage character. This is the one he likes his fellows to see. He wants to enjoy a certain reputation, but knows in his heart he doesn't deserve it. The inconsistency is made worse by things he does on his sprees. Coming to his senses, he is revolted at certain episodes he vaguely remembers. These memories are a nightmare. He trembles to think someone might have observed him. As fast as he can, he pushes these memories far inside himself. He hopes they will never see the light of day. He is under constant fear and tension that makes for more drinking. Well, that's a tight circle, isn't it? Yeah. Page 74. Paragraph at the bottom of the page begins with notwithstanding. If you count up 3 lines above that, they're going to tell you there aren't any rules in AA. There are 3. Here's the first one. The rule is we must be hard on ourselves, but always considerate of others. This is referencing who's to hear our 5th step. And I want to encourage, if anybody's new in recovery, don't tell. All right? Save it up. You don't need to go try to make amends to somebody yet. It's not time. It's always to put the numbers in front of the steps. Right? Don't do 9 till you've done 8. Don't do 8 till you've done 7. Get the idea? Don't need to do the rest of that? You got it? Okay. I think it's really important. All right, so there's one of the rules. Here's another one on page 101. Second paragraph from the bottom. So our rule is not to avoid a place where there is drinking if we have a legitimate reason for being there. And it goes on to talk about your spiritual condition, etc. That's good reading there. Page 118 also contains a rule. Paragraph begins in the middle of the page. We women, count up 3 lines from that. Live and let live is the rule. My sponsor turned that around. He said, let live and live. Yeah, when I free them, then I become free. I have my own permission to make mistakes, and that's a huge freedom. Because if it's okay with me that and I think that's my job. I think it's my assignment to make mistakes. I'm not going to get into this. I hope I'm not out of bounds here. If I am, someone please tell me. But in my own particular religious beliefs, the job of being perfect is already taken. And there's not like an address where I could maybe mail a resume and get in and interview and get the job of being perfect. If it's not my job to be perfect, is it not therefore my job to make mistakes? I think it's my assignment, and I'm good at it. And as we talked about earlier, it's not that I learn from the mistakes, but from living with the results of the mistakes. So it's okay that I make mistakes. It's all right. The question is, what do I do with them? Do I learn the lessons? Am I committed to it? That's what this thing is about. Top of 75. When we decide who is to hear our story, I think there are a lot of really good ways to do a fifth step, and I'm going to describe to you what my lineage has passed to me. I think Bob's is somewhat different. He's going to share that with you. I think what your sponsor says is the correct way to do this. I know in some lineages they read their four-step. We didn't do that in mine. And it says, who is to hear our story? So what I'm supposed to do is to tell my story. The four-step was rather specific, as you'll recall. It was a series of lists, observations, and prayers that covered resentment, fear, and sexual misconduct. There are things in my fifth step that weren't on for. And it's not because I left them out on purpose, because they weren't called for. Four-step is very specific. I'm asked sometimes what I think about writing the story of your life, and I want you to know I think it's a great idea. I hope you take a four-step also. And then it says here, it's still in the same paragraph in 75, he should realize that we are engaged upon a life and death errand. Okay, here we are, threatening your life again. I hope you're not used to it yet. I hope it still lights you up. And then it looks to me like about a one-sentence direction on how to go about that. It says we pocket our pride and go to it illuminating, which means to shine light into. Illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. And what I was shown is that we begin that prayerfully in a place where we won't be interrupted. And we have Kleenex, and we have drinks, and we have the phones turned off. And I invite the man who's doing his fifth step to ask God for clarity of mind and the courage to tell it and whatever else he's comfortable with. And it's one of the times I get the chance to ask God to make me perfect. And that's what I do. I ask him to make me a perfect channel of whatever he has. And to get me out of the way. And that this would be to this man's higher good and to God's glory. And for me not to take any credit. And then it says we go to it, illuminating. If you haven't done a fifth step yet and you're afraid of it, I'm really glad to hear that. Because the ones I've seen confident going into their fifth step know what they're not going to tell. Right, you need to be puckered heading into your first one. I think that's really important. If you want to do a short fifth step, if you don't want this to last hours and hours and hours, cover the 2 or 3 worst things first. Be out of there pretty fast. If you start with the easy stuff and try to build up to it, you could be there a long time. And what I was taught in my lineage is that we don't hear fifth steps, we exchange. And when someone I sponsor tells me something they did, if I did something in that category, they hear mine. Now, I don't do my whole fifth step with them, but anything they touch on. And if they miss 2 or 3 of the worst ones I did, I make sure I cover those at the end. Because they need that information. We need to know that. And the book talks about that later. I'm not going to go to it right now. But it talks about that. I think that's really, really important. And then we have the fifth step promises here in the middle of page 75. I'm not going to read them, but you can. They're magnificent. At the end of his fifth step, I tell him the truth. And the truth is that I believe God forgives him. And I forgive him, and I'd like for him to observe that I didn't run screaming. And that I wasn't impressed. And that it's okay. It's really going to be okay. That God is big enough, and I think eager to forgive. And that the rest of his forgiveness process for himself will probably happen somewhere in step 9. That's been my experience with it anyway. And then I ask a series of questions. And the questions I ask at the end, if I haven't heard these, now if I heard them, I skip them, are, have you had sex with animals or family members? Have you stolen anything? Have you physically hurt anyone? Have you had a homosexual experience? And forgive me, this is a little bit of a political hot potato. Let me warm this one up just a little bit. if you've done what I'm about to describe and you're okay with it, I'm okay with it. I'm not here to indict you. I'm here to talk about how I got free. So I hope you heard that. As a young man, I paid for an abortion. And I used to drink over that and think about the what-ifs that went with that. And by the way, if you've had one of those, I can help you get free. Please see me. Please see me. And because it is possible. Because I did. And I asked them if they've been involved in an abortion. And those are the questions I ask. And I'm not trying to make them tell me something they're unwilling to tell. I'm trying to pick the scab. I don't want him driving away saying to himself, well, I just didn't think of it. No. So I'm going to point at it. And then that finishes the first half of step 5. Then at the bottom of page 75, it says, returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour. That's pretty specific. Carefully reviewing what we have done. We thank God from the bottom of our heart. I think that's a prayer that we know Him better. And believe me, when you have done this the first time and you feel lighter and your sponsor didn't run screaming and you heard some of the things they did, you will know God better and you'll know yourself better too. Taking this book down from our shelf. I require the men that I sponsor go home and put their book up on a shelf. It says here very clearly. And that's one of those tongue-in-cheek things. Turn to the page which contains the 12 steps. Carefully reading the first 5. We ask, this is another prayer, if we have omitted anything for building an arts through which we shall walk a free man. Then they asked a series of questions having to do with, are you thorough? Have you been thorough? Have you done everything you could possibly do? And then, interestingly enough, it doesn't say we take 3 weeks off. We turn the page at page 76 where it says, if we can answer to our satisfaction. That's a series of questions about you having been thorough for the first 5, having prayed and meditated about them for an hour. It says, we then look at step 6. That means right now. We have emphasized willingness being indispensable. Are we now ready to let God remove from us all the things we've admitted are objectionable? Can He take them all? Every one. And then here's a prayer. If we cling to something we will not let go, we ask God to help us be willing. There is a 6-step prayer if you need it. Some do, some don't. And next, right after that, it says, when ready, we say something like this. My Creator, I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen. I thought for a long time that prayer asked God to remove all of my character defects. And about 1.5 years ago, they changed it and put in that good and bad thing. I swear that wasn't there. And it had never occurred to me that God could use some of my character defects as tools to help me and maybe some other people. And I had one of my character defects get bad out of hand and was unaware of it until it almost did some very, very serious damage. And it pulled me down off of my pedestal, I'll tell you right now. I was pretty impressed with the work St. Scott was doing right up until then. And God used some of my character defects to help me, to save me, I think. Powerful God. Powerful, powerful, powerful God. My sponsor explained it to me this way. He said the book doesn't say anything at all about you removing your own defects of character. You don't have the power. He said your character defects are all self-centered, without exception. And self does not have the power to push self out of the center. If it did, it would leave a vacuum. And so the answer for you isn't to work on your character defects. You work on your character defects, you're living in the problem. The answer for you is to work on what we've taught you here, which is how to have a God-centered life. I have 3 particular character defects I refer to as my spiritual barometers. At 2 years sober, I was trying to wipe them out myself, and I was really, it was not pretty. Let me leave it that way. And I finally realized that these things were great helps to me. And my 3 spiritual barometers are lying, not actually lying, improving really the truth. It's so much prettier. And swearing. And my attitude toward those of you who possibly got your driver's license boxes, driver's license out of Cheerios boxes, right? And if one of those things is in trouble, if I'll look, they're all in trouble. Because they all seem to get out at the same time. And I don't work on those things. What I do is inventory over the last few days. What's my spiritual maintenance program look like? How much time am I spending in prayer? Am I meditating? Generally, that's the first thing that goes for me. How long has it been since you took the meeting into the jail? When's the last time you told the sponsor the truth about what's going on? Who have you tried to help? Are you letting people in traffic? how much spiritual literature have you read in the last 3 days? I take a look. There are holes in my spiritual program, or these things wouldn't be happening. So I don't work on my character defects. I go back and do the things you've taught me to do. And 3 days later, you can cut me off in traffic and almost hit me. And I will smile at you from the depths of my soul, and I will wave at you, and I will wave my entire hand. And I will say, God, go with that one. He's going to need some help today. And I'm so grateful we didn't have an accident now. I make mistakes myself. God bless you, mister. And I can't change me from the raving maniac from 3 days before. I don't have the power. So when I have a problem with a character defect, I don't focus on the darkness. What I do is I invite the light in. And when the light shows up, the darkness flees, because the darkness cannot exist in the light. When I invite the light in, my character defects just recede. I don't take power over them. I take them someplace where they can be handled. It works for me. We'll start again at 35 after the hour.
My name is Bob Darrell. I'm an alcoholic. If you do buy those tapes, if you play Scott's portion backwards, you'll hear the meaning of life. If you'll play my portion backwards, you'll hear Clancy is Satan. Oh, he's my sponsor. Yeah, it's hard to believe, isn't it? I am really enjoying this. This is our third one together, and they're never the same. And I've done hundreds of these, and they're never the same. I get the same kind of some of the same stories, but you never know what's going to spin out, what news is going to come out. The Hindus have a saying that we realize is true when we start sponsoring people, or we start taking people through the steps, that the student never learns the lesson until he becomes the teacher. And I'll tell you, I'm learning more doing this than often than the people sitting listening to it. A couple things. I really like that part that Scott started with about the double life in step 5. That we are like the actor who wants to have this facade out to the world of this reputation we want to have everybody have for us, but the secret knowledge inside ourselves of what we really are. And what I've discovered, that didn't stop when I got sober. Matter of fact, it got more refined in sobriety. I remember coming to meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous in my first few years and feeling awful. And I had a gambling addiction my first year and a half of sobriety. I remember times coming into meetings almost suicidal because I blew my whole paycheck. And out in the parking lot, it was like I'd put this recovery suit on to come into the meetings to look good. Because God forbid you'd catch me with my spiritual pants down, right? And I was dying. Trying to be somebody I'm not. And the funny thing about an AA, in order to get help, you kind of have to look like somebody who needs it. And I think the big difficulty here is how to get help and not look like you need it. Well, thank you. I may need that with one of my sponsees one day. Crazy. How many people in here have ever heard of Fifth Step? Raise your hand. Wow. How many has heard more than 4? You may get this. Einstein said something one time. He said the great illusion of mankind was that there was more than one of us here. You hear enough Fifth Steps, it's the same guy. It's the same. I've heard probably close to 200 of them. I'm waiting for something new. I just did one a couple days, not too long ago. And I'm just sitting there and say, yeah, same stuff. I'm kind of secretly, vicariously wishing he would come up with something new with, visqueen and jumper cables or something. I don't, something exciting, But it's the same pathetic stuff. It's the selfish, insecure, afraid little kid trying to be something that he's not and stepping on other people's toes and trying to fill the vacancy with all kinds of bizarre, self-centered gratification events. And, it's the same thing. There's nothing new here. The Hindus have a story of creation that's I like a lot. It's different than the Judeo-Christian story of creation that I was raised with. I mean, we all know that one about, God made the heavens and the earth in 7 days and all that stuff, right? But their story is that God existed timelessly unto himself forever. And he got bored. And he got bored and devised a cosmic game. And the cosmic game was that he broke himself into an infinite number of parts, gave all the parts amnesia, and the game is which parts are going to claim their inheritance first. Which parts are going to awaken or achieve what the Hindus call enlightenment and realize that they are not separate. That it is an illusion of the ego that tells me my case is different, that I am separate from you, that I am you, that we are the same. And that's what they call enlightenment, and they call it Maya, the great illusion. It's the hallucination of the ego, is that we're separate people. And with God, do we come here feeling so separate and so different? And in time, and I think starting with the simplest identification in meetings, hearing people talk about themselves and realizing you're like them, followed right down through the fourth step, and this was our course, when you're starting to realize the people you've separated yourself from are actually sort of like you in a way. And you start to make those amends, and you start to hear fifth steps, and you start to realize and massage away the hallucination that there is no separation, that we are one. I'm not one who plugs movies from AA, but I just saw a movie that really impacted me a lot. It was called What the Bleep Are We Doing Here? Or What the Bleep Are We Here For? And if you've ever seen that, it was put together by some quantum physicists. And we're at an exciting age right now. It's the first time in the history of the planet where religion and physics are converging on each other to the same, to a commonality. When we get down in quantum mechanics, they're starting to explain miracles. On a subatomic level, they're starting to see how that stuff happens. They're starting to realize some incredible things, like the observer actually influences the observation. Almost as if we're on some kind of holodeck here. Right? We're part of the program of the holodeck here. The observer influences the observation. And there was a scene in this movie, and I sent for this guy's book, and I just started it. And it was this scientist in Japan. And he noticed, he was a physicist, and he studied for years the way that molecules of water freeze and how they always freeze uniquely and differently. And they freeze in certain patterns. And he tried some amazing experiments. He tried Buddhist loving chants over the water, and then he froze it, and it would come out a certain way that was beautiful. And then he would yell and scream and the water and freeze it, and it would come out a different way. And he started realizing he could consistently influence the way the crystalline structure of the water froze into ice by what his spirit put out towards the water. And this guy was not a religious guy. He did this and documented it, and it was astounding. And that information has gone all over the planet now, and people are doing experiments with that kind of stuff. And quantum physicists are starting to really look at how, at some subatomic level, there's a oneness. We're all connected. Down at the core of existence, we are one. That maybe some of the quantum mechanics are saying maybe the Hindus were right. Maybe there is no separation here. Maybe we all are one. There's an old American Indian tale of an earthworm who's very territorial, and he's staked out his plot of ground where it's his land, and he burrows and tunnels through this earth, this rich topsoil, and he's very territorial because it's very rich topsoil, and he doesn't want any other earthworms in there hoarding, cutting into his nutrients and stuff he's getting out of the soil. One day he's burrowing along and he runs into this other earthworm, and he gets real hostile, and he gets that posturing going on, the thing that earthworms do, I guess, when they're getting territorial. I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of this. I mean, I haven't seen any of it, actually. But the story goes that they're starting to do battle, fighting over this ground, and they eventually attack each other to find out that the guy has just attacked his own tail. And when I'll tell you something, in the big book, it talks about the realm of the spirit. And in the realm of the spirit, somehow, some way that I may not be able to understand or show you how the dots connect, every time I've hurt you, I've hurt me. Without exception. Every time I've attacked you, I'm the earthworm attacking my own tail. Because there is no separation. That's why there's nobody on this planet that gets away with nothing. We may hide it under the rug. We may look like, I got away with something. There is no free lunch. Everything comes home to roost eventually. And we're in the middle of the process of circumventing our own karma. We are in the process of cleaning house and making right the separation and damage we've done to our other selves and the people around us. And this really will be actualized absolutely in step 12 as we start to help these new people and realize after a while what we're doing. When I'm helping you, I'm helping the newcomer that I was years ago. When I'm helping the guy that's sober 20 years and he's leaving AA, I'm helping the Bob that on occasion was leaving and didn't even know I was leaving. Right? I'm helping me. And it's an amazing, what a sense of community that you can get for a guy like me who's never fit anywhere, who really suffered painfully from loneliness, to be a part of once again. The only time I ever knew a part of was when my early days of drinking. Step 6, top of page 76. I think the story of step 6, the story of how I become entirely ready, is really the story of my sobriety. My sponsor has a great line. He says you get to Alcoholics Anonymous and you're beaten half to death by the bottle and you throw the towel in. And then somewhere along the line you get just enough self-esteem to pull it back. And you'll spend the rest of your life tearing off little bits of it. The job and the IRS and the relationship and the house and the neighbors. And you'll spend the rest of your life throwing in back little pieces of that towel. Spend the rest of your life becoming entirely ready. And I tell you what I know about me is it's changed. The last 7 or 8 years it's become different for me. But for my first 18 years, probably, or 19 years of my sobriety, I was only ever brought to the table in step 6 through pain. And I'm a guy that I can intellectually know I should give something up. But there's a world of difference between knowing you should give it up and being entirely ready. I mean, there's a world of difference. I bet you there's people in this room that know intellectually beyond a shadow of a doubt they should stop certain things. Smoking, probably. You know you should stop smoking. There's a difference between knowing you should stop smoking and being entirely ready to stop smoking. I mean, there's a world of difference in that. Same with drinking. I knew for years before I got sober that I need to get sober. This stuff's killing me. But I wasn't entirely ready. And why wasn't I entirely ready? Because there was still an illusion of value in what I was doing. When it came to drinking, it was the illusion that somehow, someday I'll control and enjoy my drinking. I still think that there's still fun left in the bottle for me, and that I can reap that fun with a limited amount of damage. So there was an illusion of value. It wasn't until I wore that out completely, and I get it that it's always going to be the same. It's never going to be like it was when I was 20 years old. When I got that, then I was able to come to you and come to God with the obsession to drink. But I couldn't come until 1 minute before that, really. Because I couldn't. I can ask God all day long to take something away from me that I refuse to let go of. And God will never rescind his first gift to me, which is my free will. He will not rescind it. He's not an Indian giver. So if I can hold a death grip on something and say, God, take it away. Take it away. He ain't going to take it away. Because he won't circumvent his first gift to me. But when I get to a place where I've realized there's no value in it, and I've worn it out, and there's nothing left, then it's pretty easy to give it up. It's pretty easy to get pretty serious with the 7th step. It's pretty easy to be entirely ready at that point. I know that most of the people in this room would like to be free of the sleeplessness, the anxiety and the churning inside of yourself, and the just what it does to your spirit when you have a deep resentment. I don't know anybody that doesn't want to be free from that. But are you willing to give up the pleasure of judgment? Right? And you can't be free of one without the other. In Bill's story, he talks about defects of character or shortcomings differently than anywhere else in AA literature. He refers to them as root and branch. And I go to God for a long time. I'm asking him to take away. I think I'm asking him to take away the defect. I'm not. I'm asking him to take away the consequences of the defect. I want him to take away the branch. One of the worst. One of the guys I sponsor, Sheldon, has a great saying. He says that if the story that what Scott's, if we agree with the story Scott talked about the frogs on the log. And two of them decide to jump in the water. How many are still there? And the answer is still 3 because they only decided. Sheldon says, if you really take step 7, you'll hear the splash. Right? That's where you hit the water. That's where you really throw the towel in. This is no longer a decision. You're entirely ready. You're there. And it's really about surrender. And one of the hardest surrenders of anyone I've ever heard about occurred in the mid-1940s. In the mid-1940s, the Japanese Empire was faced with extinction. 2 atomic weapons had been set out on 2 of their major cities. They had no atomic bombs. They had no defense against this. They were facing absolute annihilation. Sound familiar? Right. And I can't imagine a more fear-wrought surrender, because they had to surrender in the face of the knowledge of what they did at Pearl Harbor, what they did at the prisoner of war camps, the thousands and thousands of Americans they'd killed, some of them they'd tortured. And they had to surrender knowing that we knew all that. Can you imagine a more frightening surrender? And in the Pacific Fleet, they signed their 3rd step. They did their formal terms of surrender. But they were required to do some things. Signing that was not enough. They had to submit an inventory of all their defenses and dismantle those defenses, their guns, their cannons, their navy, their air force, their army, and dismantle those defenses and render them over to this power greater than themselves, who at that point could have annihilated them because they would have been defenseless. And like all surrendered people, or peoples, in a surrendered position, they took a stance of service. And the Japanese had developed a service ethic. And if you ever read the story of what happened in their businesses and their service and their business ethic, since World War II, they developed an other-centered ethic that was amazing. They were such team players. They went to work for one reason and one reason only: to serve, to be a part of the family, to be an integrated part. There was no self there. There was no unions. There was nobody saying, "What about me?" It was all serving a whole greater than themselves. And as a result of that service and surrender, that surrender and service, within 40 years, the Japanese owned more of the United States than they could have ever conquered or held by military means. And I was over in Japan for an Alcoholics Anonymous conference about 15 years ago, and I saw the beginning of the end for them. I saw all their young kids with the boom boxes now. They were not bowing to each other. All the respect was gone. They were all wearing American clothes, listening to rock and roll music. They were all had no respect for their elders, and they were serving themselves. And the thing that really got me, there was incredible restaurants in Tokyo, incredible. Some of the best food I ever ate in the world. There was one restaurant you couldn't get into it at a block had a line 2 blocks long. It was McDonald's. I saw that and I thought, it's the beginning of the end. It's the beginning of the end. And what has happened to their economy? It became very self-oriented over the last few years. And that's not the only factor that caused it from being almost the top of the food chain in the world economy down to they're not doing too good today. But that was one, I believe in my heart that was one of the factors. As the spirit gets sick and isolated, everything else follows. In our book it says when the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. And I think this realm of the spirit is good for every. I think it permeates this planet. It permeates our relationships, our business. When my business got sick of spirit, the financial stuff followed. When it got healthy of spirit, the financial stuff followed. Scott?
I've got a friend at home says if he could get every newcomer one thing, he'd give him 500 cc's of desperation right in the butt. Well, we do good with the desperate ones, don't we? And something I missed earlier when we were talking about the sex inventory, a friend of mine says dating before you've actually done the 12 steps is like pouring Miracle Grow on your character defects. Yeah. One of the things that I found interesting when I got here as a taker. Many of us do. And I thought I was going to have to transition to being a giver. I was incorrect about that. The first transition was from taker to receiver. The difference is that a taker can't take anything worth having. And the receiver says thank you and asks for some more, and that contains humility. Having been a receiver for a while, it then becomes possible for me to give. But I can't go from taker to giver because I don't have anything. And I thought for a long time that it was my willingness to give that would keep the channel open between me and God. I don't believe it anymore. I believe it's my willingness to receive because that contains humility. It's been my experience that when you're hurting and I get the chance to love on you and do these things you've taught me, I get this wonderful closeness to God from that experience. When it's my turn to receive, if I don't let you know, I block your chance to get close to God by giving. I think it's the second most selfish act there is. I think suicide's first. Yeah. So I have to remember that it's important for me. I know a lot about this stuff, and I've been with some of the greats, and I've been around for a while and have a lot of experience. And the most important things I take to my home group are my mistakes and my pain, because it makes it okay for anybody else who respects my program to be real. I think we lose a lot of old timers because they think, I've been here so long, I shouldn't be feeling this, and new people don't need to see this, and they die. And I disagree. It's exactly what the new people need to see. They need to see it's okay to be real. I have to continue to be real here, and that's important for me. And I think part of the beginning of that is in step 8. The big book runs steps 8 and 9 together, kind of, and I don't have a complaint about that. But the reading on those steps kind of runs together. But I would observe a couple of things. In step 8, what I need is a list of the people I've harmed. If you follow the 4-step Bob and I talked about today, it's really easy. It's the 4th column of the resentment inventory and the last column in the sexual misconduct category. And that gets most of them. A little prayer energy, and you'll find the rest if there are any. Now you got a list of people that you owe amends to. And then it asks about the willingness. Here we go again. I count 5 prayers in steps 8 and 9 here in the text. The first one's on page 76. About a little past halfway down the page, it says, we subjected ourselves to drastic self-appraisal. Now we go out to our fellows and repair the damage done in the past. We attempt to sweep away the debris which has accumulated out of our effort to live on self-will and run the show ourselves. Here it comes. If we haven't the will to do this, we ask until it comes. We don't ask once. We ask until it comes. That's the first of those prayers. The next one, and I'm not saying there aren't more, it's just I've found 5. Page 79. My sponsor, the book uses the word sorry. My sponsor refused for me to use the word sorry when I was making amends. He said, you've told them you were sorry long enough, they don't believe you anymore. That word has no power for you anymore. You will not use it. Yes, sir. All right, page 79, first full paragraph. Although these reparations, that's not an apology, it means to repair the damage, take innumerable forms, there are some general principles we find guiding. Reminding ourselves we have decided to go to any lengths to find a spiritual experience, we ask, I wonder what that is, I think it's a prayer, we ask that we be given the strength and direction to do the right thing, no matter what the personal consequences may be. That's pretty clear. When the 9th step in the short form refers to this idea about, here, let's take a look at it on page 59. Made direct amends to such people wherever, not whenever, but wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. I clearly do not fall into the category of others. I clearly do not. Right? From what I just read here back on page 79, asking that we be given the strength and direction to do the right thing no matter what the personal consequences may be. Top of page 80. Before taking drastic action which might implicate other people, we secure their consent. If we have obtained permission, have consulted with others, asked God to help, looks like a prayer to me, and the drastic step is indicated, we must not shrink. Page 82. Perhaps in some, toward the top of the page, perhaps in some cases where the utmost frankness is demanded, no outsider can appraise such an intimate situation. It may be that both will decide that the way of good sense and loving kindness is to let bygones be bygones. Each might pray about it. And listen to the attitude in the prayer. I love this. Having the other one's happiness uppermost in mind. Well, that's not terribly self-centered, is it? Page 83. Yes, there is a long period of reconstruction ahead. Now, there are people that disagree with this, and I'm comfortable with it. I want to talk about my own personal experience. I walked out of a meeting one time, and a fellow whose sponsor I sponsored stopped me and said that he said, I disagree with something you said in the meeting. And what I had said was that my amends to my children would never be complete. He said, that's not right. Did you go to your children and tell them what you had done wrong? Did you ask for their forgiveness? Did you ask what you could do to make it right? Did they tell you? And did you do it to the best of your ability? I said, yeah, I did. All of that's correct. He said, you're trying to be the best father you can be is not 9th step work, it's 12th. It's the principles in all your affairs. If you think it's 9th step work, you have not accepted their forgiveness or God's or your own, and you have work to do. My book does not use the phrase continuing amends or living amends. And if you're making them and your sponsor says so, I think that's great. But I got free that day. And I sure am watching a lot of kids manipulate us into doing some really sick stuff under the banner of you were a bad parent in the past. My amends to my children are complete. I'm trying to be a good dad today. It's not 9th step work, it's 12th. It's the principles in all my affairs. Yeah. For me, red flags, this is me again. One of the great truths, if there isn't anything that's right for me that's wrong for anybody else, they may or may not like it. It isn't wrong for them. When I told my daughter the party was over and I wasn't financing it anymore, it was right for me, and she didn't like it. She'll tell you today it wasn't wrong for her. Yeah, it needs to be that way. So this thing about a period of reconstruction, yeah, I got to build again, but I think that's the principles in all my affairs. That rebuilding, for me, is not part of amends. Now, those who disagree, I think that's great. Moving it right along. We must take the lead. A remorseful mumbling that we are sorry won't fill the bill. We ought to sit down with the family and frankly analyze the past as we see it, being careful not to criticize them. Their defects may be glaring, to me. But the chances are that our own actions are partly responsible. So we clean house with the family. Here's a prayer, asking each morning in meditation that our Creator show us the way of patience, tolerance, kindliness, and love. So that's 5 prayers. In those, I think that's really important. I want to talk about, I mentioned earlier, and I'm going to say again, if you've been involved in abortion and you're good with it, I'm good with it. I have no opinion on that. I really don't. But that was a hard one for me, and it's a hard one for some other people. I'm here only helping them try to get free. I'm not talking about political stuff here. I'm really not. And a number of you have come to me already. I'm looking forward to talking to the others. I got a handout on this, by the way. But I had a big spiritual experience. I haven't got time to talk about it right now, but I was in treatment. I was laying there thinking about that, and I reached bottom, which for me, of course, was of the spirit, and I screamed out to God for forgiveness, and I got it. And I had this huge white light, beautiful experience. And when I got to step 9, it looked to me like I owed amends to an unborn child, and I didn't think it could be done. From my earliest days, I've been in the hands of people who knew this book. This is page 83 toward the bottom. Some people cannot be seen. We send them an honest letter. Pretty clear. It has been my experience that, as we demonstrated earlier, the 4-step isn't much about writing. It's about observations and prayers. It is my experience that this letter is not about writing. It is about tears. And I put that on. It's on the same sheet as Learn How to Cry. If you're interested in one, I got them stacked over here. I'd love you to have one. And I got free. I absolutely got free. Nothing happens in here when I talk about that. I've been through the forgiveness process. I was abused as a child. Nothing in here happens because I've been through the forgiveness process in step 4. And I think step 9 really completes the forgiveness process, and I can't explain that, but I can report it. One of the interesting things is by the time I get a fellow to step 9, his life has changed. Right? He's been promoted at work. He's bringing the paycheck home. He flips the switch, the lights come on. The phone rings, and he's not afraid to answer it. He's sleeping in the big bed. Right? So his motivation's a little bit gone. And he looks, he says, I can't make 140 amends. And I agree, he can't. He'd make one today. Make one tomorrow. 140 days from now, we'd be done at that rate. And so I applied the day at a time thing to sponsoring someone through step 9. What amend are you going to make next? Because I don't care which one he makes next. Now, sometimes I do. Sometimes fresh from a divorce, he doesn't need to go try to make that one. Let's let that cool a little bit. All right, and I think God bless his sponsorship. You'll know those answers. But let's talk about which one's next. Okay, yeah, right. You need to call that person on the phone, schedule an appointment. When can you call him? Why can't you call him right now? Good. Call me right back. I want to know when the appointment is. Okay, good. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock? Great. Call me at 2:30. I want to know how it went. 140 times later, we're done. The other thing I like to do is to start people sponsoring when they get into step 9. Because one of the things that really keeps them moving is to look over their shoulder and see this rookie gaining on them. They do not want to be passed by someone they're sponsoring. It really, really is a wonderful sponsorship tool, in my opinion. I was told that amends are short. My mother didn't need to hear the litany of all the things I had done. That was not going to help her. Most people don't. And I was told that it's very brief. You say things like, I was wrong. I believe I've hurt you. I'd like to make that right. What can I do? Do you need to talk to me about other things? And I don't have to take abuse. I have a decision to make. And also, I think it's kind of interesting that we're not asking you to turn your will and life over to the care of someone that you owe amends to. I sponsored a guy, Big Ken Sweeney. He's gone now. Big Ken said that the day before he got to recovery, he hated everybody, and he wished there was more of them. If you'd gone to make amends to Big Ken, you would still be bleeding. My sponsor's final authority on what this amend is. I need to hear what they think it is. And if it's reasonable, I can go for it. But my sponsor's final authority on what that amend is. This person isn't. And that was important to me. The amends are short. One of the trickiest ones, and I share this again, it's just my experience about making amends, is, I'm phrasing this best I can, is for a guy to go to a lady whose charms he has availed himself of lightly and to make amends to her without making her feel cheap. There's no reason for that. And what I like to say is, to suggest that a guy says is that I wasn't as good a friend to you as I could have been. I believe I've harmed you. I'd like to make it right. That's enough. That's enough. Making somebody feel cheap is not part of making amends. That's no good. I also recommend do not mess up an amend with an excuse. You'll take all the power out of it. It takes all the power away. There's a wonderful line here on page 84. It says, we will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we could not do for ourselves. It doesn't say God will suddenly begin to do for us what we couldn't do for ourselves. It says my realization will be sudden. That's kind of interesting, and that does happen at about that time. my wife came up with something on her own that really helped me a lot, and she calls it good amends. It's where you go back and thank people. I have sins of commission, things I did, and sins of omission, things I should have done. And one of the things I didn't do was thank people who deserve to be thanked in my life. And I heard her talk about that. And this, I'll tell you what's great fun is making what she calls good amends. I went back to the man that was my major professor in college, and I thanked him. And I went back and I thanked the man that taught me to fly. And I don't know if it did anything for them. I can tell you it did for me. And one of the way, I'm under assignment, by the way, by my sponsor. I have a sponsor and I am sponsored. Those are separate concepts, like going to work and working. Not necessarily the same thing, right? You got that? And one of my assignments is to spread the joy. And I'll talk about that for just a little bit, because it has to do with amends. And there was a Christmas day, and we ran out of milk. So at halftime, I raced down to the convenience store, I grabbed the gallon of milk, I raced over to the counter, and I got a gift. I didn't do this, I received a gift. And the gift was this part of me, so a human being, standing behind a counter, probably making minimum wage on Christmas Day. And the gift was that this part of me saw him and said to him, thank you for working on Christmas Day. Man, I bet there's some place you'd rather be. But you see, my family ran out of milk. If you hadn't come to work today, I couldn't have gotten it. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you. And he and I both cried. It touches me now. What a gift. So I try to really, really say thank you as much as I can. Anybody here ever been overthanked? Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially on the weekend. I do. When I fly home tomorrow on Sunday, I'll thank all the airline employees that I see for working on the weekend. Thank you for working on the weekend. Yeah, it's a really neat way. We raise the level of love in this world by doing loving things. Yeah, it's really a lot of fun. I talked just a little bit about, and again, this is me, but I look at why do I do ninth step? Is to cleanse my own side. And hopefully, as a side effect, will have a positive impact on these other folks. Page 66. And it's okay if they don't accept the amendment. It's also okay if they don't remember me. Yeah, others have had that experience, man. This didn't touch their reality. About the middle of the page, it says, for when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. What I believe is that one of these days, my soul will stand naked before my Creator, and we will review this movie I've made called Scott's Life. And there are some places in there, some really ugly stuff. There's some places in there where I've done some things that have damaged some people that have every right to their resentments. And if the book's right and those resentments block me off from the sunlight of the Spirit, then maybe they're blocking them from the sunlight of the Spirit. And I'm going to want to be able to point at another frame in that movie where I tried to remove that blockage. I'm not responsible for the result, but I am sure responsible for the action. This thing I was talking about, freedom, is embracing the results of my own actions. I have to try. It doesn't have to work, but I have to try. And I think it's just critically, critically important. I was talking earlier about that amends letter to someone. That's to anybody that's gone. Grandparent, someone you can't find. It's a spectacular event. And it doesn't work if you can't cry. That's why I put it on the back of that thing about learning to cry, because I've watched people who can't cry to do that, and all they get is a sinus infection. Because that stuff, blocks up in there, and they just simply don't get free. They just don't get free. I'm about out of gas, and I think I'm gonna call it off right there. I want you to know, slightly offended that the speaker tonight is a special speaker, and we're just Bob and Scott. Which, and where's Rick? Rick, you got some announcements to make, and then I'll close us with the Lord's Prayer. Rick, you got some announcements to make, and then I'll close us with the Lord's Prayer.
fellows, and a much-needed new experience in my own recovery. Amen.
They change their mind, they're going to let you do it.
We're going to try to. I'm going to try to kind of recap a little bit on a couple things on step 8 and 9 before we move into the maintenance. They're not really maintenance steps, the growing steps. Yeah, growth steps. People call them the maintenance steps. Alcoholics Anonymous, in a weird kind of way, was founded on step 8. Some of you know the story of Bill and Bob. They met in the Cyberling Gatehouse, Mother's Day, May 12th, 1935. Bill needed to talk to Bob. Bob didn't want to talk to Bill. Matter of fact, Bob's son had become pretty good friends over the years, and I used to love to listen to him tell the story about being in the car with his dad. His mother was a strong woman, pre-Al-Anon, strong woman, bringing him to talk to this Yankee about his drinking. And, Bob had people talking to him about his drinking for years. When you're an alcoholic, people show up to talk to you about your drinking. That's just the way it is. And so he's digging his feet in, but he's guilty. You know how it is. You've been on a run. You just came off a run, and yes, dear. So he's going. He doesn't want to go, and he says, 15 minutes. Just please promise me I can't take none of this Yankees preaching. 15 minutes. I'll put up with that. And then you got to get me out of here. And they agreed. I'll get 15 minutes. And he went in there, and to his surprise and delight and amazement, Bill Wilson didn't talk to Dr. Bob about Dr. Bob's drinking. Talked to Dr. Bob about Bill's drinking. And he had never heard anybody do that. And he was enthralled, and he stayed in there for hours. And he was so, and Bill had outlined a program of action that he had sort of put together from elements out of the Oxford group and some things that he had got from Silkworth and some other places, and he presented it to Dr. Bob, and Dr. Bob was enthralled with it. He thought it was great. He loved every aspect of it except for the amends. And he said, Bill, you don't understand. I've really jacked my reputation off in this community as it is. Let's just leave that alone. I like everything else. I like the talk of spiritual matters, the prayer meditation. I like the confession of shortcomings. I like the camaraderie. I like helping others. I like it all. But not the amends. And he dug his feet in, and he wouldn't do step 8 and 9. Which later wasn't even called that 8 and 9 then, but it later became known as that. And consequently, Dr. Bob drank again. And he didn't stay sober. He went to a medical convention in Atlantic City. He was so drunk coming back that the conductor didn't know it. He was unconscious. That the conductor laid him on the platform in the Akron station, called his office manager, this gal that was one of the first untreated Al-Anons, who came down again to rescue him and take care of him. And she didn't know what to do with him. And she eventually called Ann, his wife. And Bill Wilson was living there, and they came down to get him, took him home to the house on Ardmore Street and put him to bed because he was such a mess. And he came to early in the morning on what most historians, except for one who's not sure if it's right, most historians believe was June 10th, 1935, early in the morning. And he comes to like we all come to, vibrating, shaken, full of remorse and guilt and jumpy, kind of with the whips and jingles and all that other stuff. And he comes to and he's, oh my God, and Bill and Ann are there. What day is it? And they said, it's June 10th. And he said, oh, it can't be June 10th, not June 10th. He says, look at me. I have a surgery to perform this morning. And Dr. Bob was a proctologist, so you can imagine the whatever kind of surgery this must have been. And God, imagine being that patient. Watching your surgeon come in like that. Oh, man. So he was so shaky that Bill didn't know what to do. So Bill gave him a couple drinks and a sedative, and they sent him into the surgery. And we don't know what happened. I know a couple historians that have researched the Akron Hospital archives trying to find out what happened to this patient, and they can't find out. All we know from AA literature is that he lived. I understand why these archivists are trying to find out. I mean, I'd like to know, did he whistle when he walked or what? I mean, but they know he lived, and well, they know he lived, and the surgery was over, that morning, and Dr. Bob disappeared, and nobody knew where he was, and Bill was afraid, as I would have been afraid, that he's on a run. He's got to be on a run. I shouldn't have gave him those 2 beers this morning, those 2 drinks this morning. He's probably on a run, which would be a logical conclusion with what we know about the phenomenon of craving. But he wasn't on a run. But he disappeared all that morning, all that afternoon, into the evening, and he came home, and there was something different about him. And they found out that he had been out searching every person he could find that he owed amends to, and walking through that fear and facing those people. And consequently, Dr. Bob never drank again. And consequently, that was the day that Alcoholics Anonymous looks to as its founding. And I don't know what would have become of us if Dr. Bob would have dug his heels in one more time and said, no, Bill, I'm not going to do that part of the program. So in a weird kind of sense, AA was really founded on step 8, on finally Dr. Bob's willingness to go to any lengths. And when it talks in the big book, and you hear people in AA, one of the most misconceived notions in Alcoholics Anonymous is that willing to go to lengths means willing to not drink and go to meetings. That's not it. If you look at where it talks about willing to go to lengths in the big book, they're talking about amends. They're talking about step 8 and 9, which is really the hardest thing, I think, that we do here. Now, I know Father Ed Dowling is quoted in the 12 by 12 saying that step 6 is the one that separates the men from the boys. But I'll tell you something. In my view, in my experience, step 8 and 9 is the hardest thing we ever do here. Everything, when you think about it, everything up until this point in this process is relatively low risk, relatively low exposure. You have to, the highest risk thing you have to do is your 5th step prior to step 8 and 9. Your 5th step, but it's, we check those guys out. We don't take our 5th step with anybody. We're checking that guy out. We're hedging our bet. We're pretty sure this guy's not a gossip. He's not going to blab what we're telling him around. So we minimize the risk on that. But now we're about to go out into the world and face everyone we're afraid to face. And pay back money that we really need more than they do. That's always true. I always need it more than they did. I have exposure and I have risk financially, I have emotionally, physically, some amends. I had some amends where, in my mind, they're going to beat me up. They're going to hit me with a baseball bat. I had other amends where I was convinced I was going to go to prison for a couple years. But I faced them because I didn't have a choice. The book reminds us, remember, it says, remember that we agreed to go to any length for victory over alcohol. Remember. And it really comes down to a matter of life and death. There's a line in Working with Others that talks about how the frame of mind and the perception and perspective that we approach people we're trying to help. And I use this line also in step 8 and 9 with the guys I sponsor. And the line says is that we approach the new man the way we would like to be approached if the tables were turned. And I think that is also a solid spiritual approach and a perception approach to step 8 and 9. I got to get other-centered enough to put myself in their shoes and experience and know what it must have felt like to have done to me what I had done to them. And when I get that, then I will intuitively know how to approach that person, because I'm really approaching the me that is in them. And if I do that, and I say the things and do the things that I would like to have said and done to me if I'd been hurt like they'd been hurt by somebody, it will turn out good. It'll turn out good. This line that Scott talked about at the top of page 83, it says there is a long period of reconstruction ahead. That's really, Scott was talking about he doesn't believe in a living amends. And I understand, I know exactly what he's saying. But at the same time, from my experience, before the relationship and the separation with people sometimes is mended, it really does take a long period of reconstruction. A simple saying I was sorry and paying them a little money after I've battered them emotionally for years often isn't really enough to make it okay yet. And Chuck Chamberlain used to stand at the podium and rub his hands together, and he'd cackle in his funny voice and talk about rubbing away the wreckage by good works and good deeds. And sometimes we act our way into different relationships and mended relationships by good works. I know with my parents, I had given them such an emotional battering for decades. One of the worst things I did to my mom and dad is I kept getting up on my feet again. And then they would get their hopes up and they'd think I'm going to be all right. And then I would slam them again. And I didn't do that once or twice. I did that. That was an ongoing process with me. And all the times I'd lied to them and disappointed them. So my first approach to them in making the amends did not mend the separation, but it was a beginning. And it took a long period of reconstruction ahead. The countless... I remember the first time... the people in AA told me to do things with my parents that didn't make any sense to me. I was willing to accept that I would never have them in my life. And I knew that I was the guy that did it. And I knew that they loved me, and I destroyed that, and I knew it was irreparable. But people in Alcoholics Anonymous didn't care what I thought. They said, you're going to start sending your mom and dad cards and your little notes, and you're going to call your mom on a regular basis, and you're not going to call collect. I remember the first time I called her. I said, Mom, it's Rob. How you doing? And she says, are you in Pennsylvania? No, I'm in Nevada. Well, the operator didn't come in and ask me to pay for the call. So I said I paid for the call. I never even forget this. Her voice went up an octave. She went, you paid for the call? She couldn't believe it. I'm a taker. My parents they're the welfare state. They owe me or something. I have some kind of sick, distorted sense of entitlement. I don't have it, and I started doing things like that. And I started to rub away this wreckage very slowly, and it was very slowly. One of my favorite stories is there was a gal named, and she told me I could share this, and I love sharing a part of her story because I was there for the whole thing. I watched this gal get sober. Her name was Chelsea. Chelsea was a neat gal. I see her on a regular basis. And Chelsea came from a family who had a father. Her father was very racist. He was very bigoted. He was very, almost like off the charts, Ku Klux Klanish kind of guy. I mean, he was that kind of a guy, right? And Chelsea fell in love with this black guy, and they got married and had a couple just gorgeous kids. And when she married him, her father went ballistic. and cussed her out and called her names and just wouldn't have anything to do with her and rejected her. And she gets sober and she's got this big time resentment towards her father, a resentment that almost anyone that would hear about it would agree with her. Yeah, he's an idiot. He's an asshole, right? Everybody would agree with that, except her sponsor. And her sponsor really believed in the principles of Alcoholics Anonymous, this ethic that we put ahead of our own judgments and our own prejudices. And she said that we're not going to pay any attention to what an idiot your dad is. We're going to disregard the other person involved entirely. What kind of a daughter have you been? And in that light, she used all the indiscretions and the wrongs of her father to justify being a lousy daughter, really. And so her sponsor's direction was, and she didn't like it. I remember she used to bitch about it in meetings. She had to send her father cards and letters and pictures of the kids and nice little notes and presents. And sometimes, and often, she'd call him and he'd cuss her out, hang up on her, and she never got a response. She never got a gift back. She never got anything. And her sponsor kept pushing her to do it, and she did it month after month, year after year, in the face of rejection and adversity. 4.5 years later, she comes to my home group with a letter, and she starts to read this letter from her father. And in the letter, her father talks about how ashamed of himself he's been for how he's treated her and those kids. And he opened and confided in her about some things that had happened to him as a child and how he grew up. And he said, I'm so sorry I've been this way. And he said, there's no words to tell you about my shame. And he said, I know. And this is the part when she read this part of the letter, I started weeping. Because in the letter he said, I know I have no right to have you and those kids in my life, but if you would ever give me a chance, I would spend the rest of my life trying to make it up to you. And I sat in that meeting as she's reading this, and I'm weeping, and everybody in the room's weeping because we had been there with her. We sat in the meetings and listened to her rant and rave about this idiot. And I sat there, and I was overwhelmed with the power I saw witnessed in this thing that had interchanged between her and her father. And I realized that there's a spiritual principle in the universe that you cannot continue to fight and be adversarial with someone who is continually on your side. You can't do it. You can do it for a while. The hate and prejudice and fear but eventually you feel like an idiot doing that. And the power of love is guaranteed and as sure as the winds that erode the mountains. The problem is it takes a while. And most of us, myself included especially, are very event-oriented people. I want to make the amends. I want the parade and the fireworks. Okay? Right, look what I did. And sometimes, when it says in the book there's a long period of reconstruction, I tell you, I'm so proud of Chelsea and the other members of Alcoholics Anonymous that I've witnessed that would continue to take loving action in the face of adversity. And eventually, if you persist, the love will overcome the fear and resentment and hate. Eventually. But if you have a short attention span, it's hard. Right? It's hard. Because we want the payoff right now. That's why we drank. I could drink. Most people, to be a big shot and really could be a success in life, they go to school and they go to law school or med school, become a doctor or lawyer. I could just go into a bar, have 7 or 8 drinks, and I was a brain surgeon. I don't have to go to school. I could add instantaneous there, right? I could be anything I wanted to be. And so that's kind of my experience with my family. I also had the same experience that Scott had with the letter. I had my grandfather had died before I got sober, and I had to write him a letter. And I did exactly what it says in the book. It says, write them an honest letter. And in that letter, I told my grandfather, I thanked my grandfather for being so kind to me and how he was so wonderful to me as a little kid. And I told him how sorry I was that on the morning of the funeral of his wife of 60-some years, that the night before I'd found the drugs she'd been on before she died, and he had to find me in a pool of blood laying on the floor of his house with a needle in my arm on the morning he was burying his wife of 60 years. And I told him how sorry I was to have done that to him and hit him with that on the worst day of his life. And I told him everything I would have liked to have told him if I could have sat across a kitchen table with him. And I took that letter and I took it up into the desert and I read it and wept and I burnt it. And I'll tell you, I felt that my grandfather's spirit got that letter. And something that was a ghost that haunted me was put to rest. And there was a resolve within my spirit about my grandfather. And his memories today in my life are very sweet. They're wonderful. I'm not haunted by him anymore. He is within rest within my spirit. And I think that a lot of the Oriental philosophies and religions have believed that we are tied to our ancestors, our family members. And I think there's a part of my grandfather and my father and my mother that live within my heart. And I must be right with that, or I will not be right with myself. And I was able to do that through that letter with the people and also some other people that had died. The two hardest amends I ever had to make, I'll tell you just briefly about the hardest amends I ever had to make, and it was for something I did sober. And, you know, when you make amends for things you did while you're drinking, you know, you can hide behind well, I was drunk. I mean, you know, it wasn't this before AA. It's not so. You can kind of hang it all on that, and it's not so bad. What's really hard is something you've done as a member of Alcoholics Anonymous when you're sober. You can't hide behind the drinking anymore. And when I was about a year sober, I went to work in this store as a cashier, and it was for minimum wage. And I was struggling, and I'm trying to pay some people back some things I had to pay, and I'm living paycheck to paycheck and barely making it every week. And after I'd been working there a little while, it was a Thursday, and I got paid Friday, and I ran out of cigarettes. And I had a heavy cigarette addiction, tobacco addiction in those days, like 3 packs a day. And I'm out of cigarettes. And one of the things we sold in that store were cigarettes. So I thought to myself, as I usually do, I'll take a pack of cigarettes, and then tomorrow when I get my paycheck, I'll cash it through the register, and I'll ring it up, and it'll be fine. And it seemed a reasonable rationalization to me. I took the cigarettes. I started smoking them. The next day I get my paycheck. I'm cashing out of the register. The thought goes through my mind, I got to ring up those cigarettes. And the thought was easily supplanted with the idea, I really work harder than anybody else here. I come early, I stay late. I'm not making very much money. Everybody does this kind of thing to some degree. I bet you it's factored into the cost of operation. And I never rang those cigarettes up, and I opened a door, and I started supporting my cigarette habit from stealing cigarettes. And then I threw in a 6-pack of Diet Coke after a while, every time I'd have a couple of days off to take home with me. And I started to get sick, and I didn't know what was going on. It's funny, in the realm of the spirit, I do something over here, and sometimes I get sick over there, And I started getting sick in a lot of areas in my life. I started going to meetings. I started judging my way right out of AA. I started going to meetings, and really, I became so aware of how all the hypocrites in AA. Oh man, the phony people here, and oh boy, were they full of a lot of crap. There was a lot of people here lying here and just doing some, it just became so clear to me. I was dating a gal at the time. I started picking her apart. And the guy I was working for, who was really a great boss, one of the best bosses I'd had probably my whole life, who treated me very well, I started picking him apart too. And you could pick anybody apart when you get that perception. I mean, you could do that to Mother Teresa. You could find fault with her if you have that kind of headset. And I started doing that, and I'm getting weirder and weirder and more locked up inside myself and more alone, and I'm not doing very well here. And I get down on my knees one night after this has been going on for a long time, and I say my nightly prayers as I've been trained to do, and I'm saying, thanking God for the day of sobriety. And I just yelled out. I just said, God, what the hell's going on here? And the minute I asked the question, intuitively I got the answer. I knew it. It was just a clear thing. I knew that I am whacked here because I've been stealing from my work for all these months. And it's just an intuitive thing, and I knew the truth. And I didn't want to know the truth because my head started working like a computer figuring it out. And it was, you think 3 packs a day cigarettes is not a big deal. You do that for 7 or 8 or 9 months. It adds up. And it was a lot of money I don't have to pay back. And so I'm terrorized because first of all, I've seen, even though my boss is a nice guy, he has zero tolerance for theft, which is natural in retail. I watched him scream at and throw a guy out of his store that worked there because he caught him stealing. And I knew what I was facing. I was going to have to go to him. And I knew he was going to fire me and throw me out of there, and it was not going to be good. And I don't even have the money to pay him. If I would have had the money, it wouldn't have been so bad. You know, I could have went to him with a check or something and made the grandiose gesture of the prodigal son who's learned his lesson. You know, it would have been great. But I don't even have the money to pay him. I'm going to lose my job. I'm going to have to go somewhere else, get another job without a recommendation. I'm going to have a void in my resume, right, of where I can't even talk about this thing. And then I'm going to have to pay him back. And I think the worst thing of all was that the guy I worked for had heard me on many occasions prattle on about my rigorous program of honesty in Alcoholics Anonymous. Oh, man, it was brutal. Oh, I'm telling you, I went to this guy, and about halfway through it, I was so ashamed of myself, I started crying. Then I felt really pathetic, you know. I said, I don't know if I've ever felt worse in my life. It was awful. And he didn't fire me. He yelled at me, but he didn't fire me. And he let me stay working there, and I paid him back. I added 10% onto my estimate and added another $50 on top of that because I know how I am. I'm a minimizer, right? If there's a mistake in my calculations, it ain't in your favor. You know what I'm saying? right. I know how I am. I've been that way all my life, right? So I added another 10% and another $50 just to be sure, and I paid that guy back. And it took a long time. It took a long time. And I'll tell you I didn't get this for a long time. Within 30 days of making that last payment, a guy came to me. Now, I wasn't looking for this. He came to me out of nowhere and offered me a job with a management position and a chance to really advance to it, like running a whole company, a whole business. And I went and took that job. And I'll tell you something, I never took a dime from him. I never took a ballpoint pen home out of that place. And I gave him a dime for his nickel. And within no time at all, I was running that place, and I was doing very well. And I was making him a lot of money, and he was taking good care of me. And I'm in a Denny's restaurant one night, and the guy that I used to work for and stole from and paid back was sitting in there with his wife, and I started talking to him. I said, how you doing? And he was a little down in the dumps. I said, what's going on? He said, I've been wanting to retire. He says, I'm burnt out, and I tried to sell the store, and I couldn't. And the deal fell through because it had a gambling license and a liquor license were part of the store, and the guy that was buying it couldn't get the approval, and he got it back in his lap. And I don't know why I said this. I don't know, these words were not of me, but I said to him, God, I'd love to buy your store if I only had the money. And he looked at me and he said, what's your day off? And I told him. He said, let's have lunch. And we had lunch, and I met him at this same restaurant, this Denny's, and he's got this paperwork all there, and he showed me on paper some stuff, and he made me a proposition: if you come back to work for me and run my business, and you can get he said, it's not doing very good right now, because nobody's really been at the helm, but if you can run it, you can get the profit up to a certain level. Out of that additional profit, you will earn a piece of the business. If you keep it to this level, you'll get 10% a year. At the end of 5 years, we'll be equal, and I want you to buy me out. And you can buy me out of the profits of the business. It won't cost you a dime. And I said, yeah, you bet. And I went to work there, and that company was doing about $600,000 a year. And at one point, I started opening other stores, and we were up to about $10 million a year at one point. I sold the last pieces of that corporation, except for the real estate, which I still own, and the business had paid for over the years, last year. And I'm retired. I'm retired younger than anybody I know. I'm retired well. And as a result of that amends, I wouldn't have had that business if it wouldn't have been for that amends. And not only am I grateful for that, for Alcoholics Anonymous, and my daughter, who's 17, is grateful because she will be in good shape for the rest of her life as a result of that amends, and her children's children's children will be all right as a result of that amends because of the real estate that's involved. And I don't know. I was on my knees in a little beat-up apartment several years sober, and I stood at a turning point. And maybe I could have swept it under the rug and not drank. I don't know. I suspect I might have drank over it. Or I might have just gotten so weird in AA that I'd been a fringer on the edge, just suffering acutely from alcoholism, waiting for the Prozac generation to evolve so I could have something for my alcoholism. I might have been that guy. But I wouldn't have the life I have today. I know that. And I'll tell you what I've discovered over the years. And I get a lot of guys that are sober a long time, and they're financial disasters. And some of these guys have made really good money over the years. And it's a weird thing. They'll tell you things like, I make more money than I've ever made. The more money I make, the broker and more debt I get. And they'll say things like that to me. And they'll have their credit cards maxed out to it's just in their financial disaster areas. And I will start to work with them, and without exception, we will always find that there's unmade financial amends. And it's usually ones that they could get away with and nobody could ever touch them for. And they kind of slide with it. But you never get away with anything here, really. And I got a guy right now who... he's almost 20 years sober, and he's been a disaster area for a long time. And he's chipping away. He's almost done. And he's not even, he's more than halfway through, but he's not done yet, and his life is turning around financially already. And I think it's some kind of karmatic thing that happens. You know what if you ever anybody here seen the movie Flatliners? I think that's a 9-step amends movie. It's about these doctors that find out that are haunted by these things that come back into their life as a result of these experiences, these laboratory-controlled experiences with death. And they're haunted by these ghosts that they think are killing them, and it's not the ghosts. There's a scene where this one doctor, he thinks there's this little boy trying to stab him with a knife, and then for a brief second it shows what's really going on. He's the guy with the knife. Right? And I'm the guy who destroys my own life because I ain't even. And yet, when you're in the middle of that, you never get that. Because it doesn't look like... It looks like a lot of bad luck. It looks like they're doing this. It looks like I can't get a break. But I am the guy behind. I'm the guy behind the curtain, pulling the strings. I just don't know it. And one of the things that happens when you make... My friend Clint says something I love. He says there's a tremendous difference between doing all your amends and all of them but one. Tremendous difference. And I've loved to watch people clear up the wreckage of their past and what happens. It seems like we get lucky when we do that. We get lucky. There's a promise on page 127 of the book, and this was pointed out to me in early sobriety, and I think that this is one of the greatest and truest principles. The middle of the page in that paragraph, the fourth line down, it says, although financial recovery is on the way for many of us, we found we could not place money first. For us, and here's the promise, the cause and effect. It says, for us, material well-being always followed spiritual progress. It never preceded it. And you can look around your home group and you can see the guys that put money first, and they come in and they build these tremendous lives, and within 7 or 8 years it all falls down on them. And they do the same thing. I got one guy, he calls me his sponsor. I'm not his sponsor. He calls me once every 3 years whether he needs to or not. I mean, I'm not his sponsor. But he has made and lost millions, and he's always broke. Right? He starts these big companies, and they go like this, and then he he's down to sleeping on somebody's couch again. 15 years sober. And then he goes up, builds another company, and I think that it's impossible for me to progress materially until I progress spiritually first. Because what happens, I will create a life of abundance I secretly know I don't deserve, and I will find a way to make my outsides match my insides eventually, one way or another. I think I am compelled to make my outsides match my insides. And if I have a life that I secretly in the back of my head know I don't deserve because I ain't even, and I know what I did to those people, I never made it right. I know these people over here I never paid back. I know how, and I think I get away with something. I don't get away with something because I'll turn it on myself. I will eventually get even with, I am destined to get even one way or another. One way or another. I can't avoid that spiritual truth. And I will either get even by making it right to you and paying back the money and making the amends, or I will get even with me and continue to get even with me. And I will continue to sabotage my own life. And the problem is when I do that, I never get it. I don't know that I'm doing that. It never occurs to me that I'm doing that. Someone would step back and look at my life, if they're going to come to either one conclusion, either one of two conclusions. Either you're doing this to you, or you're the greatest bad luck magnet on the planet. Anyway, I'm real big on amends. I think sometimes it's the last frontier. Scott?
Morning, I'm Scott Lee. I'm alcoholic. And I ran out of these little handouts. Had some more printed if you need one. They're right up here. I was reminded as Bob was talking, around my part of the world, we do the 9-step promises as part of the opening of the meeting. And somebody one time made the mistake of handing the promises to a girl that was still in treatment. And she did the greatest misread of all time, I think. And here it is. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will level us. Another one I heard in a meeting one time that I just loved, and this girl wasn't trying to be profound or make anybody laugh, like I am. But what she said was, I'm having trouble getting a grip on letting go. Don't you love that? And something else we say at my home group is that you take your problems to your sponsor. You take your solutions to your meeting. We're having better meetings since we got to that. Talk a little bit about step 10. We're on page 84. Middle of the page, this thought brings us to step 10. Suggest we continue to take personal inventory and continue to set right any new mistakes. I think as we go along is the active phrase here. I personally separate steps 10 and 11 this way. For me, the morning half of step 11 is checking in with God, and the evening half of step 11 is checking out. I have a new employer, I clock in, I clock out. Step 10 is as we go along. It has to do with staying present in my own life moment by moment through the day. That's the difference. I don't do a 10-step inventory at night, I do an 11-step inventory at night. I do a 10-step inventory during the day. And I think there's a slogan that applies to that, and that's easy does it. Because when I'm running Mach 2 with my hair on fire, I don't notice it as I make the mistakes. And also it talks about on page 59, the short form of the step, it says continue to take personal inventory and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. If I wait till 11:15 tonight to take the inventory, I can't very well promptly admit it now, can I? So it's about being present in my own life moment by moment. That's what this is about, and I have to slow down if that's going to happen for me. And I thought Bob made a great point about the when. It's when we were wrong, not if. We are not saints. Further down the page, our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. I believe this is the first time they've asked me to understand anything. A friend of mine tells a story of calling a sponsor one day, and he says, sponsor says, I've been thinking, and it clicked, bzzz. So, gee, we got cut off. So he dialed the number again. He says, a sponsor. He says, yeah. He says, I've been thinking about it. Click, bzzz. Call back the third time and started. The sponsor says, wait a minute. I don't remember telling you to think. That wasn't your assignment. This hadn't been about understanding yet. And now it's telling me at this point I can begin to grow in understanding and effectiveness. I think it's because I've taken the trash out by now. I've dug the poison out of my soul, the hatred. In step 4, I've dug the old anger out, the resentments. I'm in the process of outgrowing the fears. I have a new sexual ideal that I'm living up to. I'm prepared to make the amends. I've invited God to take all of me, good and bad. I have a list of people I've harmed. I've done everything I can to make those amends. I've taken the trash out. And we're going to offer this thing to God. Let's clean it up first. The book doesn't say anything at all about God doing for me what I could have done for myself. So I have to do my part. And now at this point with the trash taken out, I can begin to grow in understanding and effectiveness. It's not an overnight matter. It should continue for a lifetime. Continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. We chased that one through the book earlier, but I find that on about 8 or 9 different pages. And then it says, when these crop up. That's not if. All right, that's when. I want to talk too. I know there are a lot of people here are under a year. I'm really thrilled that you're here. One of the things I was taught in early recovery is what I was going to say when someone offered me a drink. Because it's not an if question. Now, if you take that as an if question, it can leave you kind of shaky. And I came up with an answer. And the answer that I give is, no thanks, I've had enough. Now, there's a danger with that one. That happened in a business situation one time. And some people who didn't know me were with me, myself and my business partners, and we were in a bar waiting for our table in a restaurant, and everybody ordered a drink, and I ordered an orange juice, and this other guy said, well, wouldn't you rather have a drink? And I said, no, thanks, I've had enough. And my partners came apart laughing, and we had to tell them why. And it didn't hurt us. I never found a place where being in recovery has harmed my business. Nowhere has it ever harmed my business. So when these crop up, what's the series of events I'm supposed to take when these crop up? Item 1, pray. We ask God. This is the first of 2 prayers in step 10. We ask God to remove them. We discuss them with someone immediately. I would think a sponsor, a spiritual advisor, somebody else that feels to you like they're solidly on the path. Make amends quickly. Can't do that if I wait till 11 o'clock tonight. If we've harmed them, and then sit and beat myself up? No. It says, then we resolutely turn our thoughts to someone we can help. The prescription for helping me is to help you. And I'm not going to read them all. I bet there's 100 references to this in the book. Just a couple of them. Forward to the 2nd edition, Roman numeral 16, XVI. Forward to the 2nd edition. Last paragraph at the bottom of the page begins with this physician. Count up 4 lines from that. It says he suddenly realized that in order to save himself, he must carry his message to another alcoholic. Newcomers, we need to sponsor you. Could I see a show of hands of the people in this room who are not willing to sponsor but eager to sponsor a newcomer? We mean that. If you're new and don't have one, please, 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 do someone a favor. Allow them to sponsor you. Next page at the top. XVII. It also indicated that strenuous work, that's not occasionally when it's really convenient and there's nothing on TV I want to watch. Strenuous work, one alcoholic with another, was vital. Once he has a death threat, this is only if you want to live, vital to permanent recovery. Page 14. Last paragraph at the bottom of the page. My friend had emphasized the absolute necessity. Wonder how important that is. The absolute necessity of demonstrating these principles in all my affairs. Particularly was it imperative to work with others as he had worked with me. And then the one I quoted earlier, the last line, for if an alcoholic failed to perfect and enlarge his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he could not survive. That's another death threat. The certain trials and low spots ahead. We promise you trials and low spots. And I love this next paragraph. Here's my life encapsulated in a paragraph. My wife and I abandoned ourselves with enthusiasm, this is Bill's story, to the idea of helping other alcoholics to a solution to their problems. It was fortunate for my old business associates to remain skeptical for a year and a half. Okay, don't think the people around you are going to be impressed by a 60-day chip. It may take them a while. Don't let that bother you. Stay on the path. It says, during which I found little work. I was not too well at the time, was plagued. How do you like that word? Plagued by waves of self-pity and resentment. This sometimes nearly drove me back to drink, but I soon found that when all other measures failed, work with another alcoholic would save the day. Many times I've gone to my old hospital in despair. How do you love that? Despair. This is the prescription for when you have depression. Despair. Go to a hospital, take a meeting into a jail, get into a treatment center. I'm talking to a man there. I would be amazingly lifted up and set on my feet. It is designed for living that works in rough going. Page 20. I say I'm just going to get a few of these, but I think it's important to hammer this one home. Top of page 20, first line. Our very lives as ex-problem drinkers depend upon our constant thought of others and how we may help meet their needs. On page 62, it had said above everything we had to be rid of this selfishness. They're saying it in different words here. Page 70, we covered this one in step 4 last night, but I hit it again in the middle of the page. If sex is very troublesome, we throw ourselves the harder into helping others. We think of their needs and work for them. This takes us out of ourselves. Quiets the imperious urge when to yield would mean heartache. I'll do one more, page 89. Very top. Practical experience shows that nothing will so much ensure immunity from drinking as intensive work with other alcoholics. Back to page 84. So what it says, the series of events when these crop up is ask God at once to remove them. That's pray. Discuss them with someone immediately, probably a sponsor. Make amends quickly if we've harmed anyone. Then we resolutely turn our thoughts to someone we can help. That's the prescription. Now we know what to do with our mistakes. We have a very, very clear set of directions what to do when we make mistakes. It says we have ceased fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol. Page 113. 103. Italics at the bottom of 103. After all, our problems were of our own making. Bottles were only assembled. Besides, we have stopped fighting anybody or anything. We have to. I got to get out of the fight. Got to get out. Back to the bottom of 84. For by this time sanity will have returned. Boy, there's a promise. We will seldom be interested in liquor. If tempted, we recoil from it as from a hot flame. If your history with booze is like mine, that is a sane reaction. Now, I'm told there are two kinds of sanity. There's sanity of mind and there's sanity of action. And I think sanity of action is the important one. My sponsor told me that in the history of this planet, no human has ever been put in an insane asylum for being insane. It's never happened. They put us in there for acting insane. And nobody's ever been let out of one of those places for being sane. They let us out for acting sane. Yeah. So on the days when the squirrel cage is spinning up here, then you got all of these wonderful ideas. If you don't act on them, they won't know. And you can walk around on the street like everybody else. Sanity of action. We'll find that this has happened automatically. We will see that our new attitude to liquor has been given us without any thought or effort on our part. I think that's easily misunderstood. If you've done everything we've talked about to this point, you will have put in tremendous effort. But the observation is the effort hasn't been involved in booze. It hasn't been involved in changing your attitude. We haven't been focused on the problem of booze. Because the effort hasn't been involved in booze. It hasn't been involved in changing your attitude. We haven't been focused on the problem of booze. Because we've put no effort on that. Our effort has been toward, I was saying earlier, taking out the trash, which is part of the spiritual awakening process. That's where we've been focused on. We don't focus on the problem. We focus on the solution. If the solution were contained in the problem, we would have found it already, because we've been focused on the problem for decades. Yeah, so it's a change of focus. Next paragraph. It's easy to let up on the spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. We're headed for trouble if we do, for alcohol is a subtle foe. We are not cured of alcoholism. What we really have is a daily reprieve. A reprieve, if you look it up, is a stay of execution. A daily reprieve contingent, that means based on, the maintenance of our spiritual condition. I spotted that when I was about 6 months sober. And I said, all right, there it is. What I'm going to do is to find out what that spiritual condition is. I'm going to attain that. And then I'll be able to get what I've always wanted, and that's to take the rest of my life off with pay. I thought, I'm going to get that, then I won't have to do anything else. And I searched for over a year before I found the definition of that spiritual condition. It is, by the way, the next sentence. I didn't think to look there. Every day is a day when we must. There are no musts in the program. You'll hear that. This is one of them. Every day is a day when we must carry the vision, that's the best I can see, of God's will into all of our activities. Well, there aren't any holes in that, are there? I don't get any days off. I don't get any activities off. That's simple. And it's not something I can attain. It's continuous. Page 164 for just a second. Four lines from the bottom. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit, and you will surely meet some of us as you trudge the road of happy destiny. It doesn't say to. It says of. The road is the destiny. It's today. This is the happy destiny. Don't look for it out there. We're not on the way to it. We're living in it. Back to 85. And then here's the second prayer. How can I best serve thee? Thy will, not mine, be done. These are thoughts, so that must be a silent prayer, which must go with us constantly. We can exercise our willpower along this line all we wish. It is the proper use of the will. Much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction from Him who has all knowledge and power. If we have carefully followed directions, Bill did get directions in here, didn't he? Yeah. We've begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us. To some extent, we become God conscious. How's that for a promise? We've begun to develop this vital, right, there it is again, vital sixth sense. I heard a fellow with 6 months say, if I'm still using my other 5 senses trying to get my will, I won't develop this vital sixth sense. That's a pretty good piece of information. But we must go further. And I'll go ahead and start just a little bit on step 11 before we take the break. Turning the page, top of 88, the evening inventory, to retire at night, constructively review our day. I don't have permission to bash myself here. Constructively review our day. Where were we? Resentful, selfish, dishonest, afraid. There's that list again. Do we owe an apology? Kept anything to ourselves we should discuss with someone? The question is, what could I have done better? Have I done harm I need to repair? And what could I have done better? And it's really that simple. And it needs to be the last thing I do. And I'd like to note, too, do y'all use the term around here, next right thing? Do y'all say that? You need to do the next right thing? I discovered a last right thing. Each day there's a last right thing. For me, it is to go to bed at an hour so that I can get a full night's sleep. And be able to get up in the morning in time to start my day on a spiritual basis. I need to read my 2 pages in the big book. I read from non-conference proof spiritual literature. I do prayer and meditation. I need to have time to do all those things. And if I don't do the last right thing tonight, I won't be able to start tomorrow morning with the first right thing. Yeah. Next paragraph, on awakening. I'd like to observe what it does not say. It does not say after a shower and shave, a half a pot of coffee, 2 over easy with ham and reading the front page. It says on awakening. That's right now. I got a friend that says his disease gets up 20 minutes before he does every morning. Does some push-ups, some jumping jacks, waits up on the headboard of the bed. As soon as his eyes open, he goes, "Rawr!" and jumps on him. and he wakes up with untreated alcoholism. And I have to start on awakening. I got a good friend, one of my mentors says that it's on awakening because I'm capable of making life-devastating decisions between the bed and the bathroom. So I got to treat it right now. I got to treat it right now. I think that's important. I bought this exceptionally ugly watch. I have better taste than this, and I want you to know that. But I bought this watch because it has a function I can't find anywhere else. It has multiple alarms. This morning I had them set 10 minutes apart. And usually I'll set them anywhere between 10 and 20 minutes apart. When the second one goes off, it's the get-up time. When the first one goes off, Miss Linda and I cuddle, and we do our morning prayers in each other's arms. Let me tell you something. I think if the whole world started their day that way, it'd be a better planet. It really would. And I'll grant you that there are mornings when that second alarm wakes us both up. I'll give you that. That happens. It says sought through prayer and meditation. It does not say achieved through prayer and meditation. I'm responsible only for trying to take the action. That's my only responsibility. And I'm telling you, I sincerely believe that those mornings when the alarm goes off the second time and wakes us both up and we slept through our prayers are every bit as good as the mornings when they don't. Because we sought. And that's all we were responsible for doing. We sought. Typically we get up on the second alarm. I get a shower and shave. She starts the coffee. We meet on the sofa. She does her reading. I do mine. And we do morning meditation together. And we close our days in a similar fashion. A lot of times on the close of the day, we name individuals. We'll lie in the bed and pray. And we'll name individuals that we know that seem to be in need of some prayer. I sponsor a fellow whose brother's name is William, who's missing in action. One of us missing in alcoholism action. If you get the chance to pray for William, he's somewhere in London, we think. We'd appreciate that. Those kinds of things. People around us that are in need of prayer energy. And we don't instruct God on how to fix them. I don't do that. I just hold them up in love. And part of what I do, too, and I learned this also from Miss Linda, if y'all have not heard my wife, you need to do yourself a big favor. She is something. Is I learned that I can send love. Love is a commodity that can be transmitted. And I sent love this morning to the room I was in. I sent it to the restaurant. I sent it to this room. I filled this room flat full of love, lying in my bed this morning between the alarms. My trip to the airport, at the airport, on the plane, and home, the trip home, and at home. And I sent love to the places I'm going to be today. I also sent it to the places my wife's going to be. And I send it there so there'll be some there when I get there. And if you haven't tried that, you might do yourself a favor. I'm going to tell you a story. I had an assistant for a number of years, and she was a very, very spiritual Christian woman. And she and I found ourselves talking bad about a particular person we had to deal with on a regular basis. Had a lot of power in our lives. I'm a manufacturer's rep. I'm a multi-line rep. And there was a power broker at our biggest factory, represented a third of my income. And I guarantee you that woman was something. If there wasn't a broom parked in their parking lot, I swear there had to have been. And she and I finally caught ourselves talking bad about this woman and said, wait, we don't believe in that. And we decided, and we started the next morning, and we opened our office with 5 minutes of prayer, sending love to this woman. And the way I do that is I get a mental image of her suspended in space. God's love is flowing down through me and out my chest and swirling around her this wonderful white stuff. And that's just what I do. What you do, I think, is perfect. And we started doing that, and 3 days later, this woman is calling our office to chat, to find out how we're doing, and gee, aren't you guys fun? 3 months later, at the National Trade Show, I walked into the meeting. There were 200 people in the room. She was knocking people down to get to me, to tell me I was her favorite rep and how great it was to do business with me and Sheila. Yeah. Don't doubt the power of love, and don't doubt the ability to send it. I'm going to share another gift from my wife, and she tells us better than I do. But this is her third marriage, my second, and we have a problem, and we have had a problem with ghosts in the bedroom. All right, you understand what I mean? Okay. And she prayed about that, and she was given a gift. And the gift is, before we're going to have what she calls a physical exchange, she prays this prayer. And she says, God, help me stay in the moment. That's all. Just help me stay here right now. And it takes care of all of her history and mine. And it takes care of wondering about tomorrow morning, as was it really okay? And as she noticed I've gained weight and all that kind of stuff. It just takes all that away. Takes all that away, and I share it just in case somebody can use it. I'll tell you one more story and we'll take a break. When I was, I guess about 5 years ago, a young fellow that I sponsor came into my beloved home group, the back room in Nashville. They meet on Saturday and Sunday mornings to be there. And he'd just come back from his grandfather's funeral. And he had told his grandmother at the funeral, he said it occurred to him, and he told her, he said, I think you were a fabulous wife to my grandfather. And she said, I should have been. I prayed to be that every day. And, boy, that hit me hard. And so I thought about that, and I started the next morning, and I don't think I've missed a morning since then. And the prayer that I use is I ask God to help me treasure Linda today. The word treasure is mostly used in the English language as a noun. You understand it as a verb, but we don't use it that way too often. And I started that within 2 weeks. I was walking through the den one day, and she was talking on the phone, and I heard her telling someone, Scott treasures me. When I ask God for what He wants me to have, I get an awful lot of help. It's always about me getting to the right question. He's got the right answer. It's always about me getting to the right question. We're going to come back at 1:15.
Still Bob, still alcoholic. I was talking to someone during the break, and we were talking about amends, just briefly before I get into 10 and 11. How do you know who should be on your 8-step list? Well, the book says it's the people from our 4th step. But I'll give you a good rule of thumb that's, if we're talking about mending separation between me and God's kids, then a good rule of thumb is if you look back over the people in your life and you run it, and anyone that you can't picture sitting in a car with, driving cross country for 8 hours, if the idea of any individual spending that kind of time alone with them makes you crazy, they should be on your 8-step list. Right? Because there's some separation between you and that person. Now, sometimes the answer isn't. Sometimes it's paying them money. You owe them something. Maybe you owe them some. You have a debt to them. You have unresolved business. Maybe it's just to forgive them for being who they are, allowing them to be what they are. Maybe it's just simply saying some things to them that you've never said to them. You're not even with them, right? So there's a state of separation. Do you ever take two magnets and turn the one around and try to put them together, and they just, right? That's what's going on. That's what's going on, right? You can feel it. Do you ever go into a meeting or a family event or something, and there's a person there that you're not even with? You know what I do? I caught myself. I have this blank spot right about here, and I will always keep them right there. I sat in a meeting. I stood at a podium in a meeting telling my story one time, and there was a girl in that meeting that I owed an amends to, and I had to go like this the whole time because I couldn't. It made me crazy. And then after the meeting, I had to go up and make the amends to her. And I didn't realize I owed the amends until I caught myself halfway through my story and realized I'm chattering to myself in my head about this situation right as I'm trying to share my story. Because there was separation between her and I, and it was all it involved is me being vulnerable and telling her some things I didn't want to tell her that I felt embarrassed about, and just clearing the air and expressing honestly my regret about something that had happened, and owning it. Step 10. I really liked Scott's comments about when rather than if. You can, this road of happy destiny, you can be on the right road, but if you just sit there, you're going to get run over. You know what I'm saying? Right? So this is an action. This chapter is into action. It's not into hanging out or into thinking. It's into action. And one of the things that should happen, and I think does happen in most of us, by the time we get to step 10, inventory is taken on a new light. Now it's not looking to see how we're bad or wrong or any of that stuff, really. It's just an honest recognition of who and what I am. I know that I'm a guy with an inclination towards selfishness and self-centeredness. I'm a guy that gets afraid often. I'm a guy who gets judgmental and builds cases against people. I'm a guy who's driven sometimes by self-pity when God or you don't do things my way. I'm a guy who does all of that. I'm a guy who alters reality and blows it up and is creative with the truth. I'm that guy. And because I get it, that I'm that guy, I'm the self-centered, fear-driven guy, and I will always have that propensity, then step 10 and 11 is not about beating myself up for not being perfect. It's about an honest recognition of these are my tendencies. Let's correct the course so I don't get so far out that I destroy myself, so that I can keep to my purpose here, that I can keep close to the decision I made in step 3. Not perfectly. The book reminds us in chapter 5, no one among us has been able to maintain anything like, that means you're not even going to come close, anything like perfect adherence to these principles. We're not saints. But the point we have here is that we're trying to grow along spiritual lines. I must try to grow along spiritual lines. I'm an avid scuba diver, and over the years I've had to learn a little bit about sharks, which is naturally for scuba divers. And there's types of sharks that the way God designed them is that they bring oxygen into their systems by keeping a flow of current over their gills that oxygenate. Then the gills are able to get the oxygen out of the water, and that's how they sustain an oxygen level in their blood. But in order to do that, they can never stop. They must constantly be moving forward. They can't stop because then the flow stops, and when the flow stops, they start to suffocate. And I think I'm that way. I think if I stop growing along spiritual lines, then the flow of God's Spirit, which must flow through me, will stop, and I will become stagnant, and I will start to suffer, and my spirit will start to wither and die. And we all know what that's like. And when your spirit gets withering and dying enough, and the pain in the heart is enough, we always remember somewhere in the back of our mind, like times we'd been like that years and years ago, and how 5 shots of Jack Daniels could fix that. Right? So I must keep my spirit healthy here. And this is how we do it in step 10 and 11. I do this because I leak. I'm not, this is the weakest area in my personal program, is step 10 and 11. And I'm here to tell you that I've really in the last few years, I've gotten a little more disciplined about this. But I'm still nowhere near where I'd like to be. On the bottom of page 85, in italics. Oh, one more thing about step 10. Step 10 is a lot like a tea bag. It seems to work better in hot water. Right? Right? When I'm in hot water, step 10, I'm a serious step 10 guy. When I'm not in hot water, I'm a kind of a slough off the guy, where have I been selfish? Not today. Let's go to sleep. Now that's truthfully, let's face it. There's never been a day I've been alive Or I haven't been selfish to some degree, self-concerned, self-obsessed, worried about me, my feelings, my life. There's never been a day I've been alive that I haven't been like that. To some degree, I don't think there's been a day I've been alive that I haven't been dishonest to some degree about something. The little kind of petty dishonesties, like I buy a new car. I pay, say, $36,748 for it. And you see the car and you say, Bob, that's a nice car. What'd you pay for it? Well, depending upon what I think of you and how I think you'll be impressed, I might tell you, I paid $40,000 for that car. Because you'll think, oh, Bob's a big shot. He paid $40,000 for that car. I might, if I think you'd be more impressed with a guy who can get a good deal, I'd say, oh, I spent about $30,000 for that car. And you'd think, boy, Bob's smart. He got that car for $30,000. But to say $36,784, there's no edge to that. You don't get there's no leverage on that. You don't get no torque in your life with the truth. Right? Right. And when you come from a place of vacancy and not enoughness, you need torque. You need leverage. And I'll tell you, this is a little sidebar. I think one of the worst things we do in Alcoholics Anonymous is try to act as if our own inadequacies and vacancies are something we should grow away from. I think it's the greatest thing I have going for me. It's what brings me to the table with God. Because, and you'll hear stuff in meetings that implies that this is something I should grow above. That I should not feel inadequate. That I should become whole. No. That hole is inside. The vacancy is my God vacancy. And if I lose that, and I ever get secure unto myself to not have that vacancy, then I've just pulled myself out of the ball game. Right? I just put myself on the bench. It's what brings me here. It's what brings me to my sponsor. It's what brings me to my knees in the morning and at night to pray. It's what brings me to step 10 and 11. The greatest blessing I have is my vacancy, is that my not enoughness, my inadequacy, my incompleteness. In Genesis, it talks about in creation of the world, and it talks about God on the first day created this, and in the Hebrew it says, and it was Tov. And Tov, it translated in English, is good, and it was good. But it's not really. Tov really means, and it was complete. And it was complete. And then he created on the second day, created this, and it was complete. This, and it was complete. And it gets to man, it doesn't say complete. Man's not Tov. Man was never created to be Tov. Man was created to struggle towards enlightenment, towards God. Man was created with a God hole and a vacancy that no other creation has. See, you'll never, deers, dogs, cats, rabbits, birds, they are Tov, they are complete. They cannot misinterpret their vacancy because they have none. You'll never see a deer in the woods with a brown paper bag and a cigarette coming out of its life, looking at pornos, right? You'll never see a deer doing that because a deer is Tov. A deer has no illusions of filling holes. A deer is Tov. Deer is complete. You'll see people like us doing that stuff, right? We're trying to misinterpret this God hole, trying to fill up something with. What's that old country song? We looked at love in all the wrong places. Right. The God hole. Real quick, and I'm running out of time. Step 11 in italics suggests prayer meditation. We shouldn't be shy in the matter of prayer. Better men than we are using it constantly. It works if we have the proper attitude and work at it. It would be easy to be vague about this matter, yet we believe we can make some definite and valuable suggestions. Okay, the book says, step 11, they're about to make some definite and valuable suggestions, and then they go right into I love what Scott called it, the 11-step inventory. This confused me for a long time. because I didn't get it till I found this passage in the 12 by 12. And Bill, in the 12 by 12, explains why they're connected. Why, when he's talking about step 11, he's talking about inventory process as an integral part of step 11. Because he says in the 12 by 12 that self-examination, prayer, and meditation, when taken separately, can bring much relief and benefit. But when they're logically related and interwoven, they create an unshakable foundation for life. And you see, 10 and 11 are meant to be logically related and interwoven. You can't separate them. If taken separately, as I tried to do for years, I got much benefit and relief, but there's a big difference between relief and freedom. And I'm here for freedom. I'm here because I have to have freedom, and there's only one thing I need freedom from: the bondage of self. I need to carry out the decision I made in step 3, or I'll die. We must be rid of this selfishness. We must, or it kills us. And that's when we interlock step 10 and 11, it is unshakable. And what it's very similar to when you combine the two exercises that are on 86 and 87, it's very similar to what a sailor would experience. Let's say you were to go down here to one of the harbors on the east coast of Florida, and you were to rent or buy the most expensive, best equipped sailboat you could find. Money's no object. And you were to go to a nautical library, and you had the goal. The goal is you made a decision. The decision is, I'm going to sail to the island of Bermuda. And you went to the nautical library and you went through a 9-step course on setting a perfect course for the island of Bermuda. What would occur is, no matter how perfect your boat is and no matter how perfect the course you've set from the east coast of Florida to the island of Bermuda, it's just going to come to pass every single day that the winds and the tides and the currents are going to blow you and move you off course. It's not because you have a bad boat. It's not because you played with your tiller too much. It's none of that. It's just the way it is. It's not because you've done anything wrong. It is the natural condition of the realm of the Spirit. Because what we bring to the realm of the Spirit is a person with a propensity to self-involvement, a person who's had an inclination to play God. And that's what we're bringing to the table here. So every single day, a sailor must get out his compass and sextant and all those tools and take an honest inventory. And he cannot fool himself about values. An honest inventory of where he is, and then compare it to a vision of step 3, a vision of self-abandonment and service, a vision of Bermuda, and readjust his course back to where he was going, so he can go there once and for all? No, because the next day he's going to have to do the same thing again. Right? And if you don't do that, I'll tell you what happens is, all of a sudden you're sailing along and you're wondering why you're running into these chunks of ice with penguins on them and on the way to Bermuda. And if you're really a truly self-delusional alcoholic, you'll start saying, well, they must have populated Bermuda with penguins. It just... And what happens to us is we get so far out we can't get back. And if you've been around the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous for any sustained period of time, you've seen those guys. And you'll see them once in a while that they build this tremendous house of cards out of all kinds of gratification stuff and material stuff, and then it'll collapse on them. And they have not done step 10 and 11. They are not current and connected to no power source in their life. They're not connected to their sponsor or anything else. And they will run into a discussion meeting frantic, and the chairman will say, does anybody have a problem? And they'll go like this, and they'll dump this mess of their life that is unmanageable out on the table for help. And they'll, unfortunately, if you've ever tried to get help or advice in a discussion meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous, it's like trying to take a drink of water from a fire hose. I mean, it's just... And they'll sit there, and after about 10 people have shared at them, they bolt out of the meeting. They bolt, and then the rest of the meeting will just be spinning about a problem that's left. Right? And you can get so far out, you can't get back. You can't get back because now you're too entrenched in being right. You're too entrenched in how they screwed with you. You're too entrenched in your judgments. You're too entrenched in your will. You are the center. You're running the show. You are right. You're not the guy who can be wrong. And I'll tell you, if you can't be wrong, sobriety's going to be hard. Because from step 4 all the way through, it's about how I'm wrong in my perceptions, how I'm wrong in my judgments. If you can't be wrong here, you're going to have a hard time. So that's really what this whole thing is about. And actually, it's time for me to turn over to Scott, and I'll talk a little bit more about 11 when I get back.
A couple of more quotations that have meant a lot to me. This is a gift from a good friend of mine. It really changed my perspective. He says, I work this program to the best of my willingness. I don't believe I've ever worked it to the best of my ability. Boy. This is a gift from my wife. Anxiety is really just low-grade atheism.
Yes, it is.
Another one from Miss Linda. Now, this one has nothing to do with recovery. I'm just going to try to make you laugh. That's all this is. Miss Linda is slightly dyslexic, and she's not embarrassed by it, but we do get some funny things out of it. And I was watching the U.S. Open golf tournament on TV. She was being with her husband. And you got it? It's anonymous giving is what that is. All right? It really is. And this Oriental fellow, I think he was Japanese, was in contention. He may have been in the lead at that time. He hit a particularly bad shot, and the camera comes in close on him, and you just see he's in anguish. And Miss Linda says, oh, I hope he doesn't commit karaoke. I hope so, too. I've been there when people have committed karaoke. It can be a terrible thing. It can last a long time, too. One of the things you may have noticed is that Bob and I give our last names here. We do that in keeping with our tradition of anonymity. If that didn't make sense to you, I'd like to recommend the pamphlet Understanding Anonymity and the book Dr. Bob and the Good Old Timers. Really, really would. And I want to tell the story about anonymity isn't just about press, radio, and films, and we do that so that the newcomers can come in. Anonymity also has another level, and that is the level of doing something good for someone and not being caught. Now, that's not my style. I'm just a little bit into the applause myself. But I had an experience a number of years ago where I had the chance to do something good for someone and not get caught, and I did it. And what happened was, I don't mean to sound poetic, but I can't describe this any better, and people are going to nod and grin when I say this, but it was like there was a piece of sunshine about the size of a golf ball that lodged itself in my chest. And I could think about what I had done any time of the day or night, and this thing would glow and send light through my whole body. See him nodding? Okay. And it just didn't matter. Whatever was going on, I could just think about that, and it would just light me up. And, boy, I never told anybody about it for about 6 months. And when I told, that thing got out. It's gone now. And because there's another lesson in this story, I'm going to tell you what it was. I'm a salesman by trade, and it was one of those days where I got a full day's work done in a half a day. I had my fishing tackle on the back. I was near a city park. I'm fishing the stream, and there was a family having a picnic, and they had about an 8-year-old boy. And, boy, he locked on my leg and wanted to fish. And so I'm showing him this thing and got to talk to the family. None of them fish. And eventually I took him on a couple of short trips and got to know the family. And the Buffalo River in Tennessee is a national scenic river, and it's full of fish. And with his parents' permission, one day I put him in the front of the canoe. We floated 5 miles of river. And we floated 10 hours, and he didn't get enough, and I didn't either. And we caught over 100 fish that day. Yeah, the little guy caught a 4-pound smallmouth bass, man. He got my fish! But I'm okay. And about a mile from the takeout, the banks are steep and there's really no place to get out of this river. And suddenly the sky darkened and we're fixing to get it. I'm hearing the thunder. We come down kind of a chute and we did what canoeists call eddy out. There's a little backwater. You can kind of parallel park in one of those up under the trees just before the bottom drops out of this baby. It's going to be raindrops the size of my thumb, right? Just before the bottom drops out, I'm sitting in the back of this canoe and I'm just about to give God a little piece of my mind. Have you not noticed St. Scott down here with the little boy and he caught my fish and just about there? And this beautiful little boy looks over his shoulder at me and says, "Is it okay to fish here?" I forget. I prayed that third step prayer and I meant it. And I forget that. And when the skies of my life darken and the thunder's coming and I'm fixing to catch it, it's the only thing I'm supposed to say. "Father, is it okay to fish here?" Because that's my job. That's what I signed on to do. A friend of mine getting a 24-year chip a couple of days ago, and he said, "I got to remember I don't own this business. I just work behind the counter." Yeah, I just work behind the counter. And that's the question I'm supposed to be taking to my God. Is it okay to fish here? It's a great question. Step 11 on the short form on page 59 has an implied promise, I think, and a beautiful one. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact. If I'm going to improve it, I must already have it. So I believe we're promising you, if you'll do the first 10 steps with a sponsor who's already done them and do them right out of this book, that by this time you will have a conscious contact with God, as I say, of my limited understanding. Isn't that wonderful? Yeah, and then I get out of the business of coaching God, of telling Him what to do, and ask just, what would you have me do? Is it okay to fish here? That's the question. 12. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result. Doesn't say a, it says the. We promise a single thing. Spiritual awakening. And spiritually awakened people don't drink beverage alcohol and they don't get thirsty. I'd like to report that my wife, an 18-year member of Al-Anon, does not drink alcohol. She chooses not to. I can't choose not to. Page 25 tells me that very clearly. She chooses not to. So that her husband, who she loves dearly, doesn't have to come home and kiss burgundy wine or a martini or something on the lips coming home from a day at work. Y'all might think about that. It means an awful lot to me that she does that. And to me, the 12-step breaks into 3 parts. Promise of a spiritual awakening. And then I'm not sure the rest of that is telling me what to do so much as describing who I'm going to become. Tried to carry this message to alcoholics and to practice these principles in all my affairs. It was my experience in step 5 that when I told all those things about myself, they became lighter. I've got some pretty ugly stuff in my past. I've shared it with some of you. When you hear me say that I don't have the power to make a mistake, God can't turn into something magnificent, I want you to know that the Master has used these worst things I've ever done as tools to help people in this room this weekend. A lot of them. I'm not taking any credit for that. I'm saying we have a powerful God. Gave us a powerful program, more powerful than the worst things I've ever done. Yeah. And I think that... So I still carry those things. I think in step 5, I think I became God's caddy. I'm still carrying those things, but they've lost their weight and stench. And part of what keeps them clean and light is my willingness for Him to use them. I think if that ever goes away, then I'm in trouble. I think the weight and stench will come back. I don't know that, but I think that. The other thing is I'm an apprenticed messenger. It says we tried to carry this message. It doesn't say we carried it. I think if I was a messenger, it'd say I carried it. It says I'm trying to carry it. I think that makes me an apprentice. And if I can hold that attitude, I'm God's caddy and I'm an apprenticed messenger. When I hold that in my heart, I do a really good job. I can be a really good channel. I'm not the living water. I'm the pipe. On a good day, I'm a plumbing fixture. That's what it amounts to. And so it describes me. And now I try to carry this message to alcoholics and to practice these principles in all my affairs, to live a principled life, irrespective of outcome. I'm responsible simply for my actions. I think it's important. I want to talk a little bit about this chapter, working with others, and hit just a couple of points, and then we'll take another break. Page 93. This is, for me, really important. I want to describe something to you first. I sponsored for a while, and this is no offense to any religion or anything. I'm simply going to talk about something that's been in the news and my experience personally with it. One of the major churches had a problem with clergy and pedophiles. I sponsored one of the boys that was a victim of that. And if someone had been using specific religious terms in his first meeting, he would have hit the door, and alcohol would not have driven him back, and he would have died on the street. I today still sponsor, and I have permission to tell these, by the way. I still sponsor a fellow who was sexually abused by a deacon of a church in the church from the time he was 6 until he was about 11. And if someone had mentioned some specific religious terms in his first meeting, he would have hit the door and would not have come back. Page 93. First full paragraph. When dealing with such a person, you had better use everyday language to describe spiritual principles. There is no use arousing any prejudice he may have against certain, that means very specific, certain theological terms and conceptions about which he may already be confused. I think they were. Don't raise such issues no matter what your own convictions are. Alcoholics Anonymous is no place to try to sell us your religion. I don't want to talk to you about mine. If you ask me one-on-one, I'll answer any question you have. I'm not hiding it. This is not the right venue for that. And no offense to anyone who has a child or knows someone who's needed this, but I have a friend that calls AA spiritual special ed. It really is. I mean, this is spiritual kindergarten for guys like me that weren't getting it anywhere else. I have a learning disability known as alcoholism. There's got to be a learning disability. I mean, how could it have taken me 41 years? So I got to be careful that my own beliefs don't take away somebody else's chance to get this thing. That's why I said that thing about voting. I vote by secret ballot. We got to keep that away from here. Outside issues. And specific religious terms are outside issues also. Let's be careful with that. When I was sober about 5 years, I was sponsored by probably the most spiritual man I'll ever know. I must assume so. And I called him one day and I said, Mike, I got this question about this guy I'm trying to sponsor. What should I do? And he says, drop him. And I said, Mike, come on, I'm serious. He couldn't have meant that. He said, no, I do mean it. Drop him. I said, no, come on now. He says, I'm serious. Drop him. I'd rather have you on the golf course than working with him. Be better for your program. I said, I don't understand that. And he said, what are you asking him to do that he's not doing? And I said, well, call his parole officer, look for a job, go to a meeting every day, open and close his days on 86, 87, and 88, and start his 4-step. And he says, you're not doing any of that? And I said, no. He said, you are not his sponsor, he is. You are his fire chief. And when his tail feathers are ablaze, he calls you and siphons off some of your serenity and puts out his fire and goes right back to doing it his way. And you're not helping him. You're actually co-signing a lie. He said, could you stay sober on the program he's working? I said, no. He said, can he? I said, I doubt it. He said, you are probably right. And when he drinks again, you're going to have to be able to sleep knowing that you told him the truth. Because the truth is, he may be in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, but he's doggone sure not in the program. And he doesn't have a sponsor. And you have to do that so you can sleep. Because when he goes back out, he could kill himself or somebody else or do a long stretch in prison. And you're going to have to sleep knowing that you've told him the truth. There's another reason. Then he said, he says, how do you feel when you, he said, how do you feel when you work with him? I said, it drains me. I feel like I've been worn out, wrung out. And he said, how about Bill Kay? How do you feel when you work with him? I said, he lights me up like a pinball machine. I feel great every time I talk to him. He said, and what are you asking Bill to do that he's not doing? I said, he's doing it all. Oh, really? Yeah. There's another reason I have to drop him. And it's for him. It's so that the next time he wakes up in a jail cell in a pool of his own blood and vomit, I want him to have 3 options. And the options are to commit suicide, to continue to live as he is living, or to try Alcoholics Anonymous knowing he has not tried it because I told him the truth. Because if I don't tell him the truth, I've signed his death warrant. Before you come disagree with me on this, I want you to read pages 95 and 96. I'm not going to go to them, but that's what it says very, very clearly. Middle paragraph on 95, top paragraph on 96. Say it's a waste of time to try to work with somebody that will not work with you. Cannot do it. Won't happen. We're going to take about a 12-minute break. We'll start again at 11 o'clock sharp.
Bob Darrell, I'm still an alcoholic. One of my inherent character defects is that I don't follow directions very well. I know that's surprising to some of you. I'm the kind of guy that I could come over to your house and you could give me a piece of carrot cake, and I would eat it and think, man, that's the best. I'm going to make that carrot. Give me the recipe. And you could write out a detailed recipe, and I would go and start making it, and then I'd see something in there. I think it'd be better if we let that out. We'll put this in instead. And I would end up with a terrible piece of carrot cake because I don't like to follow directions. And I did the same thing with the steps, and I did the same thing in Alcoholics Anonymous. I had to crash and burn on several occasions. I did the same thing my first 4-step. I didn't follow the directions because I did it the way my mind perceived it should be done. I'm relying on the great I am. So I wrote my life story. It was like a sort of a cross between Catholic confession and Freudian psychoanalysis. It was kind of, and nothing changed really, And then the same thing happened to me in step 11. When I got to step 11, and I'm reading this part of the book, and when we retire at night and on awakening, okay, I get a vague thing. I'm supposed to frame my day with stuff I start my day with and stuff I end my day with. Okay, I get that. And then I started reading about, on the bottom of page 86 and the top of 87, the blow-by-blow specific directions on what I'm supposed to do. On awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. We consider our plans for the day. Before we begin, we ask, okay, that's a prayer. All right, I see that that's a prayer. We ask God to direct our thinking, especially asking that it be divorced from self-pity, dishonest, self-seeking. Under these conditions, we can employ God gave us prayer. And I can see like a little bit of prayer and stuff in here, but it doesn't match my view of meditation. Right? See, I'm a child of the 70s, and I grew up in an era where we chanted a Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, we chanted Om, we did the breathing, we did the tiger, the lion, we did all that stuff. I took all those courses and did all those classes. I know a lot about meditation. No, I don't. And so I spent the first 15 or so years of my recovery trying to do all kinds of other stuff for step 11. And I never did what it said in this book because it never matched my internal view of what meditation should be. I did guided imagery. I did breathing exercises. I went to the Buddhists. I did a lot of stuff. And it's all of benefit. It's nothing wrong with any of that stuff, really. As a matter of fact, on the bottom of page 87, was it 87? No. Yeah, somewhere down. Oh, I'm not even sure where it is now. Where'd it go? Where it talks about, be quick to see the last full paragraph, the last line. Be quick to see where religious people are right. Make use of what they have to offer. And that's really good. But it's not in substitution for, it's in addition to. Right? And I'll tell you, my whole program started to change when I started to actually do what it talks about on page 86 and 87. And a guy that I sponsor had a dictionary that was a Webster's dictionary from 1916. And in 1916 it's a good dictionary because that's about the time that Bill Wilson would have been cementing his language skills and his meaning of words. And what I discovered in looking at that dictionary is that the definition of the word and the context of the word meditation had changed drastically culturally in this country in the English language in the 60s and 70s. Because of the advent of the Maharishi, transcendental meditation, guys like Aldous Huxley, Alan Watts, J. Krishnamurti, that were introducing Eastern philosophies into our Western culture, the view of what of meditation meant changed. So by the time I get to Alcoholics Anonymous, I have some preconceived notions of what meditation is, and because of that, I listen to this more than I listen to this. And so I spend many, many years here not doing here what it says in the book because it doesn't match what my internal definition of meditation is and what I think it should be. So I try all this other stuff. And it's all good. It's all good stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. But I never did this and I shorted myself. Now I do some of that stuff in addition to this. And I'll tell you what the definition, it had many definitions in 1916, but the one that stuck out, the example that stuck out the most is it said, a general doth meditate a war. Listen to what the book says. We consider our plans for the day. Before we begin, we ask God to direct our thinking, especially asking that it be divorced from self-pity, dishonest, or self-seeking motives. If I was a general and I was getting up in the morning and I had a battle in front of me, I would consider that battle for the day. I would look at my assets and my liabilities. I would ask my officers to remove the equipment that's no longer usable. I would make sure that only things, people, soldiers, and equipment went into battle that actually worked. I would try to divorce my army from the things that were handicapping it and dragging it down so that I could constructively come up with a viable plan to carry out my mission, which is to win the battle or to be relieved of the bondage of self. So that I can, and we say in the third step prayer, I ask God to take away these difficulties with this bondage of self for one reason and one reason only. So that victory over them would bear witness to those I would help. Like I'm going to have to help people. That's my goal. I had a new guy say to me, I was 10 years sober, he says, we're doing a third step, and he says, you mean we're doing all this just so we can help other people? I was 10 years sober. I didn't know that. I went, oh, yeah. Oh, I thought we were trying to make Bob wonderful. So I can be more useful. And in the beginning of the 12 by 12, Bill says he talks about the 12 steps or set of principles, spiritual in nature, that can not only expel the obsession to drink, but will give the sufferer a life where he's happily and usefully whole. And you're not happily and usefully whole until you're carrying out your primary purpose, until you've allowed the steps of Alcoholics Anonymous to do their work so that you can step up and claim your inheritance and be the guy who helps God's kids. That's what I'm here for. That's my job. I get sidetracked from it all the time. I think it's about me. I think it's about a new car. I think it's about this. I think it's about that. It's not about any of that. It's about crafting myself to be of use to God and to the other people around me. So, on awakening, I consider the 24 hours ahead. I consider my plans for the day. I do this now every morning. I ask God to divorce my thinking of the things that will handicap me throughout my day. I ask Him to divorce my thinking from self-pity. When my will gets back in there and things don't go my way and I start to feel sorry for myself. When I'm full of self-pity, I am useless. Because one of the promises in step 9, it says that feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. It doesn't say that feeling of uselessness and that feeling of self-pity. Feeling of uselessness and self-pity, they're the same thing. When you're useless to anyone else, you're full of self-pity. You can't be useful and feel sorry for yourself at the same time. It's absolutely impossible. So I'm asking God to take away this uselessness. This self-pity, divorce my thinking from dishonest or self-seeking motives. Under these conditions, we can employ our mental faculties with assurance. Now, and this was a novel thought to me. It said, for after all, God gave us brains to use. I tell you, I spent my first 10 years of sobriety, 15 years of sobriety, I'd tell you about how my brain was my enemy. That this could be a useful tool. And it is. My mind is a great tool. It's a terrible master. But it's a great tool. Really is. I'll tell you, it's the best thing I have to recount experiences that are useful to the guys I sponsor. It's a great tool. It's just when it runs the show, it's like a defensive computer. When it's in charge, it just runs scenarios of problems that haven't even occurred yet I'm trying to solve. Just on and on and on and on. It's a defensive mechanism, which I think is what allowed us to survive the jungles and the dinosaurs and all that other stuff. We grew this tumor up here that would eventually defend. It's a defensive tumor that defends us from this world that's hostile. But when it runs my life, it's a bad deal. But it's a tremendous tool. Tremendous. Tremendous. Our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. When my thinking is cleared of self, my thinking becomes other-centered, God-reliant, not self-reliant, not fear-driven, but love-enhanced. In thinking our day, we may face indecision. We may not be able to determine which course to take. Here we ask God for inspiration and intuitive thought or decision. We relax and take it easy. We don't struggle. That's hard for some of us. In my early sobriety, I'd go to my sponsor and I'd be crazy. I'd be nuts. And I'd start telling him about all this stuff, and he'd say, "But is everything okay right this moment?" "Well, yeah, but by next week I'm going to lose my apartment, and it's going to. But right this second, is everything all right?" "Well, yeah, right now it's okay, but I'll tell you, I'm going to eventually have to go to prison, and it's going to be awful. But right this minute, yeah, right this minute's okay. But see, I get this brain tumor, I can feel it, and it's going to. And he said, but right this second, is everything all right?" "Well, yeah." Good. When it's no longer okay right this second, you and I will have some stuff to deal with. But as long as it's okay, and he was trying to center me with where God is, where reality is, right now. Right now. So to relax and take it easy. I'm a guy I've pushed on life all my life. I've had that edge in me. I've fought the clock. My first many years of sobriety, I was uptight all the time, fighting the clock, racing around in traffic, just fighting. As if time itself were my enemy. And time is my friend. If you relax and take it easy, all the things that you fought to try to get will just come to you. Just come to you. If you can relax and take it easy. God's will flow through your life. You don't have to go out and beat yourself half to death to find it. It will come to you. That's the gift. That's the promise. The whole thing, from the obsession to drink, being removed, and us being placed in a position of neutrality, it just happens automatically to visions of God's will in our life, to intuitive thoughts and actions, to feelings of love and perceptions of other-centeredness. Just will come if you can relax and take it easy. We're often surprised how the right answers come after we've tried this for a while. What used to be the hunch or the occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. The great psychiatrist Carl Jung believed in something that is very spiritual in nature, but he looked at it from an academic, scientific point of view. He called it the collective unconscious. And what that was is he believed in every human being was a connection or a portal to the consciousness of the whole planet. That almost as if there was a blocked portal in me that connected to the hard drive of the universe. And out of that collective unconsciousness is the ultimate knowledge of everything I would ever need to know. The problem is from the moment of birth, I start throwing stuff over that portal and blocking the portal. Blocking the portal. It says the same thing in the big book. It says deep down within us. It calls it the great reality. Deep down within us. What if that's true, then within me is the ultimate godlike knowledge of everything I would ever need to know. How to conduct my life, how to interact with people, where to go, what to do, how to say. It is there's a flow in this universe that if I could tap into it, I would be hitting on 12 cylinders all the time. The problem is I can't do that. I'm handicapped by obstinacy. I'm handicapped by the clamors of the world. I'm handicapped by my own self-centeredness and my own fear. And just to the extent that I do that, do I connect with that intuitive thing. And if you're sober for a while, you've had those moments where you just get that intuitive, sometimes, and it's knowledge greater than you or your experience. You can actually make leaps and bounds in consciousness that is beyond you. We've all had those experiences. Sometimes working with a new guy, and they're struggling, and they're in a lot of pain, and you will find yourself, as I've done on many occasions, saying to them things I don't know that I know, things that are above and beyond me. And I tell you, that is not me. I am not that smart. That is something flowing through me because as I'm loving this guy and concerned with him, I'm other-centered enough to be out of the way. I am no longer blocking the channel. And it flows through me. That is not me, but it comes through me. So this is exciting stuff. I'll never get there, but the prospect of knowing that that's alive within me, and if I can keep working at this, at times I will be inspired. At times I will be a channel. At times the God within me will shine through. And I get to be present and watch that. I get to be a witness to His hand working through me in people's lives. It ain't me, but just to be present of that. See, I'm a taker. I'm a user of people. I'm a parasite. I'm a self-obsessed guy and to be able to be present and actually be an instrument is an amazing thing for me. I get to be a tool, sometimes in helping people. It's incredible. But there's a caution here. And it says, being still inexperienced and having just made conscious contact with God, it's not probable that we are going to be inspired at all times. And it says, we might pay for this presumption in all sorts of absurd actions and ideas. And oh man, do we do that. I'll tell you. Because if you're selfish, self-centered, self-concerned, self-absorbed like I am, and you come to AA and you listen to the miracle stories, and how many times do you have to hear the story of, I was going to be homeless and I couldn't get a job and I finally turned it over and now I'm the head of a big corporation. Oh, okay. I'm here with you now. God, I really turned this over. Where's my Bentley? Right? Or the self is such a strong force in my life, and this ability to self-delusion, which means I am deluded about life to the point where I start imagining that God's will is real, my will is really God's will. Instead of aligning my will to God's, I imagine through this psychotic wishful thinking that God has now aligned His will with mine. Right? And it's like it's this crazy stuff that in early sobriety pulled up to a meeting and there was a parking space in front of the meeting and God picked that for me. because I'm so special. Selfish, self-centered. It's all about me. No, I don't know. Maybe God picked it for me. Maybe if He really gave it to me, what I'd do is I'd wait till somebody who really needed it and I'd just give it to them. Right? But no, it's my parking space. God gave that to me. Right? One of the greatest experiences with this stuff. There's a guy named George who's sober now 20 some years, and he lives over in Germany. And when George was 3 months sober, we're out to coffee, about a half dozen of us in a restaurant after a meeting, and we're talking about God and God's will and everything. And George wants to share this. He says to us, I really know now that God loves me. I said, that's good, George. How do you know that? And he says, God knew that I didn't have much self-esteem, so He put these 2 newcomer girls in my life to sleep with so I'd feel better about myself. And we're falling out of our chairs. I think this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And George is looking at me like, what? That's God's will. He believed that. I tell the guys I sponsor, if you got a good idea, call me. If you have a great idea, come and see me. If God has spoken to you and given you direction, you better get your ass over here right away, right? And that's why I have a sponsor. I'm 26, almost 26 and a half years sober. I got a sponsor. I bounce my ideas off of him. Some of you guys know the story of Jim Jones. Jim Jones had I think Jim Jones had alcoholism. Jim Jones had a big problem, drugs and alcohol. Jim Jones had a born-again experience. Not uncommon. Alcoholics throughout the ages have had those. And he got sober and he got a calling. He went to divinity school. He did a calling to be a minister and do God's work. And he did. He I think, for a number of years, I think Jim Jones was a very spiritually connected guy. I really do. He helped a lot of people. In the inner city, man, he's still in those areas. People talk about the good he did down there. But Jim Jones had no one to bounce a vision of God's will off of except the mind of a chronic alcoholic. And incrementally, the self reasserted itself subtly. And self can use spiritual principles. I've seen members of Alcoholics Anonymous that have found ways that profit off of AA. Self has reasserted itself in their life. And AA to them becomes self-grandizing. They become, under the guise of spirituality, they become users here of people. And that propensity, unsponsored, is in all of us. And Jim Jones self-reasserted itself in himself gradually, incrementally, slowly, inch by inch, it moved him. And he never saw the journey. He never got it. If he'd had a sponsor, I'm sure at the very least his sponsor would have said, Jim, the Kool-Aid's a bad idea. Really. But this is crazy. But you move far enough, bizarre, absurd things seem like a good idea. I think Jim Jones killed himself and had those thousands of people down in Ghana thinking he's doing God's will. Now that sounds bizarre. That's not so crazy. I hear the things that some of the guys I sponsor come to me with it. This is God's will. No, she isn't. But she's 3 weeks sober. She drank the same kind of wine I did. Don't you get it? It's God's will for me to make amends to my ex. No, you don't want to go over there. Well, I need to really tell her how sorry I am. Send her the child support. You don't want to go over there and make amends. We know what you want to do, right? You want to write more checks you can't cash. Send her the child support. And yet the book says, nevertheless, we find that as our thinking will, as time passes, be more and more on the plane of inspiration, we come to rely on it. In the 12 by 12, it talks about even the most spiritual men will always check their vision of God's will with someone else. Loose cannons eventually go over the side. Right? I don't want to be a loose cannon here. I need to be tethered. I need to be in the hands of. I need to have accountability to someone who believes in spiritual principles more than my self-interest. Because ultimately, in Alcoholics Anonymous, I must subjugate and push aside self and serve an ethic and a set of principles that are higher than I am. Really. That's what we do here, ultimately, is we push ourselves. We spend our whole life serving self, concerned with self, gratifying self, securing self, making self happy. And how's that working for you? So we push that aside and we come here and we serve a set of principles before our own personality, really. I think it's tradition number 12, when it says principles before personalities. It's not the principles of AA I put ahead of your personalities. There's only one personality here that wants me dead. That's me. There's only one personality here that's the seat of all my conflict and judgment. That's me. I'm the personality I must apply these principles against. My natural inclination to run the universe. That's why in the book it says on several occasions things that didn't make sense to me for a while. There's a line in step 11. It says we must constantly remind ourselves we're no longer running the show. And I'm sober 17 years or so, and I'm reading that thinking, now why are they saying we must constantly do that? And I got it. Because I'm constantly trying to run the show. It is my inclination to judge. It's my inclination to control, to play God in my life. It's my natural, left unchecked. It's the way I will always go. I will always go back that way. Left unchecked without the discipline of Alcoholics Anonymous. It says we are alcoholics, page 88, are undisciplined. So we let God discipline us in the simple way we have just outlined. But this is not all. There is action and more action. Faith without works is dead. The next chapter is entirely devoted to step 12. Step 12, carrying this message, is really the actualizing factor where God will be able to relieve you of the bondage of self. There is nothing else here that will do that. If you want to get goosed by the Spirit, you got to get up off your ass. You can't be relieved. You can chant and do meditation and prayer and read spiritual literature unto yourself to the end of your days, and you will not overcome self. It'll become all about you. And this I know guys in AA that instead of doing this, they've gone to India and studied under the great masters. And I know a gal that did that, and that didn't work. And then she went to China and became a certified Buddhist priestess. And she's not trying to become of more service. She wants to rise above everybody else. Right? My work is right here. Right on this planet. We're right in the trenches down on Skid Row and in the clubhouses where the new guys are coming in and they're shaking and they're scared and they have no hope. That's where I'm supposed to be. That's where I've been divinely crafted to be helpful, to be useful. That is my purpose. And step 12, it says, nothing so much will ensure immunity from drinking like intensive work with other alcoholics. It works where other activities fail. It works where all other activities fail. It works where going to meetings fails. It works where calling your sponsor fails. It works where praying fails because you can't connect. You're too self-consumed. It works where meditation fails. It works where reading spiritual literature fails. It works where all other activities fail. When I have me and my emotions and my life on me like this, the only thing that will relieve me of the bondage of self is two things. 5 shots of Jack Daniels are other-centered concern and action. And the only thing that will do that to me is to throw me in the arena of helping others. It's the only thing that relieves a guy like me of the bondage of self. Scott?
And this is an important piece of information to me because I've seen it change lives. He was talking to a young woman who was maybe 17 years old, and he said to her, you need to stop being a young person in AA. Stop it. And just be a person in AA. Everybody in this room has a reason why they're different. Somebody's the tallest, somebody's the shortest, somebody weighs the most, somebody weighs the least, somebody got the most education. Probably people in here don't read too well. Everybody's got a reason why they're different. And if we embrace our differences, they will kill us. I say to you young people, stop being a young person in AA. Stop it. Just be a person in AA. It's really important. We got to leave the differences at the door. Page 87. Last paragraph. As we go through the day, we pause when agitated. Pause when agitated. The difference between a response and a reaction is a pause. And I've got a good friend, as a matter of fact, a member of my home group said his screensaver on his computer, and I'm 61 years old, I'm technologically challenged. I can't do this. But this guy can change his screensaver. And he's got the letters, wow, he's got the letters PWA that bounce around on his screen for pause when agitated. And some people in his office said, "What is that?" And he said that, pause, and they said, "Wow, what a great idea." So even the earthlings like that one, huh? I wanted to talk a couple of minutes about sponsorship. We bounced off of it all weekend, but some specifics. I think for me, one of the things I do the poorest is the initial discussion with someone who's asked me to sponsor them. And it's a place I could really improve. By sitting down and talking about, let's talk very specifically about what I think sponsorship is and what you think it is. What whose responsibility is, what I expect, what you expect. Let's make some notes. Let's make some commitments so that we all know where we are. I think that's a good thing. I thought initially that my number one job as a sponsor was to coach a guy through the steps. I don't believe that anymore. I think my first job is to love them. I'm told that God is love. And when I give love, I give God. It's the highest gift. I am blessed today that I love all of the men that I sponsor. It's an amazing thing. My second responsibility is to coach them through the 12 steps. Because I believe they'll have a spiritual awakening as the result. Because I've never seen it fail. I've seen people fail to do it, but I've never seen the process fail to work. I don't solve their problems. Step 1, Section B says, my life's unmanageable. I can't manage mine. I sure as the world can't manage his. But what I can do when he brings me a problem or when he brings me a solution that he's about to try is to tell him if it looks to me like it violates spiritual principles. I think I'm a pretty good backstop for that. I think that's a good thing for me to do. I think it's also a good thing for me is to help him explore other options. When he brings me a question, I told you before I like to hear the word today in the question. And I want to hear the word today in the answer. And then I said, let's explore what do you see as your options. So he can think of 2 or 3 options. I can think of 4 or 5 more. One of the options is to get a 12-gauge shotgun, blow his head off. I think we should talk about that. I think if we talk about it, it's a pretty good chance it won't happen. I think that decreases the chances that it happening. So let's talk about the options that we see. Because I may see some he doesn't see. A lot of times there's middle ground. My sponsor does this for me. It's astounding to me how many times that I see answer A and answer B, and he sees about 5 in between. And usually one of those in between ones is a better one. So I like to explore options. But I don't want to make the choices for him. I don't want him to learn to be Scott dependent. I want to learn to be God dependent. It's a healthier move. Once I've gotten them into step 9, that's when I get them to start sponsoring. It's easy to find guys to sponsor. Just stand in the door and ask for them. They're not hard to find. They're at treatment centers. You know, treatment centers hold them still for us, so are the jails. It's not hard to find them. I don't want to hear you can't find someone to sponsor. I'll find you someone today. That's not hard to do. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask them to get this new fellow they're sponsoring, to get his permission to talk to me in detail about everything about this person. Let's get permission to do that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to coach him through coaching this newcomer through the 12 steps. I'm not going to let him risk somebody else's life. I'm going to be available, and I'm going to coach him through coaching this guy through the 12 steps. I've seen an awful lot of people get through the steps once, and they have these huge awakenings. And then they come back to me about 6 months. They say, take me through the steps again. And I say, I'll take you through them again, but it's not going to happen again. You're not going to get that again. The way you get that again is when you take someone else through and they light up and you sit in that glow. That's where that comes from. But me going through again, I do believe in going through the steps again. I'm sober 20 years. I think I've done 16 4-steps. I've missed a case. I did my last one on an airplane in about 30 minutes. If you stay current, there isn't much there. Doesn't take long. Doesn't take long. The first one takes a pretty good while, but it doesn't take too long after that. I think it's important for me to pray on every contact with the men that I sponsor. If I ever get to the point where I think I am sufficient to sponsor them, I think I'm in real trouble. So I need to be checking in with God each time. Talking on the phone, I don't have to pray out loud. When I sit with someone I sponsor, we always take a few moments and sit and invite God to sit with us. We always do that. My fifth sponsor died when I was sober 11 years, and clearly 11 years isn't sober long enough to not be sponsored. And, I mean, he was on his deathbed, and we knew it. And I don't know why I wasn't looking. It's because I'm brain damaged. And when Don died, I was about 2 weeks without a sponsor, and I was crazy. And I didn't know what I was looking for was my problem. And I sat and analyzed the 5 men who'd sponsored me to that point. And I have had the 5 finest sponsors any man's ever had. And they were very different individuals, but they had common characteristics. So I asked myself, what were their common characteristics? And I share that with you. If you're new, you don't have a sponsor, you're about to change, whatever. Maybe this would be useful to you. They certainly were for me. So here were the characteristics of my sponsor. They were all sober men. Now, I have seen men sponsor women and women sponsor men successfully. I can't be involved in that personally because I haven't seen an unattractive woman since the summer I turned 12 years old. And this is life or death, and I can't afford to get confused. So that's for me. It was sober man who had a sponsor himself. Hopefully, that means that he's surrendered. Definitely, it means the day I bring him a problem he can't solve, we have a plan. It's got to be someone who's already done the steps. If page 96 is correct, and his primary job is to either take me through the steps or make sure that my step work stays solid. Well, at my home group, they say you can't anymore give away something you ain't got and you can come back from somewhere you ain't been. So I've got to make sure he's got it. It's a fair question. It's got to be somebody who's active in service. I hear this attitude of gratitude. My sponsor told me the only 2 things attitude and gratitude have one thing in common, and that's that they rhyme. Gratitude is action. Thankful is when I'm really glad this happened to me. Gratitude is when I'm so glad it happened to me that I got to stand in the door and try to capture the newcomers. I got to take meetings into jails. I got to do the things. Look around. The winners are all doing something to give it back. They serve the group as the treasurer, the GSR. They're doing something. So it's got to be somebody who's active in service. It's got to be someone who will tell me the truth when I do not want to hear it. It's got to be someone who does not care what I think about him. A friend of mine said his sponsor told him, he said, I would rather have you hate me for the rest of a long and productive life than be your best friend for your last 30 days. So it's got to be someone who will tell me the truth I don't want to hear. I had a fellow that I used to drink with call me about 5 years ago now, 6 years. And he said, I'm in treatment, and I said, I got to get a sponsor. Would you sponsor me? I said, sure, I will. And we're not friends starting right now. Because I'm going to make suggestions, and you're going to take them as orders, so this isn't going to work. And when you have a brand new shiny 5-year chip in your pocket, we'll renegotiate if you want to. He's carrying a 6 now. We haven't renegotiated. Yeah, because that's working. And I think also one of the most important characteristics is I got to have a sponsor that laughs a lot. It just astounds me when I see someone get a sponsor that's a sourpuss. I can't figure that out. I asked Jerry Crow to sponsor me because I wanted to feel like he looked. Because he looked like he was having a pretty good time. Is that why you drank? Wasn't to have a good time? Still want to have a good time? Yeah. Well, get a sponsor that's having one. You won't have to figure it all out. You just do what he's doing. Simple enough. For those of you who've been wondering how your sponsor always knows when you're full of it, I'm going to let the secret out right now. Okay? It's when the sponsor hears the magic words, everything after that's BS. And the magic words are, yes, but. Everything after that's BS. All right? Very good. So they teach that at the sponsor school. Page 100. Top of the page. Both you and the new man must walk day by day in the path of spiritual progress. Both of us. Path of spiritual progress. Right? The journey, not the destination. If you persist, remarkable things will happen. When we look back, we realize that the things that came to us when we put ourselves in God's hands were better than anything we could have planned. I like to observe, it doesn't say when we look forward. It says when we look back, we see not that the things that we were able to extract from life through massive effort, but the things that simply came to us when we put ourselves in God's hands. I heard Chuck Chamberlain say on tape one time that it's my business to take care of God's business, and it's God's business to take care of my business. And when I hold up my end, he holds up his. Yeah. Follow the dictates of a higher power, and you will presently live in a new and wonderful world. no matter what your present circumstances. Wow. Powerful, powerful stuff. I've stood before you in stocking feet this weekend. In the first session, we invited God here. And I think I could be standing on holy ground. And so I've tried to carry that in my heart, and I hope I have. I try to do little things like that to remind me. I invite God to ride with me when I'm in the car. Ride with me. I invite Him to go in with me. I sit in the car and send love into places I'm going into sometimes. It's a good idea. Miss Linda says, we are all members of one family, and our last name is God. Yeah. The Buddhists have a saying. They say the only way to get into heaven is to bring someone with you. I think that's in part what sponsorship's about. I really think it is. I want to thank that God publicly. I asked for an open heart Friday when we started up here. Boy, have I gotten it. It has been a beautiful thing for me. There's some great stuff up here, but the really good stuff's in here. And I've been able to touch the heart a lot of times this weekend. And I thank you for that. It's not always that way. And I think it's up to you. I think you're sending it, I think we're getting it. I think that's what's happened. If you borrowed my God, which I invited you to do, and it worked for you, borrow them again. Try it again. I went to one of our mentors, as a matter of fact, is in pretty bad shape physically. And I was very upset. And what I see is that he's not going to be with us a whole lot longer. And I'm concerned about that. And I expressed it, I think, fairly well. I'm not doing it real well now. That, what are guys like me going to do when guys like him are gone, was the question. And I think it's the answer to, we've thrown an awful lot at you this weekend. And if we've thrown anything at you more important than here are the steps we took or suggested as a program of recovery, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I think it's the most important thing we said. What he said to me, am I concerned at his loss and what am I going to do? He said, I've been bringing you hands full of water. Go to the river. Go to the river. I want to close.
I wish we had more time. Working with others is really a sponsorship manual. It is so specific, blow by blow, of every conceivable situation that you will ever encounter when sponsoring someone or working with a newcomer. It tells you, in a sense, what to share in meetings. It tells you, in a sense, how to relate to new people, the perspective to have. It cautions us not to do for them what God could do for them. And every newcomer, and myself included, when I got sober, I had overwhelming problems. And I wanted the people in AA to fix the problems. And instead you want me to go to meetings and write an inventory and pray and yeah, but look, I'm going to go to prison here and I have no place to live. And you kept going back to teaching me this program in spite of my demands for attention on all these other areas until you just exasperated me. And I just said, okay, I'll do it your way. And there's an old adage that if you give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day and still be hungry. But if you teach him to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. And most new people come to AA looking for fish and they get fishing lessons. Right? And that's what we do. We get fishing lessons here. Vision for You says that God will show you how to create the fellowship you crave. I have always craved unity. I drank for unity. I drank to be a part of. I drank because I didn't fit. And the way that we get this is we watch a fellowship build up around us as a result of what we do here. And if you go into the hospitals and institutions and you stick your hands out to the newcomer and you go on the 12-step calls, you will find a community about you. A community in action, helping other alcoholics with a purpose. A purposeful community. And that's what my home group is. It's a purposeful community. It's a community in action. I was up in Northern California 15 years ago, and I was at an AA event up there, and the guy that was my host, we were sightseeing a little bit, and he took me to this place that blew my mind. They had these trees that were 300 feet high. And some of these trees were 30 feet in diameter. You've probably seen, there's pictures of this one tree. They have a road through the tree. It's so big. These trees are incredible. I would stand in that forest and I felt small and insignificant, as if I was in some primordial Jurassic Park kind of place. It was amazing. It was a very humbling feeling of being small in the magnificence of these trees. And we got in this guy's truck and we're driving across to look at more trees like that, another part where there's more trees, and we're going by these meadows. And the guy says to me, he says, "You notice you won't see a 300-foot tree in one of those meadows by itself?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "How come?" He said, "Well," he said, "it is their nature to aspire to grow to such magnificent heights that what happens is they literally outgrow their roots' capacity to hold them up. And they will literally topple over on their own aspirations and magnificence." And he said what they do is they grow up in groves together and they intertwine their roots under the soil into a net at the floor of the forest, and they literally feed each other and hold each other up. And when he said that to me, I thought, my God, that's all my life. I've aspired to take bigger bites out of life. I've been a guy who's never been satisfied. I've had the thing that Ed Dowling talked to Bill Wilson about that has driven me all my life, the divine dissatisfaction. God's greatest blessing. I've always wanted more, and left alone to myself, it all but killed me. And in your hands and in the hands of the disciplines of Alcoholics Anonymous and a fellowship in action, as I intertwine my life and my roots with you in a purpose, I am able to grow into my destiny, which has always been to aspire to magnificent heights. I cannot aspire to anything more. Anything less than my nature is doing time for a guy like me. And we all know what it feels like to be depressed and like we're doing time. And you've allowed me to grow into my nature. I've always resented people who read poems at AA meetings. I still do. And I'm going to risk being one of those guys I don't like. Because there's this gentleman right here, Samuel Shoemaker was, he wrote this. And he's mentioned a lot in AA literature. And he was Bill Wilson's spiritual advisor in New York in the very early days of Alcoholics Anonymous. And, you know, not everybody in the Oxford group liked us. I mean, really, we were the drunk squad. We were, you know, they used to say things to each other like, well, we shouldn't have been praying for tolerance because look who showed up, you know. Right? I mean, because we were those people. We've always been those people, really. And we were those people in the Oxford group. And but Sam loved us. Sam used to watch Bill down at the Calvary Mission and watched Bill's dedication to helping the people on Skid Row. And it was his life. And I don't know, there's no way for me to know. I've tried to find out, and there's nowhere it's written why Sam wrote this poem, but I've always suspected he wrote it watching us. Because we did more of what he talks about in the poem than the Oxford group ever did. You got to remember that Frank Buckman's vision of this spiritual fellowship of the Oxford group really was catering to the rich and the wealthy and the captains of industry. One of his big fallings out with Bill Wilson is he wanted Bill Wilson to stop dealing with these Skid Row guys. He wants you to go down to Wall Street and look up some of your old connections. We want you to talk to these captains of industry down there because they'll swell our coffers with their... But these Skid Row guys, they're not going to do much for us. They have no influence and no power, but Bill's heart was with the alcoholic. Bill loved the people who suffered like he suffered. And I think Sam wrote this poem from watching us. And it's called I Stand by the Door. I stand by the door. I neither go too far in nor stay too far out. The door is the most important door in the world. It is the door through which men walk when they find God. There's no way my going way inside and staying there when so many are still outside and they, as much as I, crave to know where the door is. And all that so many ever find is only the wall where a door ought to be. They creep along the wall like blind men with outstretched, groping hands, feeling for a door, knowing there must be a door. So I stand by the door. The most tremendous thing in the world is for men to find that door to God. The most important thing any man can do is to take hold of one of those blind, groping hands and put it on the latch that clicks and opens only to that man's touch. Men die outside the door as starving beggars die on cruel nights in the dead of winter, die for what is within their grasp. They live on the outside of it. They live there because they cannot find it. Nothing else matters compared to helping them find it and open it and walk in and find Him. So I stand by the door. Go in, great saints. Go all the way in. Go way down into the cavernous cellars and way up into the spacious attics. It is a vast, roomy house, this house where God is. Go into the deepest of hidden casements of withdrawal, of silence, of sainthood. Some must inhabit these inner rooms and know the depths and heights of God and call outside to the rest of us. How wonderful it is. Sometimes I take a deeper look in. Sometimes I venture in a little further, but my place seems closer to the opening, so I stand by the door. There's another reason I stand there. Some people get part way in and become afraid, lest God and the zeal of His house devour them, for God is so very great and asks all of us. These people feel a cosmic claustrophobia and they want to get out. Let me out, they cry, and the people way inside only terrify them more. Somebody must be by the door to tell them that they are spoiled for the old life. You see, they have seen too much. For once you taste God, then nothing but God will do any more. Somebody must be watching for the frightened who seek to sneak out just when they came in, to tell them how much better it is inside. The people too far in do not see how near these are to leaving, preoccupied with the wonder of it all. Somebody must watch for those who have entered the door but would like to run away. So for them too, I stand by the door. I admire the people who go way in. I wish they would not forget, though, that how it was before they got in. Then they would be able to help the people who have not yet even found the door, or the people who want to run away again from God. You can go in too deeply and stay too long, and forget the people outside the door. As for me, I shall take my old accustomed place, near enough to God to hear Him and know that He is there, but not so far from men as to hear them, and remember that they are there too. Where? Outside the door. Thousands of them, millions of them. But more important for me, one of them, two of them, perhaps 10 of them, whose hands I'm intended to put on the latch. So I shall stand by the door and wait for those who seek it. I had rather be a doorkeeper, so I stand by the door. And I give my undying gratitude to the members of Alcoholics Anonymous, who stood in the hospitals and the institutions and the missions when guys like me were dying of alcoholism, and you repeatedly showed up and you gave of yourself, and you looked for guys like me when I didn't want to be found. Thank you for my life.